Solovyov and Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Life in the Pavlovsky Grenadiers is like herding sheep. The organization of the Russian army at this time was still roughly based on the troops of the Catherine II era. The troops were generally named after the place of formation. During the Poltsar period, from 1798 onwards, they were named after the regiment leader for a period of time. After 1801, they were changed back due to technical adjustments. At this time, Solovyov wanted to form an experimental Russian hunting company because the Pavlovsky Grenadiers regiment was always short of manpower. He was asked to be the company commander. The weapons they were equipped with were paper shell bullets made from the downgraded versions of the two guns he presented to Poltsar. They were suddenly brought forward from the Civil War period for so many years. It seems that this is also the Boxer regiment, when the Eight-Nation Alliance had not yet arrived. Of course, the technical barriers are not so serious, and they can still be used now. But mercuric fulminate has not been discovered yet. If you really use that thing, the risk factor is not low. Therefore, in addition to the sample guns collected by the royal family, the paper shell bullet plus copper primer lead bullet, as well as the firing pin structure on the rifle, will have to wait until next year to process it, until the Tula factory can complete the task. From 1797 to 1798, it was a rare period of peace for Russia. During this period, Tsar Paul was at ease to deal with domestic affairs at home, while actually controlling Georgia and establishing the Russian-American Company. Everything seemed to be on the right track. It would be better for His Majesty the Tsar not to participate in the chaotic scene on the European continent, but he has never been on the battlefield. But he likes to look at everything around him with a new attitude. If he stays at home, it may be okay, but he is a person. Solovyov became the captain of a hunting company at the age of 16 because he made a good gun that he was addicted to. Fortunately, he is still growing up, and a captain of this age does not look so conspicuous compared to those 19-year-old colonels and 20-year-old generals. Then, there was an imperial edict issued by Tsar Paul himself, which required the transfer of some children from hunters and forest workers to Gachina to form an experimental hunting company, which would be assigned to the Pavlovsky Grenadiers regiment. But there was a small problem, that is, no soldiers had arrived yet, so he could only wait for orders from the regiment commander, Lieutenant General Vadkovsky. Fortunately, he was a childhood friend of the Tsar, and since Solovyov was personally sent to him by the Tsar, he was also taken seriously. When the soldiers were not in place, Solovyov was still doing the work of an adjutant. Even the regiment commander himself did not care about anything, sitting in a Voltaire-style chair all day. If he had not grown up with the Tsar and was a trusted confidant of the emperor himself, he, a general who had retired for 20 years, would not have come here to be a regiment commander. This made Solovyov actually become a husky with no one to take care of him. Although there was a mission, the soldiers had not arrived, and the guns were being rubbed one by one. Being an adjutant here is quite free. When he was with Prince Volkonsky, he had to deliver documents or handle some chores on a daily basis. Here, no one cared about him. He could do whatever he wanted. After all, the regiment commander didn't care about him, and there was no commander in the regiment. The battalion commander and company commander were all recruited from the Moscow Grenadiers regiment. He didn't have to take care of those companies either, and they all had old-fashioned smoothbore rifles. In order to maintain uniformity, these smoothbore rifles were captured or imported from the UK. However, at this time, Solovyov also thought about the grenadiers, who originally used grenades. Should they be improved? But he didn't have the time now, because in the Pavlovsky Grenadiers regiment, since he was an officer who had arrived, but had no company, he could always attend other occasions, such as joining literary groups, or doing other activities. Captain, you can do whatever you want. Of course, it must be legal, and in accordance with the emperor's orders. I have followed the emperor for so many years, but I have never been rewarded in the first meeting like you. The lieutenant general was so envious. It was probably during the empress's era. According to the tradition of the nobility, he was registered on the list of the Semenovsky Guards when he just learned to walk. However, it took him several years to be promoted, until he was 24 years old. Solovyov's family background was much worse than his, except for his title. He was promoted to captain at the age of 16, because of his invention. This was too fast. This was not surprising. Tsar Paul often decided things according to his likes and dislikes. Except for the Russian royal family and some great nobles, even if he wanted to promote these people, he would not be too fast. Solovyov was rewarded purely for designing these two new firearms. Many veterans of the Pavlovsky Regiment and the Moscow Grenadiers Regiment were brothers who used to eat at the same big table. It was not surprising to see the adjutant of the old commander being transferred here. Especially now, the master of the regiment is personally questioning. It is strange that this regiment has a master but no commander. The master of this regiment is not in charge of things, which is even stranger. But he still appears here often. Sometimes, there is also a Lieutenant Colonel Komarovsky, who is the adjutant of Grand Duke Constantine. It was he who brought the portrait of the Crown Princess from Baden to Petersburg. In the end, the Empress made the decision. He is a matchmaker. And today, the master of the regiment actually came to the regiment, but he was chatting with the new adjutant of the old commander. But when I came here, although I'm the captain of the Jagger Company, I don't have a single soldier. That's good too. You just need to be there when roll call is taken. You don't need to worry about anything else. Officers have 30 days of vacation. To be exact, Your Excellency, Fyodor Fyodorovich, according to the latest regulations, lieutenants have 28 days of vacation. Why do you care so much? Just do your thing. We can't start training until all the recruited soldiers are gathered. The Emperor's edict also clearly states that you are only allowed to take care of the affairs of the Jagger Company. Yes, Your Excellency General. I don't know what Paul was thinking when he issued the edict. He can still not live in the Pavlovsky Grenadiers. After all, in Russia, even if Emperor Paul personally issued an edict, there are still a lot of junior officers who are absent, even if this is the Model Grenadiers Regiment formed by his own edict. This will give Solovyov some time to return to St. Petersburg and do other things. There is always time, such as translating a book or something. The books he had bought in Kayakta through a route to Siberia might still be hard to get to now, so he would be thankful if he could come back in 1798. Forget about the 4 great classics. He would be thankful if he could get the complete version of any one of them. He could speak French well, but when it came to writing, he had no problem writing letters, but it was a bit difficult to write long articles. On this issue, he decided to ask for help from an expert. His performance at the parade actually made him famous in social occasions, and he got the nickname Inventor. After all, since he appeared in St. Petersburg, he has always appeared in an I love invention attitude, and he also has a set of words. However, the problem of writing is still embarrassing. For this reason, it was Madame Lebrun who gave him advice. This lady's connections in St. Petersburg are sometimes better than those noble ladies who have their own literary salons. After all, her clients cover all kinds of channels in the upper class of St. Petersburg. The people he was going to meet were Count and Countess Stroganov, who had lived abroad for many years. Speaking of Count Stroganov, people generally pay attention to him. He was born in Paris, and was even a member of the Jacobin Club. His alias was Citizen Pauloha. After he returned to Russia, he was exiled by the Empress for a while and got married. When Mrs. Lebrun wrote this letter to Solovyov, it was not to the male owner of the family, but to the Countess. This couple is indeed handsome, outstanding, and very loving. Whenever they appear together, they are giving others dog food. By the way, there are no secrets between them. If the lady knows, the Count will also know. They were found because the Countess came from the family of Prince Golitsyn and lived abroad since childhood. She learned Russian by herself after returning. Her husband was the same, and even learned it during his travels. If you ask him about Louis XVI and Queen Mary, he might be more familiar with them. This couple, among the nobles of the upper class, are both proficient in French and Russian, but their mother tongue is French. After learning Russian by herself, the Countess translated the second part of the French version of the Divine Comedy into Russian, and she is also recognized as a talented woman. At this moment, she is more busy taking care of the children. In fact, Russian noble women hire more nannies, but this couple, who have been influenced by the Enlightenment and various progressive ideas in France, always participate in the process of raising children when hiring nannies. This involves the past of the couple. Count Pavel Stroganov used to receive education from a French tutor. His parents lived in the court of Louis XVI at the time. When he was a child, his mother left his father and lived with the queen's lover and finally married him. In order to cover up this problem, the old count arranged for a tutor to take his son around Europe and receive education. Although as a father, he still seriously provided all the material conditions, Count Pavel still felt after adulthood that he had a child and had to get more involved in family life in addition to official duties. That's why, when Solovyov came to the reception room under the guidance of the servant, he saw the countess taking care of the baby. After seeing this, she handed her son to the servant. "Captain, please take a seat. I have read Mrs. Lebrun's letter. Your experience is also very interesting, but don't always do dangerous things. My husband loves adventure." Speaking of which, the count's love of adventure is not just ordinary, but even a little radical. "Thank you for your concern, madam. You know, I'm preparing to translate some Oriental books, although they are just some popular novels. Why are there so many literature lovers among the young officers nowadays? In the past, I have seen some cavalry officers reciting poems in salons. You are wearing a new military uniform. You should be from the Grenadiers, right?" "Yes, madam. I have served in 3 regiments, 2 of which were Grenadiers. Now even the brave warriors of the Grenadiers have joined. I'm afraid that the guards will also engage in literary creation in the future." When the lady spoke, her gestures were full of the elegance of a hostess of a literary salon. She talked less about current affairs and popular topics, or in other words, some vulgar topics seemed more vulgar when discussed in front of her. She also welcomed more young people of similar age to engage in creation. You should know that this princess of Prince Galitzyn's family is only 22 years old this year. Her beauty is the kind of intellectual beauty, which is very different from the lady she had seen before. This is not surprising. The count is a good friend of the crown prince and even keeps some secrets for him. As for the countess, she is a rare good friend of the crown princess in Petersburg. The crown prince and his wife must be quite obsessed with looks. If that's the case, it's even better. Even soldiers should have some hobbies to cultivate their sentiments, instead of being like those local regiments of hussars all day long. Sorry, it may not be polite to say this. That's true. You can state the facts, and there is no one else here, only my children and servants. The lady was very tolerant. After she said this, she started to get to the point. You are going to translate an Oriental work, but you also have to consider whether you want to use Russian or French. If you want to use Russian, the words I used when translating the Divine Comedy are relatively simple and easy to understand. You have to consider the audience. If that's the case, when writing, you also need to consider that, if you use French, the other party may not understand it. Yes, the last time I went to a salon, there was a very elegant Colonel Miloradovich. It may be a bit impolite to say it out loud. Of course, Colonel Miloradovich's way of speaking can only be understood by Russian, and he is very famous in social circles. It is also because this warrior speaks Russian very well. Even with an accent from the Poltava area, it does not affect communication, otherwise no one can understand him. As for the fact that this matter has spread so far, it is probably the result of Mr. Langevin spreading it everywhere. Mr. Langevin is a royalist officer who fled from France. He is keen on complaining about his colleagues and superiors in his notes and in public, with or without restrictions, including but not limited to work and daily life. Miloradovich is just a very common victim of this problem. So, the most important thing is to use some words that are easy for people to understand, right? That's right, Captain. And there are few visitors here recently. When my husband comes back, you can chat. It doesn't matter. He is very kind. And the count also knew that Mrs. Lebrun recommended such a student to his wife. Although the word student always represents something related to blood in the Russian environment, the count and his wife Stroganov have lived abroad since childhood and traveled to many places. They don't mind this kind of custom and words, but prefer to use French expressions. And this couple, when they get along with each other throughout their lives, they are very loving, which is very different from the environment of the upper class. Even sometimes, the Count enjoys the sight of his son Alexander calling dad and rushing over when he opens the reception room. Chapter 27 at Count Stroganov's residence. Count Stroganov's family is indeed somewhat eccentric. Although there are many eccentrics among the Russian nobles, Solovyov used to be on Million Street, and there were many strange people on that street, all of which he saw. The eccentricity of the Count and his wife should be reflected in their lifestyle, which is still the French way. Especially the old Count has been in the French royal court for a long time, and their life has always been more European. But under the habits brought from Europe, they still prefer the Russian lifestyle, especially discussing things with the son of a squire like Solovyov. After returning to Russia to marry, Count Pavel also realized a lot of problems. After all, Russia is different from France. When he came back, the crown prince, who was still the second heir, Grand Duke Alexander, once wrote to him to confide his Jacobin tendencies. In order to protect the Grand Duke and prevent him from making some inappropriate remarks in places where he should not express his opinions, Count Pavel's godfather is the Tsar himself. Regardless of his status as a close minister, he has been on good terms with the Tsar for generations. On this basis, Count Pavel found his cousin, Count Nikolai Novoselitsev, who accompanied Alexander on a daily basis, to keep the secret together. In fact, it was very simple. Before he came back from France, when he joined the Jacobin Club, he was very clear that the current environment in Russia was not ripe for great changes, and the results might even be disastrous. After he returned to Russia, he had this idea even more, and the progressive forces in Russia were originally limited in strength, and he might even get himself involved. Moreover, from the eyes of the Empress, any person related to the French Jacobin Club was prohibited from being active in St. Petersburg, and even the nobles who returned from France were exiled to their estates in the countryside, and at most they could only be active in Moscow. It is known that there is still great resistance in Russia in this regard. The power of the ruling class is very strong. Even when he was in France before, he was able to directly participate in the three-level conference and club activities. After returning, the Count tried to remain restrained, especially after he got married, especially after seeing his son Alexander and daughter Natalia. Returning to family life also diluted the passion of the past. In fact, Solovyov himself believed that sometimes we should act according to national conditions and the international environment. Even after success, domestic food shortages are commonplace. The Count himself is also well known for his love of literature and art. His family is also a famous patron of the arts. The old Count is a representative of the Russian Enlightenment. When they were not separated, they were neighbors with Mr. Voltaire in his later years. When they were in France, they also sponsored various research activities. Especially after the old Count came back, he was still the leader of the nobility in St. Petersburg. At number 17 Nevsky Avenue, various salons and gatherings of all sizes were often held, especially in the fields of culture and art. If anyone talked about politics, considering that the family had lived in France for a long time, it was generally better to say less. When Count Pavel returned to the official residence at number 17 Nevsky Avenue today, it was already noon. He had heard about Solovyov's appearance in front of the Tsar before. The source of the news was naturally the Crown Prince. This aspect would not interest him now, but Mrs. Lebrun wrote to explain that this young captain wanted to introduce the mysterious East and was struggling with how to start writing. The Count generously expressed his support and also considered that it might involve communication in multiple languages, so it would be better to communicate in person. After all, when he was a child, he lived with Mr. Voltaire for a period of time. The first Chinese praising in Europe was probably this leader of the Enlightenment. Even if you have read his books, you will think that his praising has some truth, but it is too much. When the Count and his wife were in Russia, they still tried to speak Russian as much as possible, but those local nobles used French in social occasions, which was a bit of a two-way rush. I think it's better to talk in Russian at this time. After all, it's not a formal occasion. Captain, what do you think? The guest follows the host's convenience. If it's in China, it should be said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Count heard it and just smiled. There are two problems. One is that others say we are at ease from overseas. You are a guest in my house, and this is Russia, not France. That depends on the host's opinion, madam. In this way, the decision is yours. Then, when they are talking now, we have not spoken a word of French. Why are we still arguing? Indeed, Solovyov and Count Stroganov smiled at each other and got down to business. Captain, have you ever read the works of Monsieur Voltaire before? Mister, in this regard, I have had the honor of reading some of the contents of Essay on Customs. Is it possible to make a straightforward evaluation of it? Of course you can. After all, that gentleman does not mind someone making an objective and rational evaluation of his works. Well, what I want to say is that without investigation, you have no right to speak. I think what Mr. Voltaire wrote, the British delegation sent to China a few years ago, or the visit of the Nguyen Crown Prince to Fontainebleau, are just appearances. Usually, the summaries and analyses we make are based on the information we can recognize. There are still some things beyond our scope of cognition. In any case, it should be like this. Without a clear investigation, you will have no right to speak. Yes, that's true. So you want to use the translation of popular literature from the East to let us know the real Eastern world? Indeed, I have two ideas. One is to translate a classic popular literature, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The other is to refer to Outline of Roman History by Eutropius and the Eastern Historiography that can be found, and do a compilation and editing. This project may be very large, and it requires the participation of professional scholars. I can understand that the book Outline of Roman History was originally a Latin version. When I was in Paris, I studied some Latin at university and used this book at that time. The content itself is also very concise, and it is a very good basic textbook. But unfortunately, my Latin is not very good. I was able to think of this book because of a bilingual manuscript, translated from Greek and Russian, that I saw from my former superior. That's why I had this idea. He had indeed read this book. It was not surprising that there were some books about Rome collected by the Third Roman Dmitry Volkonsky's house. This book was dedicated to Emperor Jovian after the death of Julian and the end of the Constantine dynasty. The content of the book is relatively brief, from the founding of Rome to the present day. For the author, Solovyov wanted to write such a book because he wanted Europeans to really understand the East. In fact, Russia and the Qing dynasty were neighbors, and they knew a little more about the situation than those Western European countries. The missionaries from Europe seemed to be inefficient, and many of the contents were not able to spread to Europe. The Orphan of China is a relatively famous story. Solovyov didn't want to take advantage of Voltaire's popularity, but Count Stroganov suggested that he analyze it. First, you should come up with an analysis of the historical background of the Orphan of China. I think this is a small achievement, and Mr. Voltaire, if I come up with this, I'm afraid someone will say that Mr. Voltaire wrote about a fantasy China. So that's how it is. The 5-act version of the Orphan of China took advantage of the popularity of Laote. If Solovyov put the content of the original deconstructed version and then narrated the original content, it would go back to the story when the missionaries brought the magically modified translation version of Yuan Zhaju to China. This can increase a lot of related readings. It may not cause a new China fever, but it is okay to correct the audio-visual. Those versions of the adapted dramas were all works from the Enlightenment period, from 1735 to 1785. Anyway, they were all outrageous. If there were really Chinese people who watched them, they would feel a little embarrassed when they knew the background of the times. After all, the cultural differences caused by the lack of understanding of the East accounted for a large part of diplomatic conflicts. In this regard, France and Russia are actually much better than the arrogant British Empire. It's the truth, Count. While they were chatting, the servants had already prepared lunch. I think it's a good time to eat fresh venison. It's at its most delicious in autumn. Those who can live on Nevsky Avenue are actually older than the nobles on Million Street. This palace was built in the 1750s as the official residence of the Stroganov family. The street itself appeared after the shipyard workers settled down, and the Bolshaya Moskaya Street and the Mali Moskaya Street were built. After the fire in 1736, there were these new streets that were continuously planned from Empress Elizabeth Petrovna to the early days of Empress Catherine II. Because it was newly built and replanned, it looked much better than the city of Paris. The venison dishes served on the table were carefully cooked and looked very delicious. Come and try it. When you come to us, just treat it as your own home. We welcome any young person who is interested in art. Come to think of it, Count, you don't look like you have lived in France. Instead, you seem as enthusiastic as the country people in Rouen. You know, my father is a country squire in Rouen. As Russians, everyone should be enthusiastic. Besides, when I was in Paris, it was already a time when everyone was equal. If it were me, I would restore the freedom of serfs. Pasha, I've told you many times that you should entertain guests more instead of giving lectures. You should tell the Emperor and His Highness about your experiences in Paris and your insights, or tell them in the salon, not at the dining table. Apart from their political views, this couple can be said to be a model couple. Obviously, the Countess doesn't discuss politics much, and the ladies who listen to this are all older female officials who are more or less concerned about these things. Well, Sonia, you're right. We can change the subject. This winter, here in Petersburg, we are going to hold another live chess show. Like the one our family organized last year. Alexander Sergeevich, the old count, will be very happy. He likes this kind of lively real person competition the most. Are you going to play chess? I should be a good player. I'm still undefeated among the adjutants of the grenadiers. Speaking of chess, it may be the highest level skill in the brain and muscle memory of this body. Solovyov has left this skill behind. Many other skills, even language skills, are accumulated again after deleting the account. No, mishap. It's a game where real people play the chess pieces, and the chess players give instructions on both sides. If I explain it to the readers, it's like the wizard chess played by Ron in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The nobles watch the chess game while watching the performance. In short, it was very lively. Ah, I understand. But who will play the role of the king, and who will play the role of the queen? Of course, we need to find soldiers and actors from the theater. Were you in St. Petersburg last year? At that time, the competition was quite lively, but it was also accompanied by some. After dinner, we will go to the garden to drink tea, and then we can talk about these things. The reason is that this is the visit of Count Stroganov, the leader of the St. Petersburg nobles, to entertain Gustav IV and prepare for his engagement with Grand Duchess Alexandra. As a result, the Swedish king messed up the matter, which led to a serious diplomatic crisis between the two countries. Until now, although Tsar Paul himself has a bad relationship with his mother, he has always been hostile to Sweden. It is only because of Russia's political interests that he did not send troops to raise Stockholm. As for the venison, Solovyov's eating appearance clearly shows that he has a good appetite. He said that he is the son of a squire, which is indeed true, but he can maintain his demeanor and eat so much. Obviously, it is very delicious. You like this dish very much, Miss Ha. When we entertain guests at home, you rarely have such a good appetite. Countess, when you read those legendary stories, you think that some warriors are very good eaters, so you probably won't be surprised by my appetite. These dishes are so delicious, and the seasonings are just right. Of course, this is a Bohemian home-cooked dish made by a chef invited from Prague. This is venison stewed with potatoes. No wonder, the Hungarian goulash and the Russian countryside borscht are also relatively affordable dishes. Isn't it the same as that Hungarian dish? The way you wolf down the food, you look like a hussar. The countess said this, probably because the famous Hungarian dish is goulash, and the uniforms of the hussars are all Hungarian style, but the colors are different. We all know that you are a friend of Miss Ha from the Dolgorukov family. You two have the same name day, but you are 1 year younger than him. That lively hussar sometimes comes with his brother. And you, the inventor, can't do many things without his help. The count continued to joke. Obviously, what these young people are doing cannot be hidden from others. Anyway, it is some harmless business and promotion. And the countess is also one of their customers. Under the appearance of a literary lady, this lady likes to settle accounts. Mishap, can we buy the sales agency rights of this little bee you made abroad? This princess, who lives in luxury, is unexpectedly good at business. Her husband and father-in-law are both enthusiastic sponsors. Although the family's wealth is so rich that it can't be used up for several generations, it still needs real management. She thinks that as a hostess, she should manage the family property seriously. Otherwise, sooner or later, there will be huge troubles. This kind of thing is so common in Europe and even in the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, The Most Sarcastic Man in France, Monsieur Langeron. Count and Countess Stroganov lived at number 17 Nevsky Avenue, which was convenient for work and raising children. In St. Petersburg and Moscow at that time, there was no traffic jam, which was a bit abstract for 1797. Pedestrians, carriages and horse-riding patrol guards on the street were the mainstream, and there were also private and public transportation systems. St. Petersburg was actually a new city built by Peter the Great, after he ran away the Swedish lumberjacks. It has a short history, but because of this, the city has fewer problems accumulated in history. After the fire in 1736, many places were rebuilt. In addition to the expansion of the city and the increasing planning of palaces, houses and various buildings, the city was still very trendy in this era. In particular, many buildings during the Empress period still have a typical Rococo style, which Solovyov himself likes very much. Today, he saw Mrs. Lebrun walking along the embankment on the street. Bon après-midi, madame. Good afternoon, madame. Bonjour, capitaine. Good afternoon, captain. In fact, Solovyov was also curious about one question, that is, why Mrs. Lebrun and Julie were so friendly to him. This was different from the situation of ordinary customers and partners, and every time they met, they were at her customer's home, and it was not convenient to talk. Now there were not many people here, even the patrolling police were far away. In this environment, he decided to raise this question. Madam, I think apart from that incident, with all due respect, you and Julie seem to treat me differently from ordinary customers or partners. Madam, I think that apart from that incident, with all due respect, you and Julie seem to treat me differently from ordinary customers or partners. To this, the lady responded with a polite smile. Captain, you are so handsome now. I know that you can seize this opportunity, but now that I have seized this opportunity, I will be here. Captain, you look a bit like my brother. Just like he looked when he was 16. You are also 16 years old this year, right? The reason is so simple. No wonder Julie sometimes writes to him with a hint of asking for help. It turns out that she is really like the child's uncle. The homophonic pun is old uncle, old rescue. However, in St. Petersburg, there is no chance to show the breadth and depth of Chinese. However, according to age, Julie is actually 1 year older than Solovyov. But whether Solovyov was hit by a flower pot or not, he is handsome. At the same time, he is mature for his age, and has a bit of the liveliness and playfulness of young people. Otherwise, he is not a young man. No wonder, now the nobles and young ladies in St. Petersburg are generally precocious, not to mention the girl at number 7 Million Street who is communicating with the cavalry officer. She has a lot of tricks. At the same time, in terms of emotional issues, there is no difference from Julie, who is a bourgeois civilian. She is just a little more tricky than simple and childish. The countess was very proud of having hooked up with a handsome cavalry officer, whose wealth and status was similar to hers. This match was made through free love. If it worked out, she didn't want to bother the emperor to choose another one for her. Not everyone is like Marshal Suvorov's daughter. After marrying Count Zubov's family, the empress's favorite family respected this lady very much, but if they wanted to discuss something, they were afraid that she would tell her dear father directly in a letter, which would expose everything, no matter if it was gossip or something else. Although Solovyov was a little young, he was very polite to everyone. He was like this, and the superiors felt very comfortable when they saw him. Ladies, even when he went to number 3 Million Street for duty, the old witch didn't bother him except for her harsh words. Mrs. Lebrun came to the embankment just to relax. After all, her daughter might have a blind date soon. The young painter was coming from Rome for a visit. The French were not very welcome outside Italy, but there was no obstacle to their arrival in Russia. Otherwise, there would not be many French officers in the Russian army. It was a routine operation for foreigners to serve in the Russian army. Even the duel was introduced from Western Europe. The local people were simple and honest, and they had never thought of solving problems in this way. In the past, everyone from the master to the serf used the law to solve problems. Then, Solovyov saw a French officer who was obviously dressed differently from the Russians. He complained in his heart that the French general was still wearing a pre-1789 outfit, as if he wanted everyone to know that he was from France. In comparison, Mrs. Lebrun and Julie, who always wore beautiful straw hats, were not so conspicuous. After all, there were many ladies who were dressed gorgeously, and the fashion that came from France could be boasted among the women in St. Petersburg. Men, on the other hand, are not used to such attire. This gentleman is only 34 years old, but he is already a general. His promotion speed in Russia is no slower than in France. He even had the opportunity to fight against the Turks and volunteered to go to Austria, where he participated in the battle with the French Republic Army. Therefore, he had many opportunities to be commended. This gentleman is the Count Langeron, who served in Russia for decades and complained about Russian masters in his notes and autobiography. Now he is in St. Petersburg because of the rotation system of the military meeting, which made him come from the Ufa Musketeer regiment stationed in Little Russia. He has nothing to do today, and he is walking on the streets of St. Petersburg without even an adjutant. He is really a maverick. Solovyov is too close to him, so he can't avoid him. According to military regulations, he should salute his superior. Hello, General. Are you a captain of the Pavlovsky regiment? At this age, you look like a girl, and you are pretty. This guy speaks Russian with a French accent, but the amazing thing is that people can still understand him. No wonder, if you can't command Russian soldiers in Russia, this commander is really a bit bad. He has always been a big troll, complaining about everything and Lavoisier's discovery of oxygen. He even respects Marshal Suvorov. Even Marshal Kamensky, the old rival of the old marshal, can't help but complain about this cannibal king, while praising him as a famous general. However, his notes have not been published yet, and I don't know what he usually complains about. For Solovyov, he directly commented that a captain is as pretty as a girl. Of course, this captain is too young, and he did find some flaws. General, you shouldn't judge a person by his appearance. Oh, you do arouse my interest. Since you are from the Pavlovsky regiment, you must have some skills. It's a pity, Your Majesty. Hasn't the commander of your regiment been appointed yet? Never. It's even more strange here. I'm the captain of the newly formed Jagger company, but there is not a single Jagger. Then you are the little inventor, right? Yes, General, I'm Captain Solovyov of the Pavlovsky Grenadiers. It's very straightforward. If all Russian officers are like you who like to use their brains, plus those tenacious soldiers, they can get through, even if there is no road. It seems that he should have chatted with Suvorov in the past. After all, the old marshal still praised his country's soldiers. Otherwise, he couldn't have translated this sentence from Russian to Russian and expressed it in another form. Of course, his accent was weird, and he didn't realize it until Pushkin visited him later, and then he wrote it down for the first time. After all, it is quite rare to hear people understand Russian with such a strange accent. And you, Captain, what are you laughing at? What you said does make sense, but I have to say that you haven't introduced yourself yet. Ahem, I was just too curious about you and forgot to explain who I am. I can't just call you General. You look like a Frenchman. I can't call you General Bonaparte. He is very famous here. Please don't compare me with that islander. I'm General Alexander Louis Henri de Langeron, the commander of the Ufa Musketeers. But you are not calling me in the Russian way, General. What a kid. You are quite clever. Langeron likes to scold people, but when he is scolded by the kid, he shows his magnanimity as a superior and doesn't make trouble for Solovyov. General, I used to be an adjutant, and my father was also an adjutant before he retired. So, this is a kind of family craft. You can say that. After all, Mr. Langeron is a foreigner, and he is not in charge of noble certification. He doesn't know that this is the ancestral skill of the Solovyov family. He has to be smart, otherwise it will be difficult to survive in such a circle. Well, Captain, it is fate that we meet here today. I would like to chat with you and listen to what the young people in St. Petersburg think. For example, the new gun you presented to the Emperor. This is a secret. Although there are rumors, it must be kept secret from irrelevant people. After hearing this, Langdon did not start complaining. He was a sharp-tongued person. He had seen too many bragging officers in the past, but here he met a little brat with a lock on his mouth, and he choked him back directly. Anyway, it's all the same thing as the chasseurs. The most important thing is to shoot accurately, not to shoot quickly. Those Prussians, who practice cleaning rods with rifles all day long, and didn't practice shooting or bayonet fighting, will be punished sooner or later. Poor King Frederick the Great, he has only been gone for 11 years, and the Prussians have become like this. You won't see such a bad scene in any country in Europe. This guy was also complaining about the current Prussian army, and he seemed to be a little contemptuous. So, General, what about other countries? The two turned from Nevsky Avenue to the Green Bridge, and chatted as they walked. Which country do you want to ask about? I want to have some common sense. What if I become an adjutant, or have the opportunity to become a first major in the future? Well, I'm still a little ambitious. What I want to say is that Austrian soldiers are good soldiers. The Hussars and Hungarian soldiers are all good. But, these are all Hungarian specialties? Yes, the combat effectiveness of the Austrian army needs suitable generals to let them play out. Now these old guys may have been heroes in their era, but they did not master the divide and conquer strategy so well. No wonder they were defeated one by one. Are you talking about the situation in the Italian War from 1796 to 1797? In the battle reports of both sides, the loss figures were hidden, or the number of enemies annihilated was exaggerated. It can also be seen that Bonaparte's army acted very quickly, and this is why he always gained the advantage. This guy's really good. I have a lot of experience in marching, but I'm not sure I can run as fast as him. I'm afraid the French have adopted some special methods, such as putting the baggage train. Ahem. Sorry, General, I forgot that you are also French. But our superiors here have an old saying that foreign officers are just here to serve, but for Russians, this is our home. We will always be here. Ah, don't worry, I won't be like those Germans, working here for a few years and then going home. What he said was true. Many of the French officers who had fled had stayed in Russia, and from the perspective of professionalism, his 7 years of service was much better than some Russian generals who were not very smart. After all, these French officers brought with them some of the French summary of military science over the years, especially General Vauban's methods of attacking and defending cities. Although the Russian army had some knowledge of it in the past, except for a few commanders, they were all fighting stupid battles. Their arrival was considered to have supplemented a lot of content. At the same time, the newly built fortresses and various fortresses in the western border area were also expanded and strengthened. Langdon kept talking. He was known for his witty humor and sarcastic comments. He called the British army idiots, which was no wonder. He was a Frenchman, and even if he changed his nationality, he couldn't avoid this. As for his comments on the armies of various countries, in addition to his high praise for the French army system and the Russian soldiers and some generals, the rest of his comments were brilliant. I think it's wonderful that you can speak so politely about the evaluation of the armies of various countries, just like the Zaporizhia Cossacks writing to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. I have learned a lot from you. Ah, really, Captain, you are speaking from the heart, not like a compliment. That's true, General. I really hope that the officers under my command, who only know how to charge and shout hurrah, can be as smart as you and use their courage to exchange some brains. It's not a bad thing. This day is really wonderful. We were still discussing art sponsorship during afternoon tea. When it was almost time for dinner, we met this no one troll in France. Even in terms of the ability to complain, General Bonaparte was not as good as him. After all, this guy's vocabulary was too rich, and the general from Corsica mainly expressed abstractions. Even General Langdon said that he had been in Petersburg this month, and if there was a chance, he could come out and talk more. Well, this guy who loves to complain, but has a good heart is still very suitable to ask him for advice. Chapter 29. Pay attention to hygiene in life. Solovyov lived in Laundry Lane. Although this place was not very eye-catching, there was one thing worth noting. That is, there were public baths and laundry rooms nearby, and people who loved cleanliness would always go there to wash to be healthier. However, the sanitary environment, sometimes not only depends on good personal hygiene habits, can avoid problems. Solovyov probably knew how many people were killed in a wave of cholera outbreaks in Europe more than 30 years later, but he was not very clear. This time, the spread of cholera came from India, and it took more than 10 years from Persia to the Ottoman Empire and Russia, and then to France and Britain, causing considerable damage and panic wherever it went. Even more than the results of the Polish resistance at that time, many senior generals who led the Prussian and Russian troops to suppress the Polish uprising were killed. This result was more than some of the coalition generals killed by the anti-French alliance, and the quality was also higher. Those who were taken away at once, who could be named, included Nicanor, Clausewitz, Grand Duke Constantine and Langeron, and the destructive power was also shocking. Vibrio cholerae is an important pathogen. Solovyov does not want to delve into this aspect. After all, microorganisms are not his direction. If he studies it, he still needs to establish a medical school for prevention. This is actually very difficult to do in St. Petersburg now. The only formal imperial university in Russia is the Moscow Imperial University. After 1917, everyone is more familiar with the name Moscow State University. Other Russian higher education institutions did not even have a shadow at this time. To really establish them, they had to wait until the next Tsar succeeded to the throne and issued an edict. A large number of higher education institutions were established in Russia one after another. Even in St. Petersburg, the environment is somewhat suspected of burning books and burying scholars. It is obviously a cultural center, but the predecessor of St. Petersburg State University, St. Petersburg Imperial University, has not even a shadow. Many European scholars came to the court, including those from the Euler and Bernoulli families, and they were rarely seen living here for a long time. Euler's descendants moved here together, but the number of universities in Russia is still a little less. To be honest, at this moment, if Solovyov wanted to put down his work and find a university to study, going to Moscow might not be faster than going to Vilnius and Königsberg. Of course, Tsar Paul allowed the delivery of petitions, whether under real name or anonymously, and the Russian Tsar would regularly respond to some issues in official newspapers, and this response was for the whole people. It's strange to say that Paul looks like a reactionary autocratic monarch, but his behavior seems to have jumped to the opposite camp, and his mother, Empress Catherine, looks open-minded, but in fact she is more reactionary. Mr. Voltaire could hear the truth about squeezing orange juice from Frederick the Great, but in St. Petersburg it could only be used to decorate the facade. No wonder he later preferred to live on the Swiss border. If you really compare them, Louis XVI is a good person, but he was born in the wrong country and era, and many of the methods that Paul learned during his 2 trips to Europe have begun to be gradually tried out in St. Petersburg. But there is one thing that Paul overlooked. The core of his reform was to reduce the exploitation of serfs. However, serfs were the most numerous and wanted to say something to their little Tsar daddy. However, they could not read. The petitions from peasants were the least, and many were written by local priests. The petitions from the nobles were submitted the fastest. This was a channel effect. Paul himself could not have been completely unaware of this, but he had no way to deal with this Russian-style national condition. However, he interacted well with the citizens. These people were literate and had some economic foundation. They could still interact with the Tsar himself on petitions and open letters, which proved that the method he learned when traveling in Italy could still be used. When he traveled to Milan and Florence, he saw the Lion's Mouth petition box, which was open to citizens. Solovyov decided to write an anonymous letter and changed his handwriting because his handwriting had appeared on the tendered documents. Now he was not so careful about his handwriting habits. After all, changing his handwriting would not be easily exposed when writing letters. The content of his letter was to establish a college in St. Petersburg, set up medical schools in major cities in Russia, and teach nuns more nursing knowledge in monasteries under the church, etc. As for whether Tsar Paul himself could see it, he also asked about it. The petition box on Million Street often received letters, so he posted it on this street, and it was a short distance away from the laundry lane where he lived. In this way, it would not be easy to be discovered. Anyway, he didn't want to be more famous in other places. Now he just posted this letter, which also explained some situations. Sanitary conditions were not taken seriously at that time. Don't listen to a song that says that the Elbe River is clean when Emperor William comes back. In fact, when you drink raw water, you don't know what pathogens are in it. Regarding this content, Solovyov actually mainly talked about 3 parts. The first part is the hygiene of drinking water and the existence of possible pathogens, and also involves some basic content of microorganisms. The second part is about the hospital environment. He did explain that medical supplies should be strictly disinfected. The example he gave is very old. During the Athens plague, Hippocrates found that blacksmiths were always in high temperature areas, so they rarely got sick. However, the disinfection content was mainly from the perspective of surgical operations and maternal care. In fact, in the 19th century, Austrian doctors noticed that the proportion of women suffering from puerperal fever after delivery in 2 hospitals with similar conditions in Vienna was very different, 2% and 20% respectively. The one with a lower incidence rate was because a lot of disinfection measures were adopted. However, Solovyov can't come up with data now, but in theory it should be supported. The third part involves the nursing situation in the army. Tsar Paul still attaches great importance to this aspect. In this part, Solovyov mainly mentioned that it is necessary to establish a medical system. The taxes voluntarily contributed by the nobles can already maintain the operation of some schools. After submitting these contents, I hope there will be some results. Then he returned to the military camp, because for the next period of time, although his chasseur company had not arrived yet, the officers still had to participate in the routine roll call and duty. In this environment, in November 1797, news came from Vienna and Paris that France and Austria had signed a peace treaty, and Europe might be able to be in a state of peace for a short period of time. In fact, only Britain and France were in a hostile state. Other countries either made peace or Russia was ready to take the lead in organizing armed neutrality for Nordic countries. The first armed neutrality was proposed by Empress Catherine. At that time, France, Spain and the Netherlands supported the American War of Independence, while Russia, Prussia, and Austria formed armed neutrality during this period. In fact, it was still a big blow to the British. Paul adopted this method again this time, because some British policies did damage Russia's interests. Moreover, from the intercepted letters sent by the British ambassador in St. Petersburg to the country, he did his best to belittle Tsar Paul, which angered the impatient Tsar himself, and led to the ambassador's expulsion. The Tsar did not care what was said in the diplomatic letters, but after the private letters were intercepted, such content appeared, which was obviously unacceptable to the Russian Tsar. After he issued the expulsion order, he did not actually refuse it. It was like a minor penalty for playing ice hockey. He only banned the ambassador from conducting diplomatic activities for a short period of time, and returned to Britain to reflect on himself. At the same time, Count Vorontsov, the Russian ambassador in London, was also active in London. At this time, Russia did not have the assassination conspiracy group formed in St. Petersburg, and Tsar Paul's own policies had not yet reached the abstract level of the future. After learning that France and Austria had made peace, he also wrote to the British Prime Minister, the French Directory and the Austrian Emperor, expressing his hope to promote peace in Europe, that there should be no more wars in the future, and that diplomatic norms should be established. This was not the last time the British ambassador would be involved, and there would be bigger problems in the future. Lord Housworth's attempt to influence Paul through pro-British Russian foreign ministry officials did have some effect. At least between Britain and France, Paul was still committed to dealing with France at this time due to the Directory's approach and his relationship with Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette during his past visits to Europe. The British knew this very well. Even if Tsar Paul had some opinions about Lord Housworth, who had been in St. Petersburg for a long time in 1797, He would not ruin the Anglo-Russian relationship. Of course, if the British diplomatic efforts were not made with real money, it would be difficult to achieve any results in St. Petersburg. As for the outrageous diplomatic incident of the British ambassador, when Tsar Paul saw the petition, he thought that, if he wanted to be in St. Petersburg, he would need some sponsorship from all sides. Of course, he would also allocate funds to build a school in St. Petersburg in 1800. The British must be willing to pay this money. After all, if the British want to contain France at sea, they can only find allies on the European continent and keep giving money to solve the problem. Otherwise, if Prussia, which is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside and loves to take advantage, turns to the opponent, Hanover may be gone. They are now whimsical about the Tsar. They want Britain to sponsor a sum of money to build a school in St. Petersburg. Since it doesn't seem to cost much, it is still acceptable. As for the problem of disinfection and sanitary environment, Tsar Paul himself still attaches great importance to this aspect, especially related to the health of his soldiers. Although Solovyov's petition was not signed, the content was very reasonable. Obviously, he still had some understanding of Paul's psychological state. He was eager for quick success and wanted to make some achievements to prove that he was a qualified emperor of all Russia. It was not a problem for the ongoing plan to improve the treatment of soldiers, plus the construction of military hospitals and medical and health systems. However, when Paul was carrying out the financial reform, he exempted a large amount of arrears of head taxes, which amounted to 7 million rubles, equivalent to 3.5 million taels of silver. However, he also recovered a lot of money from other places. He was very clear about the arrears of taxes owed by the nobles. After getting back these arrears of taxes, Paul did not spend much on himself. The luxurious palaces and various expenses left by his mother were enough for him. The king usually wore Prussian black military uniforms, wore Russian medals, and patrolled the palace and military camps with a cane. The expenses in this regard were obviously only partly invested in the maintenance of artworks and palaces, and the expenses had been greatly reduced. Although palaces, gardens, and cities were also being built, some palaces had been converted into military camps. In addition to the Prussian guards who could live in the winter palace, the garrisons in various places moved into the vacant palaces as military camps. Some nobles thought that this affected their lives, but the soldiers were concentrated and did not actually cause trouble on the streets. Usually, the distance between these garrisons and their original garrisons was not too far, and the small vendors were not greatly affected. So Paul completely ignored the nobles' opinions on the army moving into the palace as a barracks, and the soldiers also supported him more. After all, the garrisons now had warm winter houses. Although they had to rely on themselves for heating, the environment was much more spacious than in the homes of citizens, or in the wild barracks, and they could even put more personal belongings. But in the eyes of some people, this was a destruction of culture. But think about those great nobles, their manners were on open land, and they actually only had a small table in the empty reception room for dining, and there was a surf band in the garden to accompany them while walking. What do they think about this? On the contrary, those retired generals expressed strong support for the Tsar's actions. The soldiers did need a better living environment, and improving their treatment included other benefits in addition to military pay. The army began to set up rear hospitals and train doctors and nurses in the governor's district, which was also a huge improvement. Solovyov received a reply to his letter on November 25, 1797. The Tsar himself also published a page in the designated newspaper to explain the importance of sanitary environment in response to the letter from the anonymous person. It was just like Peter the Great cutting his beard in the past, but this time the nobles had no objection. In addition to paying money, it seemed to be good for them, especially for those who did not have wives and children. There were many who went to the army. Having a hospital in the barracks could also improve conditions. When doctors were needed on the battlefield, officers could get in line first. This was also the least resistance when Paul implemented reforms. He also set an example. As early as when he was still the crown prince, in order to thank the doctor for his superb medical skills and make him recover, he had been sponsoring the operation of Pavlovsk Hospital on the basis of the Empress's order. This hospital was established in 1763 and was the first civilian hospital in Moscow. After answering the letter this time, he also issued an edict to implement the new health regulations in Pavlovsk hospital, and also encouraged the nobles to establish hospitals for medical treatment and charity. Chapter 30 Arrival in Petersburg in the winter of 1797. The Solovyov family home at number 4, Laundry Lane is not big. When the 4 Solovyov brothers became rich, all the properties were sold, and only this one was left. In the past, they all lived around Prince Menshikov's house. In addition, the urban planning of Petersburg used to have many messy buildings, unlike the planning it has now. This house actually survived the fires of 1736 and 1737. It was considered a good piece of land, and was not sold. After all, believing in the Orthodox Church, being too pious will become superstition. However, compared with Catholicism and Protestantism, the Orthodox Church is better. There are not too many bad things from priests to patriarchs. Their hobbies are a bit similar to those of the king. In fact, the reason why the Laundry Lane is not easy to be affected is that there are many places with water around it, and it is on Kazan Island, so it has never been affected. Because it is behind the mansions of Count Shuvalov and Prince Yusupov, this place is not very conspicuous. It is a small courtyard very suitable for small nobles to live in. Although Count Shuvalov rode several times to buy this place and expand his family's courtyard, the old baron chose to refuse. Now that Solovyov lives in St. Petersburg, there are people here every day, and they have made a fire in advance, and they also pay attention to ventilation. According to the old man, he wants to bring his sister and stepmother here from Moscow to spend the winter, because Count Rostov's family did not make a fire this year. They all went back to live in the country estate, and it was not convenient to stay in other nobles' homes. He wanted to come and see his son. It was also a good opportunity to come and see what his son looks like now, because he showed up in front of the emperor. The old man was very proud of his son. The last time their family showed up in front of the emperor, it was a dangerous job that almost got Peter the Great beheaded. It was only because of Prince Menshikov's face that he was lucky enough to stay alive. Don't mention how glorious this matter made the old baron. When he was fighting, he followed General Grushatsky and was crippled in one leg before he got a medal. His son relied on his brain to show his face in front of the emperor. In the future, all newly made 1797 model hunting rifles will be called Solovyov rifles. This matter is also a great thing in China. As for why he was so anxious to come to St. Petersburg, it would be more convenient to find a doctor for his wife here. At the same time, he also considered that his son was doing business with several young nobles, and he still needed someone to help. This father was not very good at other things, but he was very capable in business and helping nobles manage their property. In fact, Solovyov also welcomed his coming, but when his father came, although there were not many people brought by the family, it was quite lively. As for when they would come, the letter also said very clearly, the original plan was to come the day after tomorrow, but because of a change in the schedule, it would be one day faster. So the meaning of this letter is that they will arrive tomorrow. This old man is really a worry. If he is a little slower, it is not a big deal. He came too suddenly, so he only had time to order the servants to clean up. Even Solovyov himself took action and cleaned up the master bedroom that had been empty all the time. He also asked Uncle Sergei and his family to clean on time when he was not there. He was busy until the evening, and then all the rooms were vacated. The next morning, the old baron's carriage arrived at the Moika River embankment, but the location of their house, in the alley, required some technical requirements for the operation of the carriage. It even had to stop in the yard, otherwise someone in the alley would be blocked. When getting off the car, Solovyov watched his sister Yulia jump down directly, still energetic. As for Madame Solovyova, Misty Rivery, she was able to get down directly without much help from the servants, and she seemed to be in good physical condition. Mishap, let's see what you look like now. Not bad. Being an officer in the new army of the Emperor in Petersburg makes Dad very proud. But this is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. Petersburg is different from the countryside in Rouen. We can't compare with some local masters there. If you are willing to come from home, you can help me a lot. Yes, I'm an idle person. Living in the countryside, I will get rusty. Dad, you are not a tin man. Yulia turned around and added. This girl is also sharp-tongued. It is still a new thing for her to come to Petersburg. She also clamored to find Qatar to play. This is a bit unruly. After all, the Dolgorukov family is there. However, in winter, there are really many activities in Petersburg, including many performances and balls. Of course, children are generally not taken to balls. Before entering the social occasions, it is rare for families to appear in such occasions, unless they can bring their families to some salons and banquets. As for Vasily Vasilyevich, he was in a nearby manor, not in the city, and he really couldn't be found. On the Moika River embankment, there were people selling flyers for this year's new performances and various activities. Because the ice surface had not frozen yet, there would definitely be no ice performances. In fact, in Petersburg, if there were ice performances, it would definitely not be as convenient as in Moscow or some colder place. Because of the climate, this venue would be completed later. The earliest performance project was the real chess performance held by the owner of number 17 Nevsky Avenue last year. This time the venue was in the Ayers Square. It was not so cold yet, so it was more convenient to do it. It was also the first winter entertainment project. Solovyov really wanted to sign up to be a chess player. The soldiers for the performances were all selected from the guards. The Pavlovsky Grenadiers regiment did not have the title of guards yet, and the station was not in the city center. This kind of thing was usually done by the guards headquarters. However, it was obviously not his turn to be a chess player. Those who wanted to stand out in all aspects of the performance had to fight for it. In the end, he could accept it and be a spectator on the side. Moreover, the Tsar himself was present at today's performance. The people on the field, as well as the organizers, all performed very hard. Solovyov found a high position in the stands. In fact, it was better to watch the chess game from a high place. He came here by himself. After his father came, he took over his business and claimed that he wanted to let his son see what a professional was. The old baron could indeed guarantee this. Their family was not of high birth, and they were able to enter the ranks of the nobility by managing money for the old man. Hey, mishap, you are here to watch this performance too. At this moment, Dolokhov from the Semenovsky regiment and his gang of friends passed by. Dolokhov was very serious and did not want this friend from outside the circle to come in. After all, he was too serious and had a good future. Although he was a bastard, he was always friendly. Let me introduce you to Captain Solovyov of the Pavlovsky Grenadiers. Although he is not very old. Yes, Dolokhov, your friend is still very young. He looks quite handsome. There are also officers from Western Europe in the guards, and they speak in the same tone as Mr. Langevin. But don't underestimate him. He is a sharpshooter and an inventor. He has appeared in front of the Emperor. Look, the third-class Order of St. Anna was awarded to him by the Emperor himself. He can get the medal without going to the battlefield. We can't compare. Don't bother him in the future. Dolokhov said this, and he really understood that, although the young Count Tolstoy, who had just joined the guards, was also in their circle, he was not completely a bastard. When people make friends, they like to find young men in literary salons, and they are from big families, while Solovyov, although he comes from a small noble family, has a bright future. Sometimes he thinks that his gang of bad friends are not as good at shooting as the wet behind the ears little captain they talk about. They are just a little more brave. Even on the battlefield, it is not clear what they will be like. He is issuing a warning. Don't drag my friend into the water. Although Solovyov sometimes attends gatherings of young officers, he doesn't like drinking. Apart from being accurate with his gun, he seems to have nothing in common with these people. He wonders about one thing: how did the strongman peer get into this circle? His style is not right, and he is a kind person at heart. As for Dolokhov, everyone says he is a bastard, but when he really wants to stick his neck out for his friends, he will go to hell. But when he becomes a bastard, he is a dangerous person in St. Petersburg. But those who are willing to watch this kind of performance still like to play chess. Captain, just tell me, how was the game today? Not all of them were reckless. Among Dolokhov's group of friends, there were also some chess and card masters. Playing cards and chess were daily entertainment activities. What are you looking at? To lousy chess players, just watching a lively performance. If I knew this, I might as well go to the theater to watch a play. These people also nodded. They thought that it was really boring for two lousy chess players to play chess, so they left early. After all, these people are guys who can't sit still, and they still have some excess hormones. After they left, Solovyov also felt bored. Because the Ayers Square can go to the Moika River embankment, he also prepared to go back early. This winter has just arrived, and there are many entertainment activities in the city, which can be regarded as passing time. There are also many nobles, literary salons and music salons, as well as various social activities. He thought it was boring to watch a bad chess player play chess, but he thought of introducing something else, such as the ancient Eastern game of Go. But that also requires someone to be able to play it. Although Europe had heard of Go, it was from missionaries and merchants who went to China and Japan. But even if you have seen pork, you may not know how the pig runs. He also didn't know whether the bill of exchange he gave to the people who went to Kayakta would work in the end, and what he could buy back. If he really came back, it would probably be next summer. Seeing that another year was about to pass, at least he had completed an important project, which was to tinker with the rifle. If the grenade was loaded with black powder, it would probably be a border region made grenade that exploded in 2 pieces. The ignition method also needed to be considered, but he had no idea at the moment, and the group leader was a person who didn't care about anything, so it was useless to tell him. At this point, he continued to walk along the riverbank. He was going home. It was still early for the show to end. If he walked a little more at this moment, the night air would not be as fresh as in the countryside, because there were too many houses with fires. However, it was fine on the riverbank and Nevsky Avenue. He could go all the way back home along the Moika riverbank. The first fork in the road was still Million Street. There were many places ahead. Although there were people, there were no buildings there for various reasons. And there was another point to note, that is, many buildings on this street were not quite the same as those in the future Petersburg. Some of the mansions awarded to the nobles during the reign of Catherine II were still the first owners, but due to debts and various reasons, they were gradually replaced in the Paul era. The famous Mariinsky Palace was still nowhere to be seen. It was still the official residence of Count Chernyshев. In the future, it would be demolished, and a new building would be rebuilt. Further ahead is the office building of the Russian-American Company in St. Petersburg. The house number here is 72 Moika River Embankment. Speaking of which, one of Paul's important achievements is to send fur traders to North America, but it is inevitable that the British will cross the border and run to the Russian purchasing station to stir up trouble. It is no wonder that Tsar Paul has always disliked the British. If it were not for what happened in France, he might have chosen to ally with France to fight against Britain. The British have also made trouble in places where the Russians can reach. However, the headquarters of the Russian-American Company is in Irkutsk, and the entire business is in the more distant Alaska and some settlements on the west coast of the United States. These places actually have great potential in the future. I just don't know how much interest the Russian rulers have in there. Anyway, except for Paul who opened the Russian-American Company, other Tsars were not very interested in there. In the time of Alexander II, it was even sold directly. Let's not talk about what is under the ground of this piece of land. In fact, although Russia has the longest journey, their speed in running to Hawaii in the west coast of North America is not slow at all. It was only because of sea power and various conflicts of interest that they failed in the end. You know, compared with the United Kingdom and the United States, the French, Russian and Spanish groups were more anthropomorphic in the process of colonizing America. However, the affairs of North America were too far away for a young captain. After hearing about the Russian-American Company, his father wanted to subscribe to some corporate bonds. Of course, it was hard to say what the returns would be. After all, in the business world, who is better at malicious competition? There is a pile of shit to the west of the North Sea. Chapter 31. Fur Traders of the Russian-American Company. Solovyov had not paid much attention to the Russian-American Company's office in St. Petersburg at 72 Moika Causeway before. The reason was simple. This place was established not long ago according to the edict of Tsar Paul. In the past, Russians went to North America to be fur traders, and they were all independent and operated in Russian America, which was demarcated west of Alaska and the Rocky Mountains. Although this area was vast and sparsely populated, with almost only Aleuts, Inuit and some indigenous peoples of the Northwest Territories, the competition among several Russian fur traders in this area was still very fierce. During the reign of Empress Catherine II, they had already explored the Yukon River area, and a small number of explorers even went deep into the Mackenzie River basin. The Russian merchants' exploration road was still far away, but one thing was that, even before signing the treaty with the British, they did not try to cross the Rocky Mountains. The largest settlement in this area is the Pavlovskaya port on Kodiak Island, which is also the center of Russian activities in this area. It is convenient for ships from the Kamchatka Peninsula to supply and transport various goods. If you go further, you can even go directly to the rich west coast of North America from here. At this time, the Americans have not completed the exploration across the North American continent, and the Spanish Kingdom, which actually claims to control this area, has very limited control. It can be said that it is a vast land, a treasure land that people in the old continent rarely explore, and more importantly, it is rich in resources. How to control this area before the Americans crossed the Mississippi River to the west, and before the collapse of the Spanish colonial system in the Americas, is a very worthy topic of study. However, Solovyov's relationship with this company is nothing more than his father's self-assertion to subscribe to the company's initial bonds. It must be said that this kind of risky investment is a typical feature of their family. The four Solovyov brothers did a lot of dangerous smuggling back then. By the way, the name of the Russian-American company was abbreviated by the Americans when they were researching it, and the full name is Russian-American Company, under the supreme sponsorship of His Majesty the Empire. It was formed after decades of vicious competition among several major fur merchants and trading companies. However, compared with the East India Company of others, the profit and business scope are still relatively limited. The main business is very clear, that is, to engage in fur business and fishing. If we look at the future development of this company, it is too slow. In fact, they have wasted their first mover advantage in the west coast of North America and Alaska, and let the Americans buy a piece of precious land at a cabbage price. At the same time, there is a small problem, that is, the money for buying cabbage at a cabbage price has never been received. Of course, because Russia's transportation in Siberia is so bad, if they really want to play the immigration game, the journey to North America will be longer than the journey of the Second Pacific Labor Reform Fleet to the Tsushima Straits to die with inferior coal from Hokkaido, Japan. Although the reasons for development are reasonable, the journey from St. Petersburg by boat may be faster than crossing Siberia. As for the situation obtained by the second exploration expedition, in fact, for the Russians, there are indeed practical difficulties for them to immigrate there. You must know that the local food supply is very difficult, and they even have to seek food supply from the Spanish in California. Even in Fort Ross, which is suitable for farming, there are not many people, and rations have to be exchanged with local tribes, or supplied by the United States and Mexico. Solovyov thought of Fort Ross. The Russians have already run to California to build a hotel, but in the end they did not stay. This kind of thing is not the first time in Russia's weekly development. They are not very good at doing business. After merging the original companies, such as Shilikhov and Garlikov's Northeast American Company, Northern Company, Kirill Island Company and Minakov's Irkutsk Merchant Company, and the companies run by Baranov and others, these Russians seem to be unable to do business. The final outcome of the Russian-American Company was its dissolution in 1881. It started to lose money during the reign of Alexander I. It is no wonder that Russia had to sell off all the precious land in North America. After all, the development was all done by the beastly development of the Anton people. With this business model, it would be haunted if there were no problems. Of course, this magnificent little building is now closed, and it has not yet been officially authorized by Tsar Paul. It just announced good news in St. Petersburg, and in Irkutsk. These companies announced that they would reorganize and merge into a specialized company, and began to sell the company's corporate bonds in advance in St. Petersburg, Moscow and several major cities. Compared with the beastly development, their dividend and interest payment methods are very conscientious. Even though they were later dissolved, they insisted on paying out the interest and dividends of the last batch of corporate bonds in 1888. Solovyov didn't care about this now. He walked 2 steps forward and could reach the laundry lane. He had to go home to sleep tonight. Tomorrow was also an official holiday for the Legion, so he didn't have to go to the barracks. But when he got home, he lay on the bed. His mind was full of fur traders and all kinds of furs, and he was just short of having mountain eagles in his mind. Solovyov was quite good at planning, including his career, company management planning, and military construction direction planning. In fact, he had his own ideas. The first thing he had to use was the preparation of a sanitary environment, which was actually common sense. In 1797, people had a certain understanding of microorganisms, and the era of scientific research explosion was about to come. As for the Russians, it can be said that in addition to the artistic talent being activated by the French, in the fields of mathematics, chemistry, physics and other scientific fields, as well as in exploration activities, they are actually no worse than Western Europeans. If you don't believe it, you can look at the remaining place names in the coastal areas of North America, and how the main waterways are named. Of course, Mr. Bering is a Dane, but he led a Russian expedition team, which is not a conflict, and Mr. Bering's mood was stable in front of his tomb. He slept on the island he explored, and the island was named after him. It doesn't matter if the distance is long. If the exiled prisoners are sent from Siberia to North America, it can be considered a solution. After Russia joins the anti-French alliance in the future, the Spanish Bourbon will not care who has the head of Louis XVI, and will always choose to ally with France, and finally make it like a puppet state until the situation in Spain becomes extremely bad. So during this period, although Spain's land in the Americas cannot be obtained in several major viceroyalties in the core area, the land west of the Rocky Mountains can still be fought for by Russia. For example, send all the exiled Poles to North America to cut off their idea of restoring their country, or attract more immigrants from various countries to go there. Anyway, although Russia does not look like an immigrant country in tradition, there are many foreigners seen on the streets in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Solovyov's biggest shortcoming now is that he is only 16 years old. If he were in the royal family, he might have to marry a wife, but in ordinary noble and civilian families, he can hold the hands of little girls at the ball and kiss them under the cover of flowers and plants in the greenhouse. Well, he didn't take this script. Even the little fairy countess sometimes thought that he was unromantic. He didn't fall for the seduction with such obvious signals. He only had gold rubles and guns in his mind. Of course, it may have a lot to do with the fact that this girl is not his type. The next morning, Solovyov returned to the Moika River embankment early in the morning. This time, his route was more familiar. He always passed by on horseback or in a carriage before, but now he found that some places were too close, and he could even walk a few steps to get there. Solovyov said that the office location of the Russian-American company was also a problem. In fact, the first floor could be used for display, especially to show that the company's greatest advantage was that it had obtained the monopoly right to operate in North America north of 55° north latitude with the grace of the emperor, and the more advantageous was the vast investment space. However, there were no displays. He had wanted to buy a sea otter shawl for the little fairy as a thank you gift. The last duel crippled the secretary's waist. If she hadn't entrusted her aunt, the wife of Princess Yusupov, to operate it, Prince Kurakin would have been eyeing her. However, the girl liked to show her shoulders very much, because she and others thought it looked good. Now Solovyov still has some money. In addition to the bonus, he also has the Bobricky company under the name of Count Bobulinski, which owns the Little B brand. In fact, Solovyov wanted to complain about this name, as if the Count wanted people to know where his surname came from. Of course, Paul was very happy that his brother could do something serious. You know, when the Empress was still there, this kid did things a bit absurdly. Now that he got married, he has become much more stable. Of course, this small company, Count Bobulinski, has invested a lot of money with the reward given by his brother, and it has become a joint stock company, where he is now the major shareholder. However, For several young people, their cooperation in starting a business this time has made them all small shareholders. This is a strange thing. Of course, the Count is also a hands-off boss. When he saw old Solovyov coming to St. Petersburg, he dumped those managers on him. After all, your family has been doing this since Menshikov came to power. In addition to the 3/4 of the company's profits held by its shareholders, another 1/4 is to be presented to the emperor. Generally, only monopoly companies will have this. For example, 1/3 of the profits of the Russian-American company belong to the Tsar. This is the cleverness of Count Bogulinsky. Since his brother is very good to him, he has to show some performance. The Tsar is still the biggest serf owner, and he still has the biggest share of filial piety. As for the purchase of sea otter skins, Solovyov actually has his own ideas. That is, they have always been wild, and sooner or later they will be fished out. Now the sea cows have been eaten up by the Russian expedition team when the population is at a low point. If the relatively friendly sea otters can be semi-domesticated in the bay, they may have greater benefits in the future. The more he thought about this kind of place, the more he felt that the Russians were honest and never left their names when they did good things. Only the locals knew about it, and then the whole village knew about it when they did bad things. How did they do it? As a captain of the Grenadiers, he obviously had no chance to intervene in the management of North America and Siberia. Today, he was unhappy because he did not see the sea otter cape at the Russian-American company, so he planned to find a cafe. Unfortunately, the cafe he went to was already full of people. Diplomats and officers of all levels often come here to experience French life. Russians are so euphoric, so this is not surprising. Of course, Solovyov did not know many people. He was always in the barracks, or walking back and forth with his superiors. There were so many people in Petersburg that it was impossible for him to know them all. However, there were still many people who knew him. Monsieur, vous les valsasier, je pense que nous pouvons avoir une conversation agréable. Sir, please take a seat, we can have a good chat. Solovyov did not know this young officer with glasses. He looked about the same age as him, but he was wearing the cavalry uniform of the guards and had the rank of major. However, no matter how you look at it, the temperament of this young officer is too elegant, not like an officer. Merci pointes vous en garde cavalerie? Thank you. Are you a guard cavalry? OUI. Jesus Karel von Nesselrode. Yes, I'm Karel von Nesselrode. This person is indeed a heavyweight, but he is Solovyov. He only knows a group of generals, and is not very familiar with the story of this German diplomat who later served as foreign minister for 40 years and chancellor of the empire for 14 years. He did not react for a while, but the other party might still recognize him. He was probably the adjutant of some nobleman. In fact, he was an attendant of Tsar Paul himself. The Tsar himself liked him very much, even though this gentleman was seasick. He was awarded the title of naval adjutant. Now he has switched to the guard cavalry and became a colonel of the guard at the age of 20. However, he really has no military talent at all, which is very suitable for diplomatic occasions. Solovyov recalled that this guards officer had stood in the ranks of Tsar Paul's aides to Khan in Gatchina before. The glasses were so easy to recognize that they were almost standard equipment for diplomats. But there was an embarrassing thing, that is, the other party could hardly speak Russian, and they could only communicate in French or German. No wonder he would move to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the future to display his talents. Chapter 32. Travelers are not destined to change their fate. It was a pleasant thing to chat with this young officer. Most of the peers Solovyov had met before were impulsive young officers, and most of them were from the guards. These people were more like a group of adventurers. Guards officers like Nesselrode looked quite different. Of course, he himself was not satisfied with the military career. He hoped to use his skills in social occasions. For a German born in Lisbon, who arrived in St. Petersburg after his father came to Russia to serve, he was naturally separated from the environment here. At number 17 Nevsky Avenue nearby, there lived a couple of counts who had lived abroad since childhood. They learned Russian and tried to adapt to the environment here. There were also some local nobles who worshipped foreigners for Russia and hoped to be recognized by the social circles of mainstream European countries. Everyone has their own way of living. Whether it is life or history, it is a river, and there is always a time to reach its end. If there is really a system that can change fate, then it is boring. Anyway, Solovyov drinks tea without sugar, which makes the young count, who has always had very sensitive taste buds, curious. You know, he is a gourmet. As long as he eats something, he can feel its original appearance. You drink tea without sugar, is it to feel the original taste of tea? Yes, it is like this in China. The way we drink tea is still based on the European method. The count is actually very interested in China. As a soldier, he is really not good, but when it comes to diplomatic occasions and court etiquette, he still has some insights. It's just that now he is an aide-de-camp in the court, and these skills are not useful. But he was still very interested in other aspects, such as the origin of tea, which did not prevent him from drinking coffee. Solovyov knew very little about this, and he simply introduced the customs and habits of Chinese and Japanese tea to the young count, talking about some novel things, which was relatively shallow, which was actually very suitable for beginners. I have always longed to go to the East, but when it comes to diplomatic work and meeting the Chinese emperor, the situation is different from that of other countries. If it are the British, they are too arrogant and will not achieve their goals through diplomatic means. The count nodded in agreement on this point. Although the British sent the McCartney mission, it achieved little results and did not achieve its intended goals. When it comes to China, envoys from other countries may be more sensible. After all, in China, things should be done in the Chinese way. The Dutch, who only recognize money but not people, were the first to learn it. It is precisely because of this that the Dutch can still have a trading house in Japan, and merchants from other countries have long been driven out, and the results of Russia and Japan's exchanges are always not very good. Anyway, the world is so big, and it is not all in the time traveler's way. You can be thankful that you can do the things around you well. If you are not capable enough, your level is not enough, and the occasion is not right, it will not work. How can you not lay a good foundation and not be lame at the critical moment? And this count, his attitude towards China. In fact, if Solovyov knew it, he would drop his jaw. In short, the conversation between the two was very pleasant, and it can be said that they talked about everything. Nisharodny talked about his experiences when he was in school in Berlin, and some past experiences, while Solovyov talked mainly about his experiences in Moscow and St. Petersburg. As for the countryside, I came out to serve at the age of 13, and there are not many things to talk about in the countryside. But there is one thing that is worth talking about. When the old baron was in the countryside, he often wrote to tell me about his experiences. Obviously, the country lords and the city lords sometimes cannot resonate with each other, but because they have never met, they both yearn for each other's lives. It is a pleasure to talk to you. I think we can meet often in the future. This kind of relationship may not be useful now, but there are still many people to make friends with in Petersburg. Of course, the count also reminded Solovyov where to sell sea-otter fur capes and cloaks. But after seeing the price, thinking about the willful little fairy and the things she helped him to settle, it doesn't matter if he spends all the bonus given by Tsar Paul. What's more, when he seeks an official position in the future, it is not enough to have merits alone. He always needs to have connections, and these relationships always need to be maintained frequently. As for pleasing a maid who often doesn't serve in the palace, this kind of thing would feel strange to others. But it is indeed useful. After all, her aunts had an unclear relationship with their uncle Prince Potemkin. In addition to taking care of his nieces, the prince also arranged husbands for them, or they met their husbands through introductions. This network of relationships is very useful. That little fairy is still the most favored one among the 4 sisters. At least now when the sisters get together, what they discuss most is what kind of husband the emperor will find for her when she comes of age, or whether she is bold enough to seek true love on her own. In this matter, the old baron also mentioned that it was a princess of Prince Menshikov's family who had an interesting story of free love many years ago, but that era was relatively long ago, and at that time, after the special prince's family was restored to its status, it had only reputation, but no real power, and was relatively far away from the core of power. It was just an interesting story in the palace. It is conceivable that the countess had no worries about food and clothing in her life, and she did not like the atmosphere in the court. What did she want? However, with the Tsar's temper, she could not escape from this issue, especially since she had been included in the list of maids, and her mother and the Tsar's only brother had a relationship in the court before, which inevitably made the head of the family always have to think of some ways. Of course, Solovyov did not know that, although Count von der Pallen, who appeared in the correspondence, had been in long-term communication with the countess, the lazy countess did not check her daughter's letters at all. The old sisters did not know the current target of the good girl, but the two single brothers of Prince Peter Dolgorukov's family had entered the observation range. It was completely off target. After finding the otter fur shawl and cloak and buying them, Solovyov visited number 7 Million Street again. He was also afraid of causing misunderstandings, so he made a statement to the countess. "I came to thank the lady's family for their help in that incident. This is a shawl and cape for the young lady, and this one is made of silk, which is more suitable for the lady. You have spent a lot of the bonus the emperor gave you, right? These are all good materials. Although they are common in Petersburg, the price is not low. Of course, thank you for coming to chat with us often, which can be regarded as solving Mrs. Lebrun's worries. After all, we have known each other for many years, not just the relationship between painters and customers. I also wish Julie and her fiancé happiness. I have met that gentleman. Although he is a little weak, he is also very energetic, and his painting skills are excellent. He has also come to the palace to teach Alina these 2 days." The countess was probably talking about Julie's fiancé. Because of his excellent painting skills, he also went to the palace to teach the Grand Duchesses. At least the second princess, Grand Duchess Alina, loves painting and even drags the maids in the palace to be her models all day long. From her tone, it seemed that they had a pretty good relationship, but it was also because she was dragged to be a model so many times that the countess preferred to stay at home or go to the homes of several young Grand Duchesses. It was better to accompany them to play the wooden horse in the palace garden than to be a model for Alina. After all, she always asked others not to move. Of course, the girl thought of some other problems. "Mikhail, you are a grenadier. Are all soldiers good at staying still? Why do you ask this question, Countess? I just thought that Her Highness Alina might need a model. I think you are suitable. Don't soldiers have to obey orders and stay still? In that case, we can find the guards or young officers on duty in the palace. They can't do it. There are too many guys with bad intentions. Yes, among the officers of the guards, there are almost no counts left. Many of the newly added young officers have good family backgrounds. They may have some ideas about the archduchesses. Since the marriage between the eldest princess, Archduchess Alexandra, and the King of Sweden was frustrated, Paul even considered letting his daughters marry in the country, so that they would not be able to see them in the future. If the queen was not from Württemberg and always wanted to use the marriage of her daughters to interfere in the internal affairs of the Holy Roman Empire and improve the status of her own family, this old father who is still responsible for his children might really do so. After that, the countess who was still on the sofa jumped down and stood around Solovyov, who was standing at attention. "Well, you're not bad. You look good. Otherwise. Ahem." Seeing that her daughter was about to enter a dangerous topic, the countess coughed twice, which made the little demon of humanity stop. "I think it's you. If you want to enter the palace, you have to prepare in advance." Solovyov's heart was broken. This girl finally calmed down for a few days, and now she started to make trouble again. She also wanted him to enter the palace, to be a painting model for the Grand Duchess. In short, Grand Duchess Alina has always been lively and well educated, but the palace is not open to anyone, and some arrangements must be made in advance. The only advantage is that there is a chance to meet the Tsar and the Crown Prince, which is a chance to show your face, but if you don't perform well, you will show your butt, which will be difficult to deal with in the future. In short, there are very few things he can decide on his own, and he can only be forcibly dragged into the palace again. He didn't like that place at all. Now there was no war, otherwise he would definitely apply to join the frontline army. Of course, starting from the end of 1798, military transfers would be frequent, and there would be many wars to fight in the future. But this winter, if there was no service, because of the heavy snow and weather, all the army corps would spend this winter in the new barracks. The troublemakers among these officers would definitely go to some places to get together and cause trouble. Although Dolokhov put him in a quarantine zone to ensure safety, it would be very troublesome if you were not a senior officer to be unsociable in such occasions. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to work as a painting model for the Grand Duchess for a long time without moving. And he didn't have time to think about it himself, because this matter had been decided without authorization. Looking at this countess, he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. If someone made a decision without authorization for you in the future, you would also suffer, and you might even have to ask me for help. As for entering the palace, Grand Duchess Alina herself welcomed it. Although the queen did not need to ask about it, the housekeeper in the palace had to be informed. If Solovyov really wanted to enter the Winter Palace, he actually preferred to go with his brothers in the Grenadiers. It was only a few days of waiting, and his performance in Gatchina was actually known to the court. Then, Solovyov had to give up his plan to make grenades and enter the court. He had no choice at all on this point, but when he came to the court with Karol August Christian, the fourth son of the Duke of Mecklenburg. How to say it, this duke came to Russia to travel, and was going to find a place to serve. These noble children of the various states of the Holy Roman Empire who were later in the line of succession often went to various countries to serve as officers, and there was indeed nothing wrong with that. However, another problem has now emerged. In order to improve the status of Württemberg's family, the Queen is still preparing to dispel Paul's request to marry his daughters in the country. This seems to be beneficial to Russia's position in Europe, but in fact, it will involve Russia more in European affairs. In fact, there is no real practical benefit for Russia. In the cafe, Count Karol von Nesselrode has explained to him the direction of Russian diplomacy and which direction is more advantageous. Russia's interests are not in Central Europe, but more on the two wings. One side is the Baltic Sea towards Sweden, and the other side is Constantinople, which the double-headed eagle always has one head focusing on. Excessive entry into Central Europe is actually not more beneficial to Russia. However, judging from the recent activities of various states under the Holy Roman Empire coming to St. Petersburg, the Queen's opinion should have prevailed. Chapter 33. The palace is a super large intelligence center. The fourth son of the Duke of Mecklenburg, his name is really long. And now he can't speak a word of Russian, and his French is not good. If you want to talk to him, you have to speak German and speak louder. If you don't know, you might think that he is holding a 10,000 deaf conference or going to a special school. Then this guy will reply to you with a German version of Very Spirited. It's no wonder that these noble children from the surrounding areas of Prussia serve in the army. Captain is basically a guaranteed rank. This kind of people who have received military training since childhood and have a good family background, in the final analysis, will directly start from the battalion command level after assessment, and it will only be a matter of time before they become generals. In the end, he worked in Russia until he became the commander of the 2nd Grenadier Division. In 1814, he retired early at the age of 32 and went home to live a retired life with injuries. This is in line with what some Russian officers said to foreigners who came to Russia to serve in the past. They are just going through the motions. If the fief is not in Russia, it may just be a job. Some people, after retiring, still want to return to their own estates in warmer parts of Europe, rather than in freezing Russia. As for entering the palace, of course it was not like the place in Aegean, that required some skills to crackle, and there were no long donkey meat roasts. He entered the palace like this, and under the guidance of the servants, he came to the garden. Then he met Grand Duchess Alina, who recognized Solovyov when she saw him. "Oh, you are the captain who was awarded a medal by your father?" "Yes, your highness, I am. I just asked Catherine to find a model, but she found me an officer, your highness, but officers are not allowed to move when on duty. You know, the story of the Guard of Empress Elizabeth. A short story with a complicated version. In addition to the story of Empress Elizabeth and Suvorov on duty, there is also Lenin and the Guard. Maybe in Russia, stories and jokes are mass-produced. Of course, there are some jokes that cannot be told. Okay, let's start painting today. You go to the room and sit there. I'm going to finish the sketch today. When introducing Solovyov, the Countess probably used the old version in Moscow, such as the captain's French is not very good, and when Tsar Paul talked to him in Gatchina, he spoke Russian the whole time, which led to the Grand Duchess speaking Russian and French to him. When Solovyov was a model there, he was also looking at Grand Duchess Elena. Of course, the portrait that was hung in the palace before must have been the result of Mrs. Lebrun's beautification, but it was also better than some other court painters' paintings. It was just that she was too young, only 13 years old. It was not anything else, but now such a young girl has already started discussing their engagement. The fate of girls in the royal family is not too good. Because the fourth son of the Duke of Mecklenburg came with him, he was probably guessing the future husband's family of Grand Duchess Alexandra or Grand Duchess Elena. After all, they were relatively suitable for marriage. That is, the sisters who were always inseparable, even appeared in the portrait, and often stayed together when they went out to play. That is, when Elena was painting, her sister was not around. This job, if it was just standing at attention, or in some other state, and keeping a posture for a long time, it was actually nothing for Solovyov. These were all necessary skills in daily life. However, Elena seemed to be a little careless, that is, the heating measures in this room were too good. Although the Grand Duchess was very considerate, and asked Solovyov and the servants in the room to take off their coats, their clothes were still a bit thick, and it didn't take long for Solovyov to start sweating. Elena also discovered this problem. She only drew for a quarter of an hour before she said, "Let's stop here today." Although she was wearing light indoor clothes, it was so hot in the room that it was inappropriate to do any activities, so Elena stopped. But she also asked Solovyov to come over. "Captain, come and see." It must be said that this Grand Duchess had some technical skills. At the same time, Solovyov could notice that the pencil used by the Grand Duchess had a red bee pattern on it. This was definitely not an imported product, but the new thing he invented at home with Uncle Sergei. "Your Highness, the pencil you are using seems to be produced by the Bobricky Company." "Yes, it was specially prepared for me by Uncle Alexei when he entered the palace last month." It should be taken into consideration that Paul had a total of 4 sons and 6 daughters. Except for Grand Duke Mikhail, who was still in the birth sequence in the Queen's belly, and Grand Duchess Olga, who died young, the 5 daughters had different hobbies. Except for Anna, who was too young, the other 4 were born according to plan in a unified organization between 1783 and 1788. The 4 of them were interested in poetry, painting, music and Grand Duchess Catherine respectively. It might be the power of the name. Although she herself would not be allowed to play the Cossack-style sword play, she still liked these things very much. Last time Solovyov saw her slip and fall from the marble fence, it was only because Prince Mikhail Dolgorukov was agile, otherwise he would have hurt his leg. Let's get back to Elena's pencils. Apparently, the manager hired by Count Bobulinski implemented Solovyov's plan well. He was serving in the army and had been tinkering with guns all summer, so he had no time to do it. Then, this production type pencil already had some colors. "Your Highness, do you think it's useful?" "It's very useful. My sisters all have it. I also know that this is Uncle Alexei's company, but this little thing was invented by you. My father said you are an inventor, but the reward was given to my uncle." To be honest, the Count knew how to advance and retreat. When the Empress was around, he relied on his mother, and when his brother was around, he relied on his brother. If there were any good things, he couldn't forget his nieces. After all, these things were produced for women and children, which was a precise grasp of the pain point. If the Count lived in the 21st century, he might be able to invest in a lot of coin-operated projects, such as penguins, and he could make money wherever he went. Originally, the factory belonged to Count Bobulinski. We were just contributing our respective efforts. But, Katasha, she painted like this. "Captain, you don't have to mind it." And then, there was the masterpiece of Grand Duchess Catherine, which was completely a child's doodle. She insisted that, when I was in the studio, I show her paintings to others for appreciation, and give some comments. I can only say that, if the Emperor saw this, he would probably be very happy for a while. Elena was still very smart. She knew that the captain didn't want to comment. Anyway, Paul doted on his daughters more. as long as they didn't do anything out of line. Whatever they did was good, thus avoiding the problem of the paintings themselves. However, Your Highness, I think if it is just a painting like this, it only truly reflects the appearance of the characters. For example, what you are doing now is to roughly complete the hat on my head. Also, this room is really hot. Yes, that's why I asked you to move around for a while. Do you want to continue? No, this room is so hot, it's a torture for both of you. The heating in the Winter Palace is also very good. No wonder Tsar Paul himself missed the environment of Gatchina and wanted to build another palace in the city. Anyway, he didn't lie very comfortably in the Winter Palace. The Grand Duchess is still very considerate of the people around her. Since it is too hot, she will stop here today, and the rest of the time will become a chat. Of course, she didn't know the marriage is arranged for herself and her sister, because Europe has temporarily restored peace, and Tsar Paul and Queen Maria still decided to arrange the marriages of several Grand Duchesses one after another, and now the actual blind date work has begun. However, if the Empress was still alive, she might not want all her granddaughters to marry off. However, with Queen Maria's voice and the large number of nobles who came from the German states to join the army, it seems inevitable that several archduchesses will marry in Central Europe. In particular, there is one plan to marry an Austrian, which is a new plan of the Empress at present. However, given the Habsburg environment, it is hard to say what will happen to the daughter-in-law who married in. However, there is one thing. Archduke Joseph, who is currently the main target, is the Vice Prince of Hungary, Palatine, and his conditions in all aspects are still relatively outstanding. The proposal was brought by the Empress's brother when he rushed to St. Petersburg from Württemberg. Obviously, Austria should make preparations early, but it is still early. You must know that the stupid Swedish king is still doing this. He recently got engaged to Princess Frederick of Baden, which has already brought the fire to St. Petersburg. After all, the beautiful but unlucky crown princess, who is really like the Psyche mentioned by Mrs. Lebrun, is Frederick's third sister. As for Grand Duchess Elena, although she was smart, she was not as scheming as the noble ladies living outside the Winter Palace. In terms of intelligence, she was the most outstanding among the sisters. She had just signaled the servants to open the door to exchange fresh air when she heard a fierce quarrel in the corridor, and one of the parties was obviously very angry. Elena knew from the accent that her mother was angry, but it was too late for her to close the door of the room. The corridor of the Winter Palace was still very wide, and of course the sound was also very effective. What could be heard was that the queen actually questioned the crown princess in the corridor without regard for etiquette. The problem was with the King of Sweden. This happened once last year, and it happened again this year, because the King of Sweden was officially engaged and was going to hold the wedding in Stockholm. In fact, it was not too strange. In fact, Queen Maria's bad temper was also related to her daily hobbies. She was an excellent lathe worker, good at processing various reliefs, and even carved her own children on them. People who like to tinker with crafts have a bad temper. However, based on her hobby, she can be regarded as a relatively compatible engineer with Louis XVI. The crown princess, who likes to read, has seen this kind of scene many times, but she is thin-skinned and just cries there. Both sides obviously don't care about court etiquette at all. It seems that this is not very friendly news to your highness. Solovyov muttered in a low voice. He knew that the King of Sweden regretted his marriage. The two sides were elated, and the Swedish regent, the Duke of Southmanland, the Emperor's uncle, had been tossing about this matter several times. The Queen even invited Suvorov to come out and put a legion near Vyborg to scare people. In this way, the repeated tug-of-war almost broke out, and finally Gustav IV was able to make things yellow. This put pressure on the crown princess, and she didn't know how to deal with this way of speaking. Elena also sighed. She had a good relationship with her elder sister and sister-in-law. The rumors before were just rumors and some news at most. This kind of humiliation would not be too serious. When Stockholm issued an official notice this time, it would be impossible to avoid it. Your Highness, don't be sad about this. A servant said so, but Elena had heard this too many times. She put down her pencil and said this. This problem is the fault of His Majesty the King of Sweden. If it were according to Grandma's opinion, she should have sent a legion directly to fight. But after all, she was still the Grand Duchess of the Romanov family. When she spoke, she was violent enough. She wanted to send tens of thousands of people to the battlefield for a war. In terms of the degree of danger, it was no worse than her two younger sisters Maria and Catherine. The reason for this is that the two Grand Duchesses are the most fond of riding horses in the court, and Catherine is even worse than Maria. Moreover, Elena was the girl that the queen liked more, while Paul preferred Maria. It was possible that when the queen was still alive, she unconsciously influenced Elena's way of thinking. Even this method was simple and crude. If the King of Sweden had really married the Mecklenburg family, it would have saved her family from so much trouble now. However, Elena did not realize that her potential husband's family, the Mecklenburg family, had also been forgotten because the conflicts were transferred to the crown princess from Baden. In this court, apart from other things, the amount of intelligence information has always been very huge, and people with insufficient brains would be directly shut down. Chapter 34. Poles are sometimes punching bags. Part 1. This diplomatic storm will definitely last for a while. Anyway, the relationship between Sweden and Russia cannot be repaired. It is also caused by the Swedish government's capriciousness in secret diplomacy. The main responsibility lies with the king himself. Anyway, what exactly is going on in Sweden is something that Petersburg can only pay close attention to. Although the Swedish king's actions have embarrassed the Russian royal family, and on the issue of the Grand Duchess's faith, he first verbally promised to maintain the bride's Orthodox faith, and then there was no written guarantee in the document. This behavior itself is cheating. Then the biggest victim of the whole incident is now the Russian crown princess. After all, the bride that the Swedish king is going to marry is her own sister. When Grand Duchess Elena and Solovyov heard the queen's scolding and the crown princess's crying, they had actually talked about this issue for a while. The facts are irrefutable, and Elizabeth can only bear it. She is unlikely to find any comfort at this time. Although she was only 18 years old, Alexander seemed to have lost the initial sense of freshness. In this family, she could only rely on her husband. Her sisters-in-law could not help her at all in this matter. She turned to seek psychological comfort from some old ladies. No matter how you look at it, she needs comfort at this moment, and it is not that no one has this idea. In the past, when she was wronged, the crown princess would go to the head of the female official to talk, but today's incident happened suddenly, and the queen's anger was extremely fierce, which made her panic. At this time, she was desperate to seek help from all directions. Since several of the usual channels were not smooth, and her best friend Countess Stroganov was not in the palace, she was afraid that she could only seek relief from Alexander's entourage. Solovyov did not go back immediately. After all, there was a ready-made labor force that could be used. Elena also thought he was very useful, so she asked him to help put away all the painting tools and send the plaster statue to the warehouse. Then, she was still walking in front, forming a queue. I don't know what she was thinking. After a while, she forgot about the dispute between her mother and sister-in-law. After all, she was still a child, and she would forget the unpleasant things later. She still had the mind to shout 1, 2, 1 there, as if she was a sergeant. Tsar Paul's family education was good. In addition to their own hobbies, the several Grand Duchesses were more or less stained with the atmosphere of the military camp. Elena was the most well-behaved among the 4 consecutive Grand Duchesses. She never got into trouble, and no trouble would come to her. She was not as reckless as the 4th sister. Then, this team of servants was in the back, and an officer was in the front, making it really look like a march. In the court, those who obtained the qualification of eunuch were often not here to work. It was just a title, and it was also a system introduced by the Russian court during westernization. In fact, the titles of these attendants were increasingly developing like a title of honor and a symbol of identity, to win over the nobles from all over the country. Of course, Solovyov did not want to work in this field. Their family's status was not high enough. In the local area, they were just a little higher than ordinary gentry, because they had a fake title without a certificate. For such a country noble, it would be better to make some achievements in the army. If they were lucky, they could retire directly at the 8th grade or above. It would be more convenient to return to their hometown and become a civil servant to do things in various aspects. They walked in the corridor of the Winter Palace without going up to the second floor. After finding the storehouse directly, Elena went up to the room on the second floor with her maiden female teacher. She also invited Solovyov. The European court was not as strict as the Eastern court. Besides, it was not strange for a child to order a few officers who were not on duty. But when they went upstairs, they saw Adam Czartoryski coming out of the crown princess's room, looking a little flustered. It was not surprising that anything happened in the palace. This Polish prince was a close friend of the crown prince and often went in and out of the couple's room. However, he had an identity that was worth noting. That is, he was a Pole. Although he was regarded as a confidant by Alexander, this guy's ability to commit suicide could be said to be something that only pure-blooded Poles could do. Although that was in the future, when he was the Russian foreign minister, he actually publicly stated that he would put the interests of Poland first and sold his United Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania plan to Alexander. Although the situation was similar to the Kingdom of Dacia that the Empress promised to her old lover Potemkin, but failed to fulfill, the Poles themselves like to make small calculations and commit suicide. This is a common operation. If you want to find some Poles who are not committing suicide, they probably all went to Paris to engage in academic and artistic industries, or they are simply not pure-blooded Poles, or even half of them. As for this prince, his motives are actually very suspicious, and it is unknown what he wants to do by entering and leaving the crown princess room at this time today. Elena knew that once her sister-in-law got angry, she would lock herself in the library and not come out. The Polish prince came to take care of her, which was also a common occurrence when Alexander was not around. Of course, Elizabeth kept her distance from these people at this time, and also avoided the embarrassing situation when she first came to the court and faced Count Platon Zubov, the last favorite of the Empress. Of course, a few years later, as she became more and more isolated in the court, she could only shrink in her own small space to seek comfort. At that time, it seemed that there were a few daring guys who dared to run to the court and wanted to become the lover of the crown princess and later the Russian queen. Because these materials were destroyed in the period of Nicholas I, many people's memories of Larissa of Baden could only get some information from her contemporaries. And Prince Czartoryski was actually very suspicious. Solovyov calculated the time in his heart. From the quarrel between the queen and the crown princess, the queen was furious and the crown princess was silent and just crying. It was only about an hour. Of course, if she was dressed neatly, she should not be able to do anything. In the palace, his space for activities was actually limited to summons, and when he followed Elena, he could move freely. He was not a guard, and his official station was actually in Tsar Paul's private palace. It was just that there was no soldier, so he was not bound by duty and had more space to move. At this time, it was hard to say whether he wanted to be an adventurer. There were many people doing dangerous work in Petersburg. The Lokhov reminded his friends to stay away from Solovyov and not to cause trouble for him. Before the duel, the Lokhov also said that they should not join our circle. Speaking of which, his uncle was also a cavalry general. It was no wonder that this madman was fearless sometimes. In addition to courage, there was also a layer of connections there, although it might not always be useful. However, Czartoryski's actions aroused Solovyov's suspicion. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. However, Elena did not disband him. It seemed that she wanted to play house with a girl. She got a real officer to be her adjutant. She could not get away for a while. This kind of thing is not surprising. Alexandra, the oldest, is only 14 years old. Paul's requirements for their personal lives are relatively loose. It is not like Alexander and Constantine who have to receive the strict education of the Empress since childhood. Now they have to continue to be strictly managed according to the military's work and rest. But it does not affect thinking. The Poles have always been able to die. In order to save trouble, Paul released more than 20,000 Polish prisoners and sent them to Western Siberia. However, sending them there may be a waste of labor. After Ufa and heading east, many cities have not been built yet. Sending these Poles there is indeed a waste. You must know that places like Siberia will never develop, even if they immigrate there, to supplement the labor force in a few decades, because of the bad climate and various factors. It is indeed necessary to think of a way to send those who are likely to cause trouble if they stay in Europe to some suitable places. In fact, when the sea is able to sail, it is not impossible to send the Poles to America and build a Fort Ross, but the manpower cost and transportation cost are there. The total cost of the second great expedition was 300,000 rubles, and thousands of people were mobilized to survey the territory in several main directions. Moving thousands or even tens of thousands of Poles, no matter where they go, still needs to consider the cost. Moreover, Solovyov now knows where the most fatal place is. He is just a captain. If he continues like this, he will always play house with several grand duchesses, and time will be delayed. General Bonaparte, you should quickly go on an expedition to Egypt, so that those European countries will find it profitable, and they will come to Tsar Paul to send troops, to organize the second anti-French alliance. No matter how accurate the historical events are, they are actually useless. That is, when Solovyov was placing maps and albums there, Elena might have asked some questions. This kind of album was published in relatively small quantities. It was a watercolor of major countries and cities in Europe. It could be stored in a folder and taken out when needed. Grand Duchess Elena probably liked this album very much, but she also had a strange habit of placing it on a map. It was said that she was favored by the Empress, and she must have been affected. After all, when the old lady was there, she was always drawing on the map. Solovyov, do you have a map in your briefcase? Your Highness, which one do you want? The whole map of Europe. Do you have this one? Your Highness, I really don't have this one. I always carry combat maps with me for the convenience of my superiors. The map you need maybe. That's okay. I'm just talking. I'll have to trouble you to put these watercolor paintings on the map. You can recognize which cities they are, right? Of course I can recognize this. The map you are holding in your hand is Constantinople. Okay, you. Elena tilted her head and thought for a moment, then gave instructions. Captain, after you put the map here, you put these watercolor cards in the corresponding areas. Wait for me. Then she stood up and left. The room she used was a vacated reception room. When Tsar Paul was in power, most of the favorites in the court left the Winter Palace. They also knew that the emperor didn't like them very much. Some retreated to the salons in the city, some returned to their official residences, and some directly left Petersburg. Even the female dean of the Imperial Academy was invited back to the manor in Kaluga. Paul was more productive, and he and his wife kept arranging production plans. Even if he had a mistress, it was only spiritual. The queen treated her daughter-in-law like an evil mother-in-law. When Paul sometimes went to his mistress Ekaterina Neladova to complain and seek comfort, she turned a blind eye. She allowed several mistresses who did not have relations with Paul to exist, just like the relationship between Louis XV and Madame Pompadour in the last period of time. Anyway, it didn't affect her status as the queen, but she was not so friendly to her daughter-in-law. The crown princess, who was crying in her reading room just now, was quickly dragged out by Elena. Elena was very smart. She knew that she couldn't just leave her sister-in-law crying there. After her mother got angry, she would definitely go back to her processing workshop. Even if the due date was approaching, she still had the mind to make some patterns. This was a new set of relief carvings she was going to make in the new year according to the current image of the children. So, she was not on the second floor of the Winter Palace, but went to the Little Winter Palace. No wonder Elena dared to drag her sister-in-law out of the room and now came to this reception room. That is, the Winter Palace is large, and there are many old maps that have been used, such as the outdated maps that William Pitt the Younger said are so rampant that, if they were placed in the countryside, they would have to be covered with wallpaper. And Elena has some hobbies for these things, some of which were used by her queen grandmother. Elena, what do you want me to do with you? Guess which European cities these watercolors are from. I found an officer to be the referee. Lisa, you must play with me. The crown princess, whose eyes were still a little red and swollen, calmed down when she saw Elena acting like a spoiled child with her. She was alone in Petersburg, and it was not a good life. And Solovyov also met this legendary bullying bag crown princess. The last time he was at the shooting range, the women were all in the back, and he didn't notice it, but he heard about it from Mrs. Lebrun. As for the second creation in Roman mythology, Psyche, a beautiful girl who always suffers from misfortune, is indeed a very suitable description of the crown princess. Especially after being scolded by her mother-in-law, she cried because she was bullied, and wiped her tears with a pitiful look. It is really hard to understand why Alexander left such a treasure at home, and went out to find a mistress. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Poles are sometimes punching bags that deserve to be beaten. Part 2. Elena's trick looked like playing Monopoly on a European map. As the referee, Solovyov was responsible for laying out the map and chips. He didn't know how they played this 1935 game here. He also forgot to ask questions and was busy looking at the face of the crown princess. He was stunned for a while and felt that he seemed to be in trouble. It was not a good thing to fall in love with the crown princess and the future Russian empress. Anyway, many of the various incidents in the European courts revolved around the lovers of the ladies and the mistresses of the masters. There was also a prince of the Galitzin family who had never married in his life. He was not like a certain Prince Kurakin who had many lovers, but could not make up his mind. He should have a common language with some British and ancient Greeks. Anyway, in this circle, you always have to be careful not to go the wrong way. Speaking of which, the princesses from Baden became the Empress of Russia and the Queen of Sweden respectively, but the degree of bad luck of the sisters should be said to be comparable. Although they are of noble status and are considered to be the role models of young ladies, some other problems will be discounted. For example, Gustav IV will know in the future that this guy is a human teddy bear. What's worse is that after the queen became pregnant, he was more like a player of the Crusader Kingdoms series. He couldn't control himself at all and replaced the maids around the queen from unmarried girls to married ladies. I don't know if he was asking for trouble for himself and his wife. If Psyche knew about it, she might be more painful. After all, the one who went to Stockholm to join this unfortunate marriage was not her sister-in-law, but her own sister. In any case, the degree of harm was extremely high. Of course, the crown princess took off her shoes and sat on the mat brought by the servant. She also noticed Solovyov standing behind Elena. She had seen this captain before. He was the winner of Gatchina. The rifles and pistols he made were her husband's favorite things. Even now it was winter, he took the servants out hunting, probably only for bird hunting. This captain was quite interesting. He was looking at her just now, but now he pretended not to see her, making it seem like he was on duty or that he was Elena's personal adjutant. This kind of young noble officer who was not very proactive was different from the previous nobles. If Solovyov met Count Platon Zubov and knew about his ridiculous pursuit of the 15-year-old Grand Duchess 3 years ago, he should say that guy was a hentai and a master of suicide. Now he was finally kicked out of the court by Paul, which was more or less a personal grudge. The little fairy is so attractive that the officers of the guards can't control themselves after spending a long time with her. Solovyov can still see her every week, but he has never felt moved. As a result, the crown princess broke her defense on the spot. He had to pretend that nothing happened. Maybe he really likes this kind of well-educated poor lady. This is a dangerous signal. Of course, Elena is still waiting for the sisters to have time to play together. It can't be just the sister-in-law here. Then as expected, there are always 3 sisters who come. The second sister-in-law is unwilling to participate in the game on the map of these girls. Moreover, Grand Duke Constantine is a bit strange at this age. He is more like a father than his eldest brother and likes military training. If he is placed in Prussia, he is even more outstanding. He was not enthusiastic about the wife he brought home from Saxony, which was unfortunate enough. The Empress and her son were both embarrassed in one aspect. The marriages that the Empress designated for her grandson were all good, but they always encountered accidents. The marriages that Paul and his queen arranged for their children were okay. At least his daughter-in-law valued the interests of her family and still had to consider the feelings of her daughters. Constantine locked his daughter-in-law, who was called the Star of the Night Sky, in the bedroom, which was the palace. that Solovyov had visited. It was strange that Alina could find her second sister-in-law in this room in the Winter Palace. Of course, now the 4 unmarried Grand Duchesses were chattering, and they sat around their sister-in-law, which seemed to be having a tea party. The servants around Alina did prepare tea sets, which were all customized high-end goods. From the perspective of style, it was still the style passed down from the era of Louis XV. The main focus was on beauty, and practicality was secondary, which was what these noble ladies liked. If it were their father, Tsar Paul, he would be fine, even if he was given an enamel teacup to drink boiled water. Solovyov had such a small drama in his mind, imagining Paul holding an enamel teacup with the word prize on it, and drinking boiled water. Fortunately, he had been trained, and would not laugh like that. This scene was too exciting, and the enamel teacup. Europe now really has the technology of cast iron enamel, why not give it a try? But this idea was interrupted by Alina. The Grand Duchess had never heard that she liked to play cards. Anyway, she just took a bunch of chips. What on earth was she doing? She asked the servants to serve tea to Solovyov and the other 2 officers of the regiment who were not on duty, and added sugar and jam. The preparation was very thoughtful. She couldn't confirm whether the officers could speak French, at least they were all Russian, which was more convenient. When the Grand Duchess's sisters-in-law spoke Russian, they couldn't hear the German accent, and their voices were also very pleasant. No wonder both Tsarist and Solovyov fell. It's just that the Polish prince is more convenient. He is Alexander's close friend, and like Alexander, he always likes to hook up with his friends' wives. Solovyov just thinks that the crown princess is really pitiful and cute, but the only person who dared to publicly defend her in Russia from her marriage to Russia until her death on the way back was Pushkin, who wrote a poem and published it in the newspaper to express sympathy. And if he is given a chance, he doesn't have the courage now, and he is thankful that he is not thrown into the swamp near Petersburg. And she and the Saxon princess are really a pair of unlucky sisters-in-law. One is hit and suppressed everywhere by the evil mother-in-law without fault, and the other is even worse, almost turning into don't talk to strangers. At least Alexander, apart from other things, is handsome, and he is still very sweet when he wants to please any lady, including his own wife. Now Alina was going to announce the rules. It was probably a kind of girls playing the role of king. Each girl had to choose the starting position, and then determine the order by rolling the dice, and each put her own mark on the watercolor pieces. Alina, if there was a coloring game by Swedish Donkey, you might like it, but that was more than 200 years later. As for the referees and advisors, the 3 officers had to help them put their own soldier models on the picture. Maybe it was just someone's sudden whim, or maybe they were inspired by watching a real-life chess performance. What Solovyov feared came true. Alexandra held Ekaterina in her arms. The 2 of them were in a group. Maria and Alina each chose a guards officer as an assistant. Your Highness, you can't play like this. Are you playing a prank, or wanting to kill me? Solovyov thought. However, when the crown princess played the game, it could be said that she was very lucky. I drew Russia, and it has 200,000 troops and an inventor. I'm happy to serve you, Your Highness, but my stuff cannot be used here. This also includes a bunch of plans that were put on hold because he was called to the palace and could not sit at home to think about the problem, such as the 20 boxes of grenades he had always needed. But the crown princess, she started with 3 dice of 556 and then aimed at a piece of land between Maria, who played Sultana, and her. Alexandra and Catherine are Britain, and Alina is Austria. Monsieur, please put a cavalry in Bucharest. Solovyov found Bucharest from a pile of cards spread on the map. But seeing this, he thought of the oil in Romania. Because it is very shallow from the surface, the drivers there already use natural oil as lubricant. Maybe it's a good material for Molotov cocktails. Besides, in the Caucasus, the oil fields in Baku have started to ooze out asphalt, which is also a shallow location. Get a Molotov ahead of time, but don't let any stupid soldiers set themselves on fire. In the future, people from the Nobel family will come to mine that place. It's the Swedes again. Solovyov's mind is now full of stupid donkeys. How many donkeys can be made? As for Maria, she was the next to start. Then she announced that she had occupied the other side of the Danube, and it seemed that she was going to confront her sister-in-law. In fact, it turned into a dice game. Anyway, the one with the higher points wins. However, they were still playing house after all. After playing for a while, no one went to occupy Poland, but each chose some places to plant flags. After a long time, no one wanted to start a war first. After all, they were all sisters, playing to kill time, so they occupied a large area. Solovyov was more curious about whether Elena was also hit by the flowerpot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of such a way of playing. But judging from her performance, it shouldn't be. After all, you are playing Austria, and you can let Poland exist for so many rounds, just grabbing territory in Italy and southern HRE. Finally, it was the Crown Princess' turn. She finally couldn't hold back, and asked Solovyov to place an infantry in Vilnius. The highlight always began. Solovyov was next to the Crown Princess, and smelled her almond perfume. His brain was a little off. He suddenly asked a question, and he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Your Highness, this is Poland. I saw the Polish prince in the corridor. This was a precise step on the thunder, but Larissa, who was always gentle and cowardly, said so. It's better for that gentleman not to appear here in the future. I found a book about the history of Poland and Sweden today. Then she took the occasion into consideration and swallowed back half of the sentence. In short, her attitude was very clear. That is, Prince Czarist, who was a little annoying to her. It's better for him not to appear in her room in the future, otherwise he might cause trouble. As for Poland and Sweden, they were the two unlucky ones that Russia traditionally used to score points and replenish blood. They were the two that were thwarted the most in the past, and even lost a large area of their territory. The Polish prince left in a hurry, probably because he stepped on a landmine. As for Vilnius, one step ahead is Königsberg. Your Highness, this is a very suitable route to march, and you can go all the way to Berlin. After crossing the Elbe River, it is not far from Baden and Württemberg. Seeing this, Solovyov thought of another question. The Queen is not really a bad person. Is this the reason why she is overly targeting the Crown Princess? After all, they are neighboring countries. A daughter-in-law who married to Russia is an enemy of her peers. The Empress does not need to consider this. Her status and identity are all there. On the map, this is not enough for Larissa to vent her anger. She saw a card of Magdeburg near the Elbe River, and her hometown Karlsruhe was nearby. Then she was moved by the scene. This girl has been missing home since she arrived in St. Petersburg. She doesn't care about the current situation on the map and just stares blankly there. Seeing that her sister-in-law had already started to march into Poland, Elena finally remembered that I was playing Austria. In the next round, she entered Krakow. After all, Poland could not be left on the map. This should be the basic quality of a German or Russian politician. After all, there is such a nasty little country at the doorstep crossed by the Vistula River, and it must be eliminated. Your Highness, it can be said that there is no Poland. Is the next step to occupy Finland as well? Solovyov made a final attempt. Since there is no Poland now, it should be confirmed that the inside ghost who traveled through time is him. However, although the Crown Princess was usually bullied, she was not asked to participate in political activities. But when she sat next to the map, she still understood the current international situation better than a few children. Anyway, if everything goes well, she will also be the future Queen of Russia. Although this position is awkward, she will be attacked from multiple directions, so she can only hide in the garden and library to avoid these troubles. When she has to attend occasions, she must also consider the feelings of others and get along well with others. Alexander, who went out hunting, heard about Tsarist's incident after returning. In order to protect the face of his wife and close friend, he proposed to the Tsar that his friend go out to engage in diplomatic work and serve as an ambassador somewhere to gild and accumulate experience. Then, Tsarist was ordered to go to Portugal. Paul had long been unhappy about this kid being too close to his son, so he stayed far away to prevent these Poles from getting too close and causing trouble. If the mission lasted long enough, Alexander might not have to worry about the scandal of Little Poland next door. Chapter 36. Solovyov was forced to plagiarize because he hummed a tune. This was a very accidental playdate, and Solovyov suddenly became cautious. The palace is a dangerous place, just like the bed in the sea, because it could cost one's life. However, he still had to accept the summons of Grand Duchess Elena from time to time outside of his duties. The little girl still felt that it was more appropriate to draw him, which was better than those officers who could not hold on for a short time. He was still resilient enough, but being summoned to the Winter Palace all the time also had a small trouble. That is, to get to Elena, he always had to pass through the area where the crown princess was. This little lady was still a home girl and rarely went out to participate in any activities, so it was inevitable that she would see him. Based on the principle of catching a strong man and using him more, since he was useful, Elena used Solovyov as a model and even started to create portraits. Then, she heard a rumor from some guards officer that the Grand Duchess has been summoning a handsome grenadier recently and asked him to try wearing women's clothes. "I think this is a good idea, mishap. Just stand there and don't move. I think this is fine, Your Highness. It would be bad if someone saw it. It's okay for your attendants, but if those attendants see it, I won't be able to live in social circles anymore. So what? At worst, someone will give you a nickname, maybe Bearded Princess or something like that. That's it." Although she was the easiest to talk to among the female elders, she was the one with the most dangerous behavior. Especially Solovyov didn't want anyone other than the royal family and their personal servants to see it, such as Countess Skafronskaya. If the little goblin saw it, I'm afraid all the noble ladies in Petersburg would know about it. What would he do when he got married in the future? Of course, whether it was Madame Lebrun or General Langeron, the French people's opinions were still a bit of a reference. He was indeed very handsome, and some non-commissioned officers in the Russian army seemed to have the habit of wearing women's clothes when they graduated. The more he didn't want to be seen, the more people appeared in the studio. "Helen, la ha ha ha, this is so funny. You let the captain dress like this," which reminds me of Uncle Alexei's portrait. Maria usually pretends to be nice, but when she saw Solovyov dressed like this, she couldn't help herself. After she finished speaking, she laughed wildly, and she could no longer maintain the reserve of a noble lady. Then, Solovyov knew that in addition to the French royal family, the Russian royal family also had cross-dressing masters. However, with Count Bobulinsky's current image, he should not be able to wear women's clothes or look like a woman, like he did in his youth. It should be at the end of his youth that this comedy effect can be achieved. As soon as Maria came in, she said this, which exposed the Count's black history. Of course, there may be some other situations, which means that this is not a big deal. Fortunately, the demand for this aspect in the Orthodox Church is not as good as that of the Catholic Church and a bunch of messy churches on the other side. His personal safety is still guaranteed, and he is an officer who can hold two revolvers and shoot quickly. There is also good news. It is probably that the soldiers have been settled, and the time is almost 1798. When the first batch of processing is completed in the spring, copper-bottomed paper shell bullets will be used, and the firing pin will be used. If the firearms are not enough, a batch of other types of rifled guns can be added to form a team first. Langeron told Solovyov that the most important thing for the hunters is to be accurate. Before the line troops encounter, they can harass and contain the enemy, and it is even better to kill the enemy's officers and cavalry. Since the first anti-French alliance, the confrontation between the two sides on the battlefield has been more or less inseparable from this, but this is also a spring thing. He is going to the locker room now and change his clothes back to normal grenadier uniforms. As for the face powdering, using cosmetics, and his personal experience of the company's products, it is actually nothing. After all, the dress of the Pavlovsky Grenadiers is so beautiful that men will cry when they see it. They always have to dress up. Maybe if the French army is still the Bourbon army, they will use hair oil as military pay. Before the Prussian army was the army that used to use a cleaning rod to pull the barrel of a gun. In the time of Old Fritz, they could really beat the Swedes and Austrians and make them flee on the battlefield. It was more troublesome to deal with the Russian army and the French army when the commander's brain was not offline. Solovyov knew their complaining songs. However, it was not easy to sing this thing. Now he was asked to change clothes. He was finally pardoned. After changing clothes in the locker room, he was still humming the song. Then, he was stared at by Lena and Mariah. These little masters are very good at exploiting the labor of their employees. Of course, the rewards are also not vague. Some bosses should learn from them. Miss Ham, what song are you humming? It's very nice. This is a song originally composed by the Poles, and then very popular in Eastern Europe after 1940, the Blue Scarf. As for whether it was composed by the Poles, Solovyov actually didn't know. He could only answer that it was the melody of a folk song in their hometown. This excuse is still very useful to fool these two girls who are definitely going to marry abroad. For so many years, I have never seen many Russian emperors go to the countryside to take a look, except for fake ones, let alone these grand duchesses. In the Russian countryside, the most popular pseudo-tsar is Peter III, the grandfather of the children. However, these pseudo-tsars, in addition to liberating the oppressed serfs, can be said to be very destructive. They are generally liars and bandits. It is still necessary to use heavy punches to deal with such people. What is the name of this song? If you know the tune, I will write it down. Mariah likes to sing. When she hears a good song, she also wants to write it down. Moreover, this music style cannot fool her. It must be a native product of Eastern Europe. The music styles of Poles and Russians are still somewhat similar during this period. Well, Your Highness, this song is called Blue Turban, which is a lyrical song. When officers and soldiers in our place are about to leave home, there will be girls to say goodbye to them. It's probably like this. You are going to a very far place. This is a ruthless call. In the sleepless carriage, you are already a strange and distant place. At night, we bid you farewell. Right, my friend, at least a few lines, dear, but, dear, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Mr. Handsome Captain, you can perform for us during afternoon tea. He can't afford to offend these ladies. Of course, to make them happy is also a way of life. At this time, the most suitable is the part in the opera Rigoletto, Women are fickle, that Pavarotti has sung many times, but at this time, even Mr. Giuseppe Verdi is not there. This opera is okay. Solovyov only knows the tune and can't sing it. Otherwise, based on the principle of maximum utilization value, Mariah will continue to memorize the score. Another point is that these clever sisters-in-law have been trying to find ways to make their sisters-in-law happy recently. In addition to him, the fool, there are also various jugglers in the palace. Although the establishment has been greatly reduced compared to the Empress's time, the Tsar still needs pomp and cannot cut them all. At the same time, in Petersburg, various theater troupes and circuses still exist in large numbers. In addition, there are serf theaters run by masters in their own manners. Some masters and ladies are also willing to participate in the performances themselves. However, most of them are bel canto singing. Even in Moscow, some people have castrati singers like Farinelli, whose singing is extremely destructive. It is even rumored that some people's singing can kill people. As for this kind, Solovyov actually doesn't like it. If he wants to listen to opera, he can only accept baritones and tenors. If it's soprano, it's better to spare him. In this regard, he behaves the same as the captain. Which captain do you want to ask? It's Captain Haddock in the Adventures of Tintin. He can't escape today, but he has to perform during the little girl's afternoon tea. He can't just sing this one song, he has to sing a few more. Although Ryazan is still quite far away from the Cossacks, he has come up with a great idea. If you really want to travel through time, you must not click the wrong skill package. Fortunately, Solovyov used to listen to Solovyov Sedoy's songs, and he also heard a lot of Russian songs on video websites and music apps. Of course, this is just a part of his hobby. If he really orders a song, it's not just these Russian songs. You want him to cut a piece of ham, spread butter on bread, and then sing Skylark there. It's the one sung by the little grey mouse. That is, this song, which is definitely available now. It is a French nursery rhyme from Quebec. But this song doesn't sound so friendly. When it's afternoon tea time, it won't be in the yard. It's winter now, and they don't want to go to the little winter palace, so they just found a place here in the children's room. There is no custom of hanging Christmas trees at Christmas. When this thing came into being, it was already the reign of Nicholas I. He thought he knew a lot about architecture and opposed the existence of Christmas trees, saying that they were very harmful to the fire prevention of the palace. Moreover, no preparations were made. Since Tsar Paul ascended the throne, Christmas in the royal family has been relatively simple. Last year, the empress fell ill and died soon, so the festival in the court was simple. Under this circumstance this year, Paul still did things according to the old way. He still advocated saving some. Daily entertainment activities can please all walks of life, and the cost is not high. Even some circuses and theaters can at least get back their costs, just by relying on ticket money. However, in the children's room of the Winter Palace, these Grand Duchesses ask Mr. Captain to serve them completely free of charge. The only one who paid was Alina, who paid from her expenses. After all, she found them through Countess Skafronskaya. Then, it was the daily routine of squeezing out the maximum surplus value. However, the girls were not idle either. Not only Maria, but the Grand Duchess also asked the court musicians of the Little Winter Palace to help with the score. Solovyov had only one thought: my last name is Solovyov now, and there is no double surname Sedoy at the end. Don't push me too hard. If I really do it, I will also sing Moscow Suburbs Evening, and you will have work to do in the future. And another consequence is that, if Tsar Paul gets the urge to collect Russian folk songs from all over the country, it will be a big project, and it will be exposed outside. After all, these songs do not exist now, and you can't find them in Ryazan. But Maria only asked Solovyov to sing 3 songs. If he had a little choice, Blue Scarf would also be suitable for girls to sing, and the effect would even be better. Now he thought, thank you for not killing me. If it's just 3 songs, I can still handle it. If there are more, I can't stand it. Besides, they were not as absurd as the wives of other royal families, who made some ridiculous stories. Moreover, the 4 Grand Duchesses in the Winter Palace were concerned about the fact that their 2 sisters-in-law were in a bad mood. The second sister-in-law could not help them. After all, their second brother had a bad temper, and only the Tsar himself could restrain him. He was good at everything, except treating his wife, who was locked up in the official residence on Million Street. This was really strange, and eventually led to the complete end of his marriage. As for this small performance, there was actually an episode. That is, Solovyov got good news. That is, the army would move to the city of St. Petersburg and set up a barracks in the vacant palace on the Moika River embankment. At the same time, this also meant a bad news. That is, it would be more convenient for him to punch in at the palace in the future. Now he was looking forward to the completion of his company of hunters. When he was with these princesses, they did not have princess disease, but they would always put forward some additional small tasks and small requests, which made anyone tremble. During the performance, Maria also found a British-made piano. This thing was the brand used by Clementi and Mozart when they competed. It became famous because of the competition with the opponent, and then received huge orders from various nobles. It was not surprising that the Russian royal family had won, and the performance was also very successful. The last 2 songs, Cossack Girl and Katasha, were all Kataya, so there was no need to worry about causing any misunderstandings. After all, the lyrics came from that. The performance was still quite successful, but it was really scary that he would have to do this kind of service in the future. The crown princess praised him for not having any beard at all, but still being able to show the action of twisting his beard. Chapter 37. This was definitely not done by Little Poland next door. The Pavlovsky Grenadiers had a glorious history from its founding to its disbandment in 1918. When the Aurora fired its cannon, it was this regiment that first joined the sailors and the guards. They were the most active in attacking the Winter Palace. The reason was simple. Their barracks were at number 2 Million Street, on this street, and the Winter Palace was at the end of Million Street. The place where Tsar Paul arranged his new troops eventually determined the fate of Russia. I don't know how to say this, but now, it is very convenient for Solovyov to go in and out of the palace, or to participate in various activities in the city, and even on normal service days, he has time to go home, or go to the Moika embankment to do things, which can be said to be very convenient. After the arrival of 1798, the Grenadiers had come from the old station. What they are using now are all new. Tsar Paul was still very generous to the soldiers, and they all replaced their equipment uniformly. However, the soldiers of several grenadier companies were curious about the equipment of the hunting company sealed in the boxes. These were the first batch of finished new guns, and a group of selected soldiers stationed nearby had already arrived, so it was just right for each person. Mishap, can you let us touch this new gun? There was actually an old grenadier who knew him when he was in the Moscow Grenadier Regiment. He came here to experience it. That's no problem, but it's a pity that there are too few matching bullets. If you want to fire the gun, I'm afraid you need the approval of our regiment commander. Does our regiment still have a regiment commander now? Solovyov was in the palace and knew the news earlier than his old friend Karpov. Lieutenant General Vadkovsky was dismissed from his post because of the problem of standing in the same line, but he went to the Privy Council, which was a kind of protection for Paul's old friend. The new regiment commander was a German, a duke from Holstein, but he was just here to serve as a regiment commander and had never met him. So, the idea proposed by these company commanders was to touch the new gun, pull the bolt, and feast their eyes on it. Mishap, this gun is really good. It would be great if not only the chasseurs, but also the grenadiers could have it. Grenadiers and chasseurs are not the same type of soldiers, old man. Solovyov didn't want to tell them that he wanted to improve their weapons. Anyway, what he did was not a technological breakthrough. Before 1800, fire was mainly relied on fire bottles. Although matches had a modern prototype, they have not been popularized yet. After all, chasseurs use special rifles. It is indeed a bit of a waste to let grenadiers just bear the name and actually be used as elite infantry of the guards on the battlefield. Except for the Guards Grenadiers and Pavlovsky Grenadiers, the other grenadiers of the Russian army are scattered all over the place. In addition to these grenadier regiments, the Guards and General Musket regiments are always equipped with grenadier companies, just like the grenadier regiments now have hunters. But Paul is considering receiving the regiment's artillery and deploying it in the corps, and then distributing it to the combat troops on the battlefield. The idea may be good, but when dispatching firepower, who knows what changes will happen on the battlefield. Tsar Paul has never been to the battlefield, and many young officers have not been there either. Those who have never been there will naturally have some yearning for the battlefield. And those who have been to the battlefield will always experience the cruelty of war. Solovyov has never been to the battlefield, but he has always been cautious and serious about all issues. The duel was a rare adventure. As long as weapons were used, there would be some risks. In peacetime, he was more prepared to do something. Even making money is only a small part. After all, he came to Russia and was in the center of the storm in Petersburg. It looks peaceful and serene, but there are also many crises lurking. He has always been on the white side, not the black side. Some officers serving on that side are not seen on a daily basis. Of course, someone had told him that he had a bright future and that he had shown his face to the emperor at the age of 16, so he must not fall into it. In the new year, it snowed for a while in St. Petersburg, and people were waiting outside the Winter Palace because Queen Maria was going to give birth again. This was a matter of great concern to the Russian court, and it also affected the nobles and citizens of St. Petersburg. Now, whether it was a boy or a girl, it was always a good thing for the Russian royal family to have many offspring. If it was a Grand Duke, there was no movement after the highly expected Crown Prince Alexander and Grand Duke Constantine got married, which undoubtedly meant that there was another spare tire. If it was a female Grand Duchess, whether she married abroad or married a noble in the country, it would be beneficial to consolidate the imperial power of the Romanov royal family, and she needed to interact with them both inside and outside. In order to maintain order, the Semenovsky Guards and Pavlovsky Grenadiers were sent to the streets to perform their duties. Solovyov followed behind the chief major of his regiment. He only had a platoon, so he was stuck at the door of the little Winter Palace. This position was just enough to accommodate his team of newly equipped soldiers. There were too many people in other companies, so they were placed on guard on Million Street in the riverbank. As for the Putin regiment, they were still on duty in the palace. Although Tsar Paul's governing ability was always criticized, and he was eager for quick success, he was obviously very good in some aspects of the imperial power. He had raised his sons and his daughters were also growing up. Although Peter the Great had established his achievements and once turned the Caspian Sea into an inner lake, many of his children were not raised. In terms of the survival rate of their descendants, Paul and Maria were better than Frederick the Great's dear cousin in Vienna. Maria even had smallpox, and the Empress once thought that she could not be supported, but she was rescued. If the mother stays in there for so long, Your Majesty, I think you also need to make a decision, sire. This time it was still a little dangerous. Queen Maria had always been in good health and had given birth smoothly in the past, but this time, for some reason, she was a little weak, which made Paul, who was standing outside the door, very nervous. From the Crown Prince onwards, the 8 children and the family and the 2 daughters-in-law who married and were also there. It was hard to say what would happen at other times, but now, they were all worried. If you really have to make a choice, monsieur, before you started, the Queen and I had made a decision to keep the child. We have already lost a daughter, and don't want to lose another child so soon. Speaking of which, the Romanov dynasty, starting with Paul, has always had a relatively harmonious family, except that Constantine always locked his wife at home, and didn't come out. It can be said that the brothers were friendly and the sisters were harmonious. As for the couple Alexander and Larissa, although they were not in harmony, they did not really separate. At the end of their lives, they understood each other and became a loving couple, just like in their first few years. Although Paul's ruling was not good enough, his family structure was still very good. The sound of the baby crying finally made him feel relieved. Your Majesty, in the end, both mother and child are safe, but it's a little dangerous. And Her Majesty, the Queen is not young anymore. If she wants to give birth again, it will be very risky. I suggest. Okay, I understand. You are an excellent doctor. Chief Chamberlain, go get a ring, and also, ask our artillery to announce this good news to the citizens of St. Petersburg. Paul was very happy that he had another son. Although like the old father in Russia, he was also a daughter slave, and was very happy to see girls. Then, from the crown prince, from relatives to close ministers, and then to the entourage, they congratulated the Tsar one by one. However, Paul found that his daughter-in-law's gait was a little different from usual. He watched the parade of the guards on the reviewing ground all day, and he would also notice the gait of the ladies and young ladies. He could feel this subtle difference. If the crown princess is like a deer, her steps are a little heavy when she walks now. Although there are some rumors in the palace, the crown prince is very smart, and the servants can also testify that no matter how much the Polish prince wants to die, he was sent to the farthest place in Europe. If Ireland was not a British territory, and Kitten was too far away, and had no permanent envoys, Paul would also want to send this guy who always wants to die, and tries to seduce Larissa like his mother's favorite to these 2 places. However, he did not ask in person, but planned to discuss this issue after the show was over, when only family members were around. Outside, the cannons were now being fired, which announced one thing, that the heiress empire had another heir this time. However, if he was fired dozens or even hundreds of times, there would be a lot of people shouting "Hurrah" on the street. Just like that, when a Russian Grand Duchess was born, 101 cannons were fired, and sometimes the eldest princess had to be fired 201 times. When a Grand Duke was born, no matter what the order was, 300 cannons were fired as a respect. The citizens of St. Petersburg were in a frenzy. Fortunately, Paul did not distribute things on Red Square like one of his bear-like descendants, which eventually caused a stampede. However, the fact that 300 artillery shells were fired was enough to excite the onlookers in the city. At the same time, Solovyov led his only platoon and shouted "Hurrah." Anyway, at this time, there was no need to shout and just charge. These citizens did not bring their own weapons to shoot at the sky, but waved torches to celebrate. The Grand Duke's name day was named Mikhail Pavlovich. The soldiers on duty were also rewarded today, but they mainly drank a little to warm themselves up. After all, the weather outside was not very good. If the windows were opened, a biting cold wind would directly pour into the room. If that happened, the St. Petersburg Fire Department would curse. For the Pavlovsky Regiment, their barracks only need to walk to the end of this street. Solovyov completed the first guard mission at the gate of the palace with the regiment. This may be a common thing in the future. After all, when the Pavlovsky regiment was in the palace, the other 3 guards regiments were not enough in the city of Petersburg. In this way, many more guards were added to the Russian army in the future. Of course, they should rarely trigger the traditional arts of Rome. In the palace, when the queen was already resting, Paul called Alexander and Larissa to his side to ask about their recent living conditions. Of course, he was anxious because he had not been able to hit the target for several years. Although Paul looked like this, he was short and not strong, but it did not prevent him from hitting the target accurately. In addition to these 9 children, his first wife and his mistress in his early years had also hit the target. At one time, he even doubted whether these 2 sons had been squatting in the barracks for too long, resulting in no interest in women. In this regard, Constantine's absurd behavior is especially important. He even put his wife behind a vase and asked the soldiers of his regiment to fire blanks without inserting bullets to scare people. It's impossible for them to have harmonious relations like this. He held a glove in his hand and glared at Constantine at this time, but when his eyes turned to his second daughter-in-law's face, they turned into love and sympathy. He couldn't focus on his family all day, otherwise it would be difficult to manage such a huge country. Alexander, I want to hear better news in the spring. Since the maid said so, I also believe you. After all, your entourage was carefully selected by your mother and me. Also, don't go out hunting or hang out outside all the time. You still need to take care of the family instead of going out to play. The late Empress, my mother, your grandmother, had high expectations for you, so they gave you brother such names. Instead of being like this now, after marrying a wife for several years, Lisa has something to make me happy. You should pay more attention to your wives, understand? And according to the time calculation, it happened that the crown princess would not be in contact with Alexander's close friends during this period. Count Stroganov was a married man, and he and his wife loved each other. His personal character was exemplary, and he was very family oriented. Among the others, the older ones, although some of them were not married, and some even dared to refuse Paul's arranged marriage. But they were still very sensible. The only thing is that Paul who loves to commit suicide. If we calculate the time now, when Alexander and his wife were making love, this guy had already set off to Portugal, so there would definitely be no problem. There would be no problem with little Poland next door, which is still reassuring. However, Alexander should be crazy about giving birth to a son in the future, which is something Paul did not expect. Chapter 38. This thing is much more expensive than potatoes, even more expensive than your life. This winter is about to pass, spring is coming, the ice and snow are melting, and it is a season for all things to grow. The scene of vigorous vitality and all things competing for growth will soon come into view. Yes, spring is coming soon, and it is the time of the year for animals. Solovyov is in the barracks at number 2 Million Street. Number 4 next to it is the pharmacy. There are also many people who are getting medicine here now, but in Russia, Paul probably doesn't like bloodletting therapy. He believes more in drug therapy and hot spring therapy. After the queen gave birth to a child, he finally had something to be happy about, but the delicate appearance of his daughter-in-law made him worried. After all, he was a man whose wife had died. For this, he still sought the advice of the imperial doctors. When the queen was in power, these doctors used drug therapy instead of bloodletting to treat Paul's critical illness, but they used bloodletting therapy when they diagnosed the queen's stroke. But Paul still wanted to listen to the opinions of these old Western doctors. He knew where he was not professional, and he had a lot of schedules recently. After hearing that his daughter-in-law was in good health and just needed to walk more and be in a fresh environment, he felt relieved. Now he decided to go to the countryside to see for himself. He wanted to know how the edicts he issued were implemented in the Russian countryside. He did not plan to go to Moscow on this tour. Before that, he had to see some new equipment in Gatchina, but he just wanted to see the concept. Solovyov seemed to have become one of the more favored young officers recently. After Tsar Paul gradually began to prepare to add new corps to the security work in the city of St. Petersburg, he was often called to perform and to explain to the crown prince that reloading bullets was also very dangerous. This time, on the way to Gatchina, Crown Prince Alexander rode a white horse. followed by a group of guards and grenadiers officers, and the carriages of the crown princess and other female relatives were on the road on the side. Altesse, you have to pay attention to one problem, that is, the bullets cannot be reloaded too many times, otherwise it will easily cause the rifle to explode. It doesn't matter, Solovyov, the 2 rifles and 100 rounds of bullets you presented to your father have not been used up so far, and I don't use these guns every time I go out hunting. After all, these are 2 limited edition handmade rifles on Earth, and they must be carefully cared for. Solovyov looked at the servant who carried the gun for Alexander, and the gun was really carefully maintained. However, when talking to the crown prince, you always have to get closer to him, because his ears still have some problems. This future mysterious Tsar is still very lively now, not the kind of person who will be hit by reality in the future, but it is true that his mind is more difficult to guess. Solovyov was able to get close to him purely to provide after-sales service. After all, the royal family is still the main consumer of his products, especially rifles. Your Highness, as for what you know, the grenades used by our grenadiers are not commonly used now, but some structural improvements can still be made, and they can be used. Or, empty those wine bottles. Ah, I know that. The 2 drawings you submitted are both good ideas, but they should not be like the rifles and bullets for the Tver arsenal. Prince Dolgorukov has written to St. Petersburg more than once, saying that this kind of rifle is difficult to produce and requires a large number of skilled craftsmen. Yes, Your Highness. And you are more suitable to be a designer. Captain, do you want to go to the Tver arsenal too? I think I can play a better role in the Grenadiers regiment, Your Highness, especially now that the Jagger company has just been fully staffed. These words made Solovyov feel that Alexander and Konstantin were indeed brothers. At least one thing was certain. He had been a painting model for Alina, sang at tea parties, and played with her in the game room, which may have aroused the vigilance of the crown prince. And Tsarist's departure may not be so simple. Although he is Alexander's close friend and a member of his inner circle, he has to be sent to Portugal. Solovyov knew that, if he went to Tver, he would only be able to work in the arsenal in the future. However, judging from the age of old Prince Peter, he is already 54 years old, and will not be able to work in the arsenal for long. If he stays there, he will be away from the protection of his friends, and the new chief in Tver may not buy it. And he has no idea what kind of person Alexander is. Then Alexander looked at Larissa in the carriage. This person is really elusive. No one knows what he will do next. You know, Solovyov was summoned to the Winter Palace, and he was also very careful. But there has been no latest news from the Directory from France recently. Once the French make a move, although Petersburg is far away, the news will spread quickly. By then, we should be prepared. Paul has a lot to do in Gatchina this time, including the new exercises on the review ground in the spring. However, considering that the queen was recuperating, and the crown princess's belly was finally showing some shape, the women would not be allowed to watch the drill from behind this time. They could only hear the sound of cannons from a distance in the garden. As for the new equipment on the test field, according to the purchase list, some of the things shipped from Dagestan have now been brought to the test field. This is a bit dangerous, Your Majesty, because it is a throwing weapon, and it has to be made on the spot. Please keep a safe distance. It was about 20 Russian feet away, and Solovyov and several grenadiers had already prepared drum bottles, sugar, petroleum shipped from Dagestan, and some other things after simple distillation. Fire-making things are a bit dangerous, no wonder they do this. Kutasov, bring the telescope. Yes, sire. Paul saw through the monocular telescope that Solovyov, who was there with 2 soldiers to make a fire, lit the cloth blocking the rum bottle and threw it at the dry firewood pile. It works pretty well. No wonder it's a dangerous job. What do you think, son? It's like Greek fire, father. You know, the stuff used against the Arabs in Constantinople. So, is this a kind of Molotov cocktail that reproduces something from history books? Yes, father. But this is a bit dangerous. Although it's a new weapon, it's easy to burn your own people. The Molotov cocktail itself is not safe, and the matches that Alyosha presented are also not safe. Paul was very concerned about safety measures. Although this kind of weapon was easy to use, He had never been on the battlefield, but he could feel that it might not be very useful in a field battle. If it was used in a siege, it would be much more normal. As the Tsar, he knew that there had been many serious fires in Russia. The fire in 1736 was caused by the improper handling of the servants of the Persian embassy according to official records. And the fire brigade in St. Petersburg was most worried about putting out fires in the winter with extremely strong winds. Although serious fires rarely occurred in St. Petersburg after the Empress came to power through a coup, the wooden houses in the residential area of the shipyard workers were dangerous. So he quickly mentioned the problem of this kind of thing to General Korsakov beside him. "General, if you take the army out and carry this kind of thing, you must pay attention to safety. The most important point is to try not to burn your own people. Don't forget the lessons of Yaroslav Tartu." While the pile of firewood was still burning, Paul gave another lecture. The fires he mentioned later were all during the reign of the Empress. Later, Russia's urban buildings were improved on a large scale, and a large number of brick and stone buildings were adopted. However, when it comes to heating in winter, it always makes people feel dangerous. The property losses caused by these two fires were huge, but the casualties were small. However, it is indeed worth being vigilant, because in many places, buildings still use a large number of wooden structures. What if they are going to burn? Next, it was the next project. After several months of design, Solovyov still managed to make a grenade that could explode in two pieces. There was no other way. With the current technical level of Russia, being able to make this thing, which could explode after being pulled over and thrown out, was already considered a black technology. If this thing had not been made, it was estimated that during the Crimean War, the Russian army, which lacked artillery shells, would have to use wine bottles filled with gunpowder to throw them out. One of these two things was too powerful, and Tsar Paul was still frightened when he mentioned it. The other one had to be careful not to explode it if held in the hand, and had to be thrown out quickly. The grenadiers had no problem with this, but the effect was not very good. There was no other way. The technical level was here. When Solovyov and the soldiers who helped came to see Paul in white shirts stained with black stripes and dusty faces, the Tsar smiled. Although his smile was sometimes uglier than crying, it did not prevent him from rewarding. "Captain, your invention this time is not as good as the one you made with guns and cannons before. Your Majesty, not every invention can be successful. When I was in the barracks before, I was always afraid of setting the house on fire. After all, it was too close to the Winter Palace. It was dangerous enough." Paul didn't want to look at it anymore after seeing it, and said that this invention should be put aside for a while, until the technology is mature, before it can be brought out. He didn't notice that Solovyov was staring at Rostopchin at this moment, and he didn't know the little drama in his heart. "If you dare to use this thing to set Moscow on fire, I will dare to set your house on fire." Anyway, Rostopchin has fallen out of favor recently, and he will soon be kicked out of the court by Paul. This is a kind of shame. There are many people who can return to the court after being humiliated, but what they can do in the future is a huge problem. Rostopchin didn't understand why this was the case. He didn't seem to be very familiar with this young man. As for Paul himself, what he was holding in his hand was a teaching grenade that was cut open to see the structure of weapons. "If you use this thing during training, how do you plan to train normally? Your Majesty, I think we should use earth apples for throwing training. The weight is about the same." "Why potatoes? A grenade is much more expensive than a potato. If it's not handled properly, it will be more expensive in the lives of us soldiers." Paul was amused, but he also pointed out the problem seriously. "I think talents are the most valuable. Talents are the first treasure of the country. The price of grenades is a problem, but it can be used for jokes. The Emperor of all Russia said so now. That means we have to do it according to his wishes, and it is indeed not the right time to make some inventions now." Solovyov is also considering making relatively safe matches, not as dangerous as that fire bottle. He himself was almost blown up just now, and Tsar Paul saw it very clearly in the telescope. The grenadiers watching on the scene also said that these two things, no matter how brave we are, it is not the time to use them now. Compared with the new weapons used by the chasseurs, the new weapons they were assigned were obviously very dangerous. The hand grenade itself also faded out of the front line in the late 18th century, mainly due to the progress of artillery. Now Solovyov is also considering how to make the model of the simple hand grenade in the Russo-Japanese War. The wooden handle thing he has made now is even worse than the border region made in terms of performance. When doing something, it may not be smooth sailing. Paul now has more and more things to take care of. In addition to new weapons, the trends on the European continent are worthy of vigilance. On the other hand, it is necessary to improve the water transportation in Russia, especially the canals that have been dug. They all need to be repaired. This money is now allocated from the funds obtained from the orphanages under the name of the Queen, and 400,000 rubles are used every year. The huge consumption, coupled with the fiscal reform, although the common people may get more benefits, but he has also begun to damage the interests of some nobles. At present, this is not so bad in the Guards, but in some local troops, some officers have begun to form a conspiracy group. These people can't get anything done themselves, but always bring huge troubles. Later, Tsar Paul conducted a review of the Petersburg garrison at the review field in the afternoon. This time, the event was very grand, and even some veterans who were exiled home were invited. It stands to reason that Marshal Suvorov should have been invited, but he was not seen at the scene, which was indeed very strange. Chapter 39 Marshal Alexander Vasilievich Suvorov. Solovyov was given a holiday. He was in this state, so he had to take a shower first. Tsar Paul thought that he could not attend the review in such a dirty state. Only one battalion of the Grenadiers Regiment joined the review, and the Jaggers were still in the barracks at number 2 Million Street. He changed into clean clothes, just like the officers in the Paris taverns. Wearing a white shirt would actually make it easier to draw a gun or a sword during a fight. It would not be good for the Tsar to see him like this. At this moment, he should quickly get a clean uniform and put it on. However, there was a little surprise. On the way to the locker room, he saw a little ugly old man who looked like a servant and was about 60 years old. "Who are you? You ask me who I am? I should ask you who you are. You look like this, and you have a sword on your waist. You should be an officer, right? But you are quite handsome, much better than our master when he was young." I don't know why, whether it is the French or the Russians, they all pay attention to his face first, and he seems to give people a good impression. Then who is your master? From the tone, it seems that he is quite important. As for me, I won't tell you. The old man is quite strange. Judging from the things hanging on his waist, he seems to be an old orderly. Such a strange old man. His master should not be very good. Gatchina is not far from Novgorod, and Solovyov would never think about who this man's master is. Of course, he is based on his good character of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and he doesn't intend to argue with him. In Europe, the only people who fully abide by personal ethics are probably those legendary Spartan tough guys, and the elderly have to give up their seats to the elderly. You don't want to tell me, and I don't want to ask. Go back to your master, but be careful. The steps here are new and polished too smoothly. It's easy to fall down. That's what he said, and it was indeed the case. I don't know who came up with this idea to get so much marble to pave the floor here. After saying this, the old man was a little careful, but before he walked out, a lean, thin, and dry old man came back from behind. Compared with the portrait, this man was thinner, but from his clothes, it can be seen that his position in the army is not low. Solovyov had only seen one field marshal, old Kamensky, before. This one is probably Marshal Suvorov. Proshka, you are also old, and your grandson will be able to join the army in a few years. You still like to joke with children so much. This is not a typical Suvorov sentence. He always likes to use a bunch of strange abstract metaphors with people, but that was when he was around people who knew him well. Now it is a way of speaking that everyone can understand. Sir, this officer just reminded me. He's a nice guy and didn't bother with me. When you're in the forest, don't tease the little bear. Proshka, how many years have you been with me? Sir, it's been 35 years since you became the commander of the Sustal regiment, sir. You still don't learn your lesson. This old man is Prokhadubasov, the orderly who was inseparable from Suvorov. He even has a place in the biography of the Grand Marshal. Then Suvorov turned to Solovyov with a kind expression on his face, as if he was looking at his grandson, but his son was 3 years younger than the young man. Which unit are you from, young man? Your Excellency the Marshal, I'm Captain Mikhail Solovyov, the commander of the Jager Company of the Pavlovsky Grenadiers Regiment. Mishap, you talk like a soldier brought up by my old friend. The voice was very loud, which made the old marshal very satisfied. However, he sometimes likes to act crazy or stupid when he speaks, or he speaks in a very abstract way. This statement requires some guessing. It can be said that enemies meet on a narrow road. There are not many people in the army who have grudges with Suvorov. On the contrary, Marshal Kamensky, who has strict military discipline and whips soldiers at every turn, has such long-winded reports in his army. Although Kamensky is also in a semi-retired state, he is not targeted by pull and still has some say. Your Excellency Marshal, if you say so, it is not entirely correct. I joined the Sustal Regiment when I was 13 years old, served there for 2 years, then went to the Moscow Grenadiers, and then came to St. Petersburg. Hearing this, Suvorov was quite surprised that this child was actually a young officer from his old regiment. Child, when you were in the regiment, the commander was a Bukov, right? Yes, Marshal. Then how did you change 2 regiments in a row? Then Solovyov reported everything in detail. His mind was very clear. In fact, although Suvorov himself spoke in an abstract way, he particularly liked young people who were quick-witted, clear-spoken, and brave and fearless. At least 2 out of 3 could get his special attention. But no matter how you look at it, the more famous officers he promoted looked like a team of pilgrims. After all, Bagration's face looked a bit like Monkey King. General Kutuzov was a fat man, and Miloradovich didn't care what the order was. He just said the commander is right, and then he took his men out to fight. Solovyov's brain circuit was more abstract. He accompanied the old marshal to the lawn. The old man didn't care about his image, holding his stomach and laughing, rolling on the ground. Uncle Prosher, what's the matter with the marshal? The old man is like this. He does whatever he wants, just like the hare in our Russia. Why not an eagle? That's because the eagle hovers in the sky, and the hare always sees danger and changes position at any time. Child, do you want to learn some skills from me, an old man? I don't know what's going on. The old marshal's thinking is too jumpy. Even Solovyov can't keep up. But this is a great thing. After all, it is unexpected that such a military god old man is willing to teach him things. But he still liked to ask questions, and then asked, Alexander Vasilievich, respected marshal, why do you want to teach me some skills? This is the first time I see you in person. But I know what you did at home. Kutuzov's predecessor was really a fat old man who was blind in one eye, but he could even see the soldiers' foot bindings. And this old marshal with kind eyes in his later years, he just sat at home, probably communicating with his daughter and a few confidants, and knew what was happening outside. He was now sitting on the ground with a cane, and also motioned Solovyov and the loyal Proshka to sit on the lawn. Kid, did you invent a new gun? Yes, but because the copper shell is too difficult to use, it was changed to a paper shell. The bottom of the bullet is a copper primer, and then by pulling the trigger, the firing pin is fired, and the bullet is fired out. This kind of rifle has a very fast firing rate. It's a good idea, but it's like a premature baby. Your invention is good, but it appears too early, so it is very weak and needs to be constantly improved. Just like letting a child grow up slowly, that's it. He really likes to use metaphors. If he is more concise, he can probably compete with the Tatars in Kazan or the Kalmyks in the southern Russian steppes. Moreover, this little old man is an old naughty boy. As he spoke, he hit Solovyov's boots with his cane. You need to use your brain more, and also consider the situation in Russia. Yes, Alexander Vasilievich. It can be seen that you have good family education, and are very polite. It would be great if other people could be like you. In fact, he was talking about Bagration. The prince was a very good person, but he had 2 problems. One was his bad temper and the other was his gambling habit. Suvorov could do nothing about this. He always educated his juniors in accordance with their aptitude. He had no way to deal with the problems brought by his family. He could only cook the dishes with the ingredients. to bring out the real abilities of the children has always been a very serious issue for the old marshal. However, the apprentices he had led, and the subordinates he promoted in the past would not be like this kid, with a belly full of question marks, sitting on the lawn, and chatting like this. The weather was also very good, and the old marshal was in a good mood today. He was always chatting, and metaphors were endless. If you don't have enough brains, you really can't keep up with him. However, Solovyov raised a question at this time. You have come to Gatchina today, and the emperor is also reviewing. I came here on horseback with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I heard an order in the middle, that is, to invite all the old generals in Gatchina to watch the parade. Who wants to see a pile of cabbages arranged by vegetable vendors in the vegetable market? Speaking of which, when the Prussian army was arranged in 3 rows, the big ones were placed in the front, the small ones in the second row, and the rest were placed in the back. This is really a sharp point. Then you should also see that the emperor has this problem. If you make him unhappy, Alexander Vasilievich, he will let you continue to stay at home. The old orderly Prosha followed the conversation and said, "Our emperor, sir, don't you usually praise him? Good guy." It turns out that the old man is a proud one. Although he kept complaining, he still had Paul in his heart. However, according to the old marshal, it is not enough to learn from Frederick, and we still need to have our own characteristics. Because he defeated the Prussians on the battlefield, the old marshal was unwilling to introduce the Prussian military system, but he still appreciated Paul's new weapons, improved soldiers' treatment, and strict military training. At the same time, there is a small problem, that is, those generals who were sent home because of opposing Paul actually have the opportunity to be reappointed, but those who are not competent in military reforms, after being dismissed, they want to come back. That is too difficult. In fact, the old marshal's nephew Prince Gorchakov arrived at his estate in Novgorod in February. The Tsar himself generously stated that, as long as the marshal himself no longer publicly ridiculed the military reform, even if the old marshal still followed his own way, he would allow this old marshal with outstanding military achievements to return to St. Petersburg, hoping that he could serve as the dean of the new military academy. Then this arrogant old man, seeing the Tsar's loosening attitude, he refused to give in, and said some very impolite words to his nephew. This left the prince with no good solution. He downgraded his uncle's words before he dared to relay them to the Tsar himself. Paul had a low tolerance for others, but he was relatively polite to the old marshal. It was not because of anything else. Marshal Rumyantsev's son had reported the old marshal's rebellion to him before. After arresting his adjutant and entourage for interrogation, even with the great memory recovery technique, he could not bring any evidence. From then on, at least Paul knew that the 2 old marshals Suvorov and Kamensky, who had led troops, were still loyal to him. They were enemies, but they did not add insult to injury on this issue. Once they quarreled, it was still within the military field. Now, the Tsar, who was very proud, needed these old marshals to make a gesture. However, with the old marshal's arrogant temper, even though he praised Paul in many aspects, and heard many good things about the emperor from the serfs on his own estate, he would not give in at all on the issue of Prussian military reform. Then, although his house arrest order was lifted, he was still unemployed at home. This time when he came to Gatchina, he finally chose not to go to the parade ground, which was also a statement. But Paul didn't care about him. If you don't show up, it's considered as attendance. The seat in the first row was left empty. This pair of monarchs and ministers began to compete with each other. Anyway, his name will appear in the newspapers in St. Petersburg. It can be regarded as giving each other half of the face, but not the other half. The reason for their competition is that Russia currently has no external crisis. It seems that Paul has not done too badly in the past year or so. At least it is stable and there is no big chaos. If someone outside makes trouble, Paul will definitely give in, but time is unforgiving. The old marshal is already 69 years old. He is not afraid of young people who don't have martial ethics, but he is afraid of old men. Because of this, when he was at home, the loyal old servant often heard his master say, "I'm useless, before I get too old." What made the old marshal very happy today was that Solovyov was still able to keep up with him, and even when asked quickly, he answered fluently. Unfortunately, he is very old now, and the child is too young, so there is not enough time. When they parted, he asked the old servant to take out a book The Science of Victory published 2 years ago, and gave it to Solovyov. You have to take good care of this, but you can't stick to the textbooks, otherwise you can only be a tutor for the nobles. This old man is really divine. Suvorov's madness of pretending to be crazy is really a bit difficult to write. Chapter 40. Tsar Paul, who was loved by the serfs during his tour. Tsar Paul in Gatchina was actually very annoyed by Suvorov's absurd behavior of coming, but not attending the event, but at the same time he was narrow-minded. He was extremely tolerant of the old marshal, and did not impose any punishment measures or the kind of personal humiliation common to the aristocracy. The old marshal is now not holding any position, and is unemployed at home, so there is no punishment method available in this regard. So the final result was that Paul lifted Suvorov's house arrest measures in his own estate in Novgorod, but there was only one word for further job arrangements: no. Of course, Paul thought this skinny and dry old man was really interesting. He had obviously recognized more than 70% of the content of the new policy, but he refused to give up an inch on the pressurization of a military reform. That's why he was narrow-minded in dealing with others, and left room for the old marshal. The premise is that he must not know that some conspiracy groups are doing things secretly under the banner of the old marshal. Now, he was in a good mood in Gatchina. Chatting with the serfs he had liberated when he was the crown prince was a kind of entertainment and a way to understand the people's sentiments. Although these serfs were still serfs in name, the local area was the place where the 3-day edict was most strictly enforced. The local officials once asked the Tsar in the petition, "Do peasant women count?" This question was not a cold joke. There were more funny situations across Russia. The big landlords in the Ukrainian region kept shouting "Long live the emperor" because the local traditional labor was 2-day corvée. Although everyone was a serf owner, some honest landlords here only had 2 days of corvée, which was a local tradition. At the same time, the serfs were also shouting "Long live the emperor" because there were some bastard landlords there who were even more exploitative than those in Russia. As for the change from 2 days to 3 days, according to the tradition of village self-government, whether it could be implemented was still uncertain. In addition, some people would say that the emperor only let us work for them after 3 days a week, which was the upper limit. Sure enough, in Russia, some things cannot be guessed by common sense. As for the peasant women problem raised by the local officials of Gatchina, it is the implementation of the prohibition of breaking up the family for the wives of some serfs, and considering the tough nature of Russian women, they will raise a question. That is, this decree is about their old men, not them, so there are always people who refuse to go to make bread. This problem is actually not only a problem unique to Gatchina around Petersburg. Paul's declaration seems to be very standardized, but both sides are using the emperor's new policy to make bugs for themselves, which is very lively. However, wherever this Russian emperor went, as long as his ceremonial guard appeared, the passing serfs saw it, and there were really people waving their fur hats or straw hats, shouting "Long live our little father, Pavel Petrovich." In Russia, there are still many problems. After reading the petition from the local officials, Paul summoned the second-level secretary in charge of Gatchina and several surrounding towns in the province for questioning. After listening to their opinions, he also thought that it should be more standardized. Gatchina has always been my territory. This is also the first place to implement the 3-day decree. We must regulate the behavior of everyone and ask them not to exploit loopholes in the national laws. Not only landlords, but also serfs, and the wives of both families should not make trouble all day long. Your Majesty, what about the actors in the serf theater? A secretary actually asked a question, which required Alexander, the second son of Prince Solovyov, a young but experienced civil servant, to come out and sing. Today, it happened that officers from the Pavlovsky regiment were on duty in the palace. Solovyov saw this guy using a set of long and difficult sentences to explain the problem. Sure enough, he looked like Sir Humphrey, and his skill package was exactly the same. What is the conclusion? No one is allowed to violate the original intention of the edict, Your Majesty. If anyone wants to exploit loopholes in the law, necessary measures must be taken. Then do it this way, Sasha. When you return to Petersburg, ask your father to convene a committee of permanent members of the Privy Council and a Russian grammar expert. Your Majesty, don't you want a French grammar expert? How many peasants in our country can understand French? Only Russian experts are needed. Yes, Your Majesty. And he has a tendency to do Bernard's work as well. Then Paul was a little restless. It was still morning, earlier than working hours, and he came out to summon these civil servants and secretaries. They all came from their respective residences in a hurry the night before. You know, when the Empress went to inspect, there was no such amazing move. She summoned officials and local gentry all day long, and issued one oral order after another. Even bystanders felt that he was a little eager for quick success, but it was no wonder. The Empress's path to the throne was actually a bit similar to that of the Empress of the Tang dynasty. Both squeezed out their sons. It was not surprising that Paul was impatient. Now that he had dismissed the officials and even sent little Prince Saltykov to draft documents, he was ready to go to the garden to take a look. You officers on duty, go and prepare the horses first. Solovyov, Karpov, you two follow me. Since they said to prepare the horses, they should go out to patrol the territory on horseback. Paul was very impatient. He felt that the officials in Gatchina were quite loyal, but some nearby places were not necessarily so. However, he asked the two of them to follow him, probably because Karpov was good at swordsmanship, and Solovyov could not only wield two pistols and shoot randomly, but his brain was much better than the average officer who could only say Ura. But when he entered the garden, he went straight to his daughter-in-law. If Paul were an ordinary rich man, he would definitely be a good head of the family. Larissa, you are becoming more and more radiant, which is good. You should move more. If it is not convenient, you can ask the servants to carry you out to relax. Paul even called the crown princess by her real name, which shows that this biased father-in-law is indeed no different from ordinary parents-in-law, even if this is the royal family. Whether it is a boy or a girl, it is a good thing. Don't worry too much. This daughter-in-law is more likable when she is pitiful. Alexander happened to hit it directly this time, and there was no need for the female official to explain God is omnipotent on the side. Alexander was not in the garden, but went to the Legion with Constantine. This was a task arranged by Paul. When the Tsar summoned the civil servants, they also had to take responsibility. Paul was dissatisfied with Constantine's absurd behavior recently, so he pulled him into the army, which could also let the second daughter-in-law hide for a few days. Of course, he also hoped that this kid would learn from his brother as soon as possible. In his personal life, he still pays attention to his family, but no matter how you look at it, the Russian stage is too big for him. You know, feudal serfdom is prevalent in Europe. Even Russia had this decree earlier than the German states. But it got up early and caught up late. Paul, with several grenadier officers on duty and excellent riders selected from the hussars, rode out of Gatchina and went to the nearby villages for inspection. This was not a secret visit, it was completely the Tsar's own initiative. He suddenly led several officers, even without his personal servants, to visit the nearby villages. His image of wearing a black Prussian military uniform and holding a cane was already familiar to the serfs near Gatchina. If it were put in the past, when Pugachev rebelled, there was also a strange thing. That is, Pugachev called himself Peter III and said that, after overthrowing the Empress's rule, he would return the power to Pavel Pavlovich and serve him with all his strength. Whether Paul was the crown prince or the Tsar, his headshots of different ages had long been widely known in Russia, so no matter how high or low a person's status was, he roughly knew what his Tsar daddy looked like. He was indeed not good looking, but it also let the serfs know for the first time that there was an emperor sitting in the palace, but caring about them. As soon as he arrived in the village, he attracted a strong crowd of serfs. "Come and see, our emperor is here," someone shouted at the head of the village. Today happened to be Sunday. The 3-day decree clearly stated that 3 days of work were for the master, 3 days were for oneself, and the remaining day was for God. In fact, it was a day of rest. The sight of all the men, women, and children in the village coming out also scared several young officers. My goodness, our emperor's reputation among the masters in St. Petersburg is not very good. How come when they arrived at the village, these people had never seen the Tsar himself? At best they could see his portrait in the master's house, but when they saw the real person, they recognized him very well and shouted Yura. This is a big village, with hundreds of people. As a result, every family told each other that the climate near Petersburg was still relatively warm and the thaw had already begun. Some people did not wear shoes and just wrapped their feet. Before Paul could ask about the situation in the villagers had already brought out bread and salt. Except for the windowsill of the Winter Palace, that Tsar had not seen, so many people crowded below, and unlike usual, he only brought a few followers today, and there were no guards blocking him. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to come to our village of Bolshevo. There are 404 men, women, and children in the village, all here. Note, this data is taken from the census during the reign of Nicholas I. Others were just shouting Yura. Only a few older people who looked like they had served in the army before came over to report to Paul. Your village is not small. Who is your master? To answer your Majesty, it is Prince Wittgenstein's family. There is also a sawmill in the village. However, I have never seen the master come here, but you, your Majesty, are here. It is a good thing that he has never been here. If their master is less involved, he may not even bother to manage the sale and rental of serfs, which makes it easier for the serfs. It has to be said to be a kind of black humor. Ah, that's a coincidence. I listened to the report of the civil servants in Gachina this morning. I wanted to come down and take a look, so I came to your village. You look like an old soldier. What's your name and surname? How many people are there in your family? Which regiment did you serve in before? The old man didn't expect that their emperor would care about his family. He burst into tears, which can be regarded as a spontaneous traditional Russian art. The serfs have simple minds. They used to rebel and resist taxes. They hoped to have a good emperor. They would thank God if they collected less taxes. I didn't expect that the current Tsar would come with a few followers to inspect the village from the North Road. Your Majesty, my last name is Smirnov, Ivan Ivanovich. This last name was given to me by my superiors when I served the Empress. At that time, I served in the Ingria regiment. When I fought against the Turks, I made 3 merits and received 3 rewards. Before I joined the army, I married my wife and had 2 sons. My sons also married wives, and they also have children. If we fight those Turkish barbarians again, I will lose an arm, but I can still offer a few good soldiers to the emperor. His 2 sons and several grandsons stood behind the old man. They were strong, and they were good laborers. I say, old soldier, your children and grandchildren are all good men. What if your master is reluctant to let them go? Paul still knew a little about the situation. When recruiting soldiers, these landlords always hid the best laborers. As soon as he came to power, he was fighting wits and courage with these nobles. When conscription was in progress, they could not get good soldiers, and the serfs they recruited were used by the masters. This was a daily operation. As long as the emperor and the crown prince need people, we will go, even if they are not allowed to. It is actually a Russian tradition to sneak into the army. There are even women who dress up as men to join the army. His words moved Paul. In St. Petersburg, he could hear some truth from his confidants, but he heard more flattery. This time, he walked into a village at random. These serfs were the lowest level in Russian society. They were simple and strong, and they told the truth. Among Paul's new policies, the most beneficial thing for them was definitely the 3-day edict. Secondly, when the army passed by, the services provided by the village were no longer free. Everyone who provided services to the officers, soldiers, and horses of the army had to add 15 kopecks in addition to the prescribed remuneration. Another key point was the abolition of the old grain tax law, which was a disaster for serfs, and the use of a relaxed new law, which exempted nearly 7 million rubles of head tax. Based on these 3 points, salt and bread were also ordered to stabilize the market, reduce prices, and give the serfs a break. Paul was also invited to the old soldiers' home. In addition to the bread and salt they served, they also roasted a piece of venison. It was just that the meat was too full of ingredients. It was really that after the price of salt was forcibly lowered by the Tsar himself, the cooks were willing to add salt. This Tsar was probably the first Tsar since Peter the Great who could sit in the home of an ordinary farmer like this. but he lacked courage. His policy was correct, but he lacked skills. He looked at these enthusiastic serfs and was moved to tears. He also took out a handkerchief to wipe his eyes. You are all my good people, but there are still many villages like you in Russia. I can't come one by one. It has to be like this. Solovyov, you take notes. Solovyov had been offline for a long time, standing behind the Tsar. He didn't expect that there was still something for him here. He didn't bring his secretary out, so he took notes. Who told you to recognize so many characters and write so fast? Today I went to the village of Bolshevo. The villagers are simple and honest, loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and they are exempted from state taxes for 2 years. Anyway, if the master offline system of Prince Wittgenstein's family really dares to collect more than the limit of the master's own exorbitant taxes, this place is also close to Gatchina. Find a priest to read a forbidden spell. No, write a petition. The master is afraid that he will really go offline in Russia. Paul will go to several cities and villages near Moscow next. This time he visited the village. In the past, those who came to meet the Russian Tsar were all local masters. Now Paul is here. There is a circle of masters inside, and 2 circles of serfs and citizens outside. After all, he is still a Tsar. From the letter that Kostroma wrote to Queen Maria, it was mentioned, serfs can be given freedom, but they cannot exist as a political class. If they make a sound, the final result is the fall of the crown. From what he said in the past, it can be seen that this Tsar must have been underestimated. Being able to think of this was better than many European monarchs at the time. He would personally open and read all petitions. In 1797, he received 3,229 petitions, responded to 854 in writing, and responded to 1,793 in the form of oral instructions by his secretary. Some of them would be published in full in newspapers in St. Petersburg and Moscow, after being approved by the Tsar himself. It is no wonder that the Russian nobles at the time and the later populists hated him to death, while the serfs, citizens and reformers loved him from the bottom of their hearts. Even in the manifesto of the Decembrists, there were praises for his promotion of reform. Chapter 41 Russian Army Training Methods. Paul visited many places during this tour, and it was also the longest tour since he ascended the throne. After several surprise inspections near Gatchina, he went to Moscow with his entourage and some guards, leaving Petersburg to the officials of the imperial government. Alexander and Constantine were busy with their own affairs, and the training of the Pavlovsky Grenadiers Regiment was finally back to normal. Before Paul left, he appointed the veteran battalion commander Colonel Nikolai Mukhanov as the acting commander, and the commander of the regiment was now Major General Adamovich. Although the latter was almost idle, and the former, the colonel, was in poor physical condition. But he still insisted that the whole regiment start training, and the grenadiers and the chasseurs had to be involved in the training. At the request of Grand Duke Constantine, except for the 1st Battalion of the Pavlovsky Regiment guarding the Winter Palace, all other troops had to conduct live fire drills and carry out tactical training according to the new training outline. At this time, the officers of the guards, grenadiers, jaggers and marine infantry who participated in the exercise all appeared in front of the large sand table in the exercise field. It was an assessment work in the training stage, but the Russian army had great differences in training methods for different troops. At this time, Solovyov always followed behind the regiment commander to avoid some language differences. For example, Miloradovich, who spoke plastic French, at least could ensure that he could understand. The old regiment commander with a bad temper was 51 years old and was acting as a regiment commander. He was only 2 years younger than Kutuzov. He was a nobleman from Kharkov. He didn't understand any foreign language, only Russian. In addition, his image was also more delicious. If it weren't for his legs, it would be easy to get lost. Solovyov once had an idea: where is the nearest place to sell donkey meat hot pot nearby? The idea he gave to Count Bobulinski was to boil donkey skin and make it into donkey hide gelatin and other things. Even those with poor quality would have some effect. When the old count heard about this, he actually started to do it. He was good at managing his territory and industry, but he was not good at finding people. He really asked the supplier he entrusted to get a lot of donkeys. He slaughtered, skinned and haired them to make rubber blocks, and also distributed donkey meat to the workers in the factory and the serfs in the manor. I don't know how it went over there. He thought of this thing after seeing his regiment commander. The meat distributed in the Russian army is unlikely to have donkey meat. Sometimes his brain is out of line, which is not ordinary. Even his old superiors, when they knew that this kid would write to Marshal Suvorov on his holiday to ask questions, looked at his performance. It was this kind of jumping brain that could keep up with the old marshal's thinking. Although Alexander Vasilyevich was 69 years old, he was still able to provide guidance to young people. Others were a little envious of this handsome captain, who could get guidance from the victorious old marshal on how to lead a company or a battalion. In fact, this was used as a means by Solovyov. At the age of 17, he might not even be able to grow a beard, and the soldiers and officers he had to manage were older than him. He could only write letters to the old marshal frequently and control the rifles and ammunition of his company. Compared with other chasseur companies, his company, which Paul had high hopes for, was now firing continuously at the shooting range, which made Prince Bagration, who came with him, a little envious. He was able to use his connections to allow his chasseur regiment to meet Kutuzov's basic 10-round training volume, while Solovyov's company, because of its smaller scale and customized weapons, could fire 20 rounds at a time at the shooting range. Moreover, the shooting accuracy was very high. These soldiers were all carefully selected, although their respective regiment masters did not want to send away the young and strong soldiers in their hands. The Tsar's edict was there, and they had to act in accordance with the basic law. It's just that Solovyov is easily labeled as a jester, and there may be rumors that are made out of nothing, such as fake news about him having an affair with the crown princess, to prepare for him, without considering that during the physical examination, the doctor said that this kid is quite pure. Physical examination is also an important detection measure for recruiting soldiers for newly formed troops. In a place as densely populated as the military camp, it is also necessary to maintain the health of personnel. We can't expect everyone to be healthy and not sick like the crown prince. Maybe if they get sick, they will be taken away. The medical level of this era is obviously much worse, because the level of biology and chemistry is not enough. If you are not careful in the military camp, everyone may be taken away by a wave of various diseases. If the hygiene is not good, infectious diseases will spread. Some masters were taken away in this way. The combat method of the hunters is always better than that of other arms. Bagration wanted Solovyov to come to his regiment, but he didn't expect this guy to tinker with an invention and set up a company in the Grenadiers regiment. Of course, in his company, in order to cooperate with the Grenadiers in the formation training, it is a dual-purpose unit. When dispersed, it needs to be able to cover the march in front of the Grenadiers and kill the enemy at the same time. When assembled, it is also necessary to play the advantages of line shooting and use accuracy to shoot at a longer distance. The characteristics of their guns also make it difficult to hit their own people when standing and shooting. Among these troops, the best chasseurs are probably the chasseur battalions formed by Paul's Gatchina chasseurs. Solovyov actually didn't understand why the Tsar chose to put his company outside the Guards chasseurs and throw it into the Grenadiers. Perhaps it was a test. Although the new Russian military manual was often criticized by Suvorov, he did not object to some new attempts at synthetic arms. He even told Solovyov when chatting on the lawn that day that, if this French trick could be practiced well, it might be effective in the future. However, with regard to the production of this rifle card, even if old Prince Peter Dolgorukov is a trustworthy minister, Paul may be very impatient. After all, this is also a kind of infantry decisive battle weapon. Of course, the marching music used by the Jager Company is also quite special. Langevin also came to participate in the exercise today. His regiment did not come, but the masters of the regiments came from their respective garrisons to see the new exercise in Gatchina. As for the 6th Jager Regiment, the Guards Jager Battalion and the Pavlovsky Grenadier Regiment, which are currently adjacent in the queue, he can see it very clearly. These three troops are in a strict formation. I didn't expect that the Grenadiers Regiment could train the troops so well, even though they have been lacking a regiment master and a commander. The closest to the hill, where he was the Jager Company of Solovyov, and their drum beats and marching music also confused Langevin a little. Didn't our emperor advocate the Prussian military system? How come the grenadiers he personally ordered to form also play French songs? That's what you don't understand, monsieur. That company was specially formed by the emperor himself. They all use new guns and are the only new army that doesn't use the Prussian drill code. Ah, that's what happened. I know that handsome little company commander. No wonder he came up with this. The emperor allowed him to do whatever he wanted within the scope of permission. After all, the guns in the hands of the chasseurs were all made by him. Then, no one would notice that, although this song has a French flavor, it is still a bit wrong. For example, I'm a government soldier and the enemy is a thief. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate rebels. The enemy's general is a great hero who is unparalleled in heaven and earth. Just with these lyrics, if you really translate them, it seems that there is nothing wrong with dealing with the French Republican government from the perspective of a group of autocratic monarchies. I don't know if General Bonaparte, who is preparing to cross the sea to Egypt, is sneezing. Of course, no one knew the meaning of this song, but after seeing the translated score, Langevin thought it was pretty good. It should be suitable for the exiled royalist army and his good friend to use as the Duke of Gan's small army. No one noticed Solovyov's prank, and everyone thought it was great. His shooting accuracy and speed were ridiculously high. Some veterans from the Queen's era, who came to observe on site, found that there were still many legacy of Suvorov in the company training. General Langevin, what do you think? Not only does it have the characteristics of your French Royal Army, but it also has the training principles of Alexander Vasilievich. What a good kid. We've all heard about him in St. Petersburg. He writes to His Excellency the Marshal every week to ask questions. Young people nowadays are addicted to pleasure. No wonder the emperor can't stand them and wants to kick them back to the barracks. No wonder the old marshal no longer teaches his entourage anything. These old guys were still lamenting that the performance of young people in the Russian army has been getting worse and worse in recent years. Langevin also wrote about this kind of complaint in his notes. Of course, as a guest, he could also complain mercilessly about the Tsars messing around. If it was just to reorganize the guards, it would be fine. Even some troops with rich combat experience deployed on the border also had many problems. This is why Suvorov has always expressed opposition to Paul's military reforms after they went deeper. Although he cleared up all the problems of the Empress era in one breath, Paul had never led troops before and could only practice in Gatchina according to the Prussian drill manual he had obtained. In fact, although he was an expert in training troops, he made many mistakes. However, the performance of the Jaggers and Grenadiers this time was somewhat bright. At least Paul was not completely fooling around. Especially in the simulated shooting on the march, he did not copy all the Prussian stuff. The traditional Russian bayonet assault was still retained, including the reorganized Jagger regiment/battalion/companies. After the bayonet assault was launched, from the side where Langevin and his team were, the red side representing the Russian army, composed of the Z Regiment, the Pavlovsky Regiment, the 6th Jagger Regiment, and the Guards Jagger Battalion, pushed back the blue side representing the French army with the bayonet assault. Although it was a bit of a performance, it was rare for the two sides to directly collide with a bayonet battle on the battlefield. After one side launched a bayonet assault, the attacked side would generally choose to retreat or reorganize and fight again. Generally speaking, few of these nearby countries can withstand the Russian army's all-out charge, but before the exchange of fire, they often choose to shoot. In the era of line warfare, due to the change of new tactics, it has changed to light infantry engagement, then line infantry shooting, and finally bayonet assault. Although there are scenes of direct bayonet assault, they are not many. After the exercise, a group of Germans were there, which made Colonel Mukhanov have to bring Solovyov, the translator, with him all the time. This is not a vain translation. The commander still appreciates his training, and said that you can continue to do so in the future. Although there may be some losses in training, the formation training under the Suvorov principle is actually very useful. At least when facing cavalry, the Russian infantry has never been timid, and even dares to launch a direct attack. As for the anti-cavalry operation, after the training, it happened that the red side had 3 hunter combat units of different sizes, so they stayed and demonstrated the anti-cavalry formations and tactics to the officers. from two people in a group with bayonets back to back to the hollow square formation. What the light infantry can do now is actually no different from the line infantry. In the future, I'm afraid that the solid square formation that is more difficult to penetrate will be added. However, it is not so easy to encounter cavalry on the battlefield. Although horses will be afraid, there are also fearless or frightened horses that rush directly. If they are too crazy, even if the defense is well organized, the defensive formation is easy to break. This is something that some old cavalry officers from German states have also said very clearly. Some of them have trained with Prussian veterans such as Seydlitz and Zieten. There are still many things that can happen on the battlefield. However, with the poor level of the Prussian cavalry, it seems that there is still a little gap compared with the French and Austrian armies. The Russian army itself is actually very complete in terms of cavalry configuration. In the army, the combined combat of various arms can still exert greater power. This was very obvious in the army, but Paul was touring the countryside at the moment, and the serfs still loved him. What happened at the training ground in Gatchina would have to wait until he came back for a report from the senior Russian generals and Grand Duke Constantine. I don't know what attitude he will take towards this new military reform. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Solovyov is forced to be a jester. After the exercise, the officers were given a holiday. Solovyov had no time to finish his grenades and Molotov cocktails because there was another letter from the palace. This time it was from none other than Her Majesty the Queen. The perpetrator this time was Count Bobulinski. He used donkey skin to make Alexei rubber and some other things. However, the Count did not understand. He just did what Solovyov said. He wanted to add donkey meat to the borscht, and it was nothing to make donkey meat goulash. But the Count, although he understood interpersonal relationships, he still didn't understand many details, so he called Solovyov out of the barracks. Count, your Russian has improved a bit recently. I don't know if this is a joke or a real compliment, but the Count, he never cares about these small problems. I asked you to come here, mishap, because it's about Her Royal Highness the Queen and Larissa. Larissa? The Count obviously saw that Solovyov was pretending to be confused. Everyone knows that you are just like me. When I was young, when I saw a beautiful girl who caught my eye, my eyes would be full of stars. If the age gap wasn't big enough, I might have another illegitimate child. It's Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. Speaking of which, the Count is also the Crown Prince's elder, so there is nothing wrong with calling her that. After all, she is his niece's wife. The Count himself didn't expect that this boy often saw some noble ladies of similar age who were charming and liked to tease, but he was not moved at all. Then he was discovered in his eyes. Looking at the Crown Princess's appearance, Larissa of Baden was indeed a quiet beauty who could attract the eyes of outsiders, even if she sat there motionless. But this boy also knew what not to do, and there was definitely no problem watching from a distance. Ah, that's right, Count. You are also the elder of His Highness, so there is nothing wrong with that. Count Bobulinski's current body shape is not as fat as he was in his old age. He looks very energetic. Several Grand Duchesses like this Uncle Alexei. After all, he always brings some good things when he comes. It's important to talk about business now. Mishap, what is the purpose of the glue you asked me to boil with donkey skin? Have you used it on the Countess? Yes, Anna's complexion has indeed improved a lot. Recently, Paul and the Count, the two brothers, did not know what switch was triggered. Paul had another son, and the Count's daughter Maria was born. They were chatting outside the baby room. To be honest, the Countess was in good health, but she was also a little weak after giving birth. Now, for both noble ladies and peasant women, giving birth is a very dangerous job. However, after the publication of Paul's new edict, a regulation was made for all gynecologists, midwives and rural midwives in Russia. That is, when pregnant women give birth, they must strictly maintain the hygiene of the environment and ensure that the environment of the mother is clean for 1 to 3 weeks according to the conditions. Although this edict looks inconspicuous, it is the most strictly enforced one. According to the reports of Pavlovsky Hospital and some doctors in Moscow, the incidence and mortality of puerperal fever in parturients have indeed dropped significantly since 1798. What is more dangerous for parturients is a difficult delivery and postpartum recovery during delivery. Although European women do not have the saying of confinement, parturients are sometimes weak. As for the current summons of the Queen, it is probably to ask for some tips for recovery. At this point, Count Bobulinski was a little confused. He just tried it for his wife according to Solovyov's words. Anyway, in his opinion, there is no harm in eating some freshly made donkey skin glue. As for the specific effect, he is not clear. Solovyov knew that he had to go to the palace with her to deal with the empress who was always attacking her without warning. Because the count was a layman in many things, but he was very good at one thing, which was the location of production, storage, and sales he chose for the company. This geographical knowledge was not learned in vain. If he really wanted to be a senior counselor in the army, he would still have some level. But he didn't have this ambition. He only wanted to run his own manor and make money. Even making money was to please his brother. Without his brother, there would be no him, but without anyone, there would be no donkey. Solovyov could only use his brain to think about the main function of donkey hide gelatin to replenish blood. As for how to use Linnaeus's plant nomenclature rules to fool people, he had to bite the bullet and do it. Solovyov was very helpless that he had to be a jester, even though he had the ability. Then, he took the count's carriage to enter the Winter Palace this time, which was much more convenient than entering on foot and being inspected every time. Mishap, you have to think it over before you speak. My sister-in-law is not so easy to fool. Poor Louisa, she is finally no longer troubled because she is pregnant. This uncle actually worried about the children a lot. He was also worried that his nieces would not marry well in the future, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, there are things that cannot be said. Of course, the palace couldn't say anything about the crown princess because there were servants blocking the door that night. The crown prince couldn't help himself when he saw the pitiful crown princess, and everyone else knew the rest. The queen was a bit snobbish, which was also a typical symptom of a mother-in-law. Although she herself had just given birth, she was taking care of her now. During the discussion in the palace, although Solovyov couldn't get a word in, the queen's address of Louisa in front and Lisa in the back was not a big deal, but the tone was extremely disgusting. So, Alexei, since you have proved that this method is useful, I will try it first. I think Louisa is still too weak, and the little girl from our side has become more delicate in recent years. If it works, give it to her too. Your Highness, there is one thing you still need to pay attention to. This method was told to me by Captain Solovyov. I heard it is a Chinese prescription. Oh. The queen actually didn't like Solovyov very much. She wanted to drive out anyone who showed any signs of being a jester from the court. But there was a problem. That is, Solovyov was an officer, which was different from a court attendant. Especially his core organization happened to be at both ends of Million Street with the Winter Palace, and he was an inventor registered with the Tsar himself, so he couldn't be kicked out. Sometimes, technology can really change destiny, especially mastering core technology. Yes, Your Highness, I need to explain to you the method of mixing wormwood and donkey hide glue to treat fetal movement disorders and some gynecological diseases. So, this is another method from Ryazan? No, Your Highness. This is a Chinese treatment method. I have never said it. I have learned some content about this by myself, whether in Moscow or St. Petersburg. However, the Chinese medicinal materials that can be seen in large quantities in our country are mainly rhubarb. This kind of medicinal material is a hedge with donkey hide glue itself, which can easily cause dangerous side effects or even poisoning. After all, Queen Maria is a top court turner. She is not incapable of listening to technical questions, especially what Solovyov said later, that Linnaeus's plant taxonomy was added. I believe that Mr. Linnaeus must have had good intentions when he created this classification method. Plants in the Asteraceae family are more or less related to Artemis. Some plants that can be used as herbal medicines are also useful for gynecological diagnosis at present. Then, the queen herself turned around and asked the imperial physician, Monsieur, is there such a thing? Your Majesty, from the perspective of herbal medicine, I think Captain Solovyov's words are correct. Since there was confirmation from the experts, Queen Maria no longer stopped them and wanted to try the medicine herself. Wow, this attitude has changed 180 degrees. Before, she had scolded her daughter-in-law, but after a few months, when Lois's belly gradually grew bigger, she began to show her courtesy in a rather snobbish way, and even wanted to test the medicine on her daughter-in-law herself. If you don't know, you can give her the title of Royal Good Mother-in-law. This queen is fine as a daughter-in-law and spouse. If Paul really died first, she could suppress several dazzling daughters-in-law. This old lady has a lot of oppression, and the crown princess has opened up a spacious space for her to recuperate after returning to the winter palace these days, who made her body look very delicate in the eyes of the queen. But for her, this is not comfortable, because she is far away from her library. The queen even specially sent her own personal maid to take care of her. This reversal made her feel at a loss. It was the most uncomfortable thing for her not to read books. She had been feeling a little restless recently, but the maid would not let her read any books to calm down, saying that reading would consume energy. Alexander was so happy that his wife was pregnant that he placed an order for a set of encyclopedias that Loisa had always wanted. This set of books was now in the reading room and could not be taken out, which was the most uncomfortable thing for her. Sometimes, this reversal was enough to torture people. However, Mishura was still very responsible. Although she had never married, she paid attention to all aspects of things. She arranged the other needs of the crown princess very properly according to the experience accumulated by the queen from her previous 10 pregnancies. Although it was uncomfortable for Loisa not to read books, her other needs were met. Even the lady-in-law half-jokingly said, when Her Royal Highness was pregnant in the past, she didn't do it so meticulously, she was used to it. And you, Your Highness, this is the first time, so we are doing it to ensure your safety. Anyway, such an honest daughter-in-law. The queen thought of her husband, the Tsar's wife who had died before. When the queen was still alive, she was not very satisfied with that wife, but she was very satisfied with the performance of her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law in the court, so she always used coercion to suppress the eldest daughter-in-law and gave her some care. The crown princess could only bear it in this regard, but she was somewhat moved when the queen personally tried the medicine for maintenance for her. 2 days later, Solovyov was pulled into the palace by Count Bobulinski again. This time, the queen finally made the decision. Although the effect was not very fast, she had been a little weak after giving birth this time. After using it, she felt a little relieved, and her complexion was much better. In the end, she approved the maintenance plan of Solovyov, the Ryazan quack doctor. She was even reluctant to call it a treatment plan, just like some people never wanted to call him Zunzang. Then Solovyov, led by the imperial physician, came to the room where the crown princess was now, but because of his previous little eyes, he could only watch from a distance at the door. The professional pharmacist from the pharmacy at number 4 Million Street next to the core station assisted the imperial physician to prepare the medicine. Solovyov chose the most gentle one, and even the imperial physician was a little dissatisfied. Her Majesty actually believed in the folk prescription of a junior officer and ignored the imperial physician in the palace. Although bloodletting should not be used at this time, the experience of traditional medicine should also be followed. Before the advancement of science, sometimes old Chinese and old Western doctors, except for surgery, can be said to be a pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes. Donkey hide gelatin with wormwood can be said to be the most common method, but Solovyov was also very careful not to let the old Western doctor with some cerebral palsy take out Roman wormwood or the more dangerous wormwood, otherwise it would cost lives. If you ask why, Solovyov actually read Western herbal medicine when he was free. There are some dangerous things. If they are really used, they are toxic to the liver and kidneys. Although the risk factor is not high, it is still there, especially when the wrong medicine is used. If there is a mistake, the play will end here. However, after the crown princess used it, after a period of observation, she should have no physical problems and no adverse reactions. Only then did he feel relieved that the medicine was not used wrong. This time, botanists, Pharmacy experts and imperial doctors in St. Petersburg were mobilized to carefully identify the medicine. However, Solovyov found himself in an awkward situation. He obviously made a living by his own ability, but he ended up making himself like a fool. In addition, if the queen felt a pain in her waist, she could actually get some coarse salt and then make a cloth bag to lean on her back. In addition, after Alexander knew about it, he issued an order in the name of the crown prince, that is, those who raised livestock in the royal estate should also start raising donkeys. This is great. Without water, there will be no fish, and without the crown prince, there will be no donkeys. Chapter 43, News from Petersburg delayed. Nelson's death on the island. 1798 was about to pass, and the Solovyov family now had a younger sister. When naming the child, the old baron was at a loss, and it was unclear how he was troubled by a large number of Russian names. Even if he closed his eyes and used darts, he should have made a decision. Today, Solovyov also had a cousin, Veniamin. It was really unexpected that naming was so difficult. Another reason was that it was true that he wanted to name the child on his own, but sometimes he had to look at the church. If the child was born on a certain day, such as the anniversary of some Christian martyrs, such as around Easter, there might be more people named Praskovia, which comes from the ancient Greek especially before Easter. But it doesn't matter if it's simpler to choose a different name. The old baron had no idea. His young wife wanted to name the child according to her eldest cousin's maiden name, and there was also a dispute in the middle that the couple's beliefs were not quite the same. When it came to baptism, the priest might really make a decision. Fortunately, Solovyov's station was in St. Petersburg, and his family had enough money to hire doctors and midwives to deliver the baby. And when the eldest brother got the news, he quickly called her back. But if he followed his idea, in fact, if he named his second sister, because of different beliefs, there was no need to follow the anniversary of the martyrs and patron saints. There were already several times when the name Praskovia could be named, and there was more than one martyr. And a young officer who always put books like The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire on his bookshelf was unlikely to completely follow the church's rules. Besides, there are some Eluas in Russia, but it's hard to say which Eluo they are. Of course, there is another point. Most girls will get married in the future, and there is no need to worry about the patronymic issue of the child. The in-laws should just not give their sons random names. It's just that the old father has his own ideas outside, but he is always like this when he comes home, which makes Solovyov helpless. Yulia, go get the dictionary. I have decided on a name for my sister, but it has to be more formal. Then, he wrote out. His stepmother wanted to name her Rose, but because her husband insisted on waiting for his son to come back before making a decision, it took a lot of time. As for the meaning, the name Paulina comes from a French name. It may be pronounced with one less, but it is the female transliteration of the name Paul, and our emperor's name is Paul Petrovich. Miss Henka, you still have to make the decision. Dad, you are the head of the family, and you have to take care of business matters. I can't do that. In this way, it is a tribute to the Tsar. If it is a tribute to the crown prince and the crown princess, it would be much simpler, and Solovyov would not have to look up the dictionary to explain the etymology. Just change a letter or apply it. The reason is that the old baron has a big problem, that is, it is really difficult to choose a name. And Russian men, in addition to those who beat their wives, there are also those who are afraid of their wives. I don't know which physical law it belongs to. Although she was a French noble lady, Solovyov's stepmother Amy was not from Paris, let alone from the provinces. She came from the West Indies, and was a bit wild, so she made her husband obedient. Then, when the tutor was not around, she would play with her stepdaughter, who was not much older than her. To outsiders, this family was quite strange. When your sister grows up, let me hug her. Yes, she is only this little. Yulia, you and your brother, everyone, grew up from such a small thing. Then, the Baroness looked at her stepson and asked the questions that were often asked in the letters in the past. Mishap, don't you have a girl you like yet? If you do, I will go to see her carefully in a few days. They gave up the question of addressing each other, but it was clear that such a stepmother was really caring. with Solovyov status. If he could be promoted to major before the age of 25, he could almost lead a battalion, or work hard to become the chief major of a regiment, or even act as the commander of a regiment. It can be said that he has a bright future, and he is also rich and has potential. Then, this guy is still reluctant to talk about the issue of finding a wife. He can foresee that the war will soon be going on. At this time, if you hear any news in Petersburg, don't believe it too much except for the final, confirmed reports from abroad. At least when speaking at home, you don't have to learn a foreign language. It's been so long since she came to Sevastopol, when she was still Miss de Rivery, and met the old Baron at General Ushakov's residence. She has been learning Russian and trying to adapt to here. Maybe for her, although the upper class in Russia speaks French, she fell in love with an old country gentleman who retired and returned to her hometown and lived in the countryside more often. It was because her stepson was in Petersburg that they finally decided to come here from their hometown in Rouen. If she knew that this boy had the eyes and courage to steal, but did not dare to have the intention to steal, she would not know how to laugh. Anyway, in Paris, this matter was not a big deal. If it was, when Cardinal Richelieu was still the Prime Minister, maybe the Queen of Louis XIII would have found a lover. But the family affairs of this little stepmother urging marriage were indeed quite interesting. Fortunately, when the Baroness came to St. Petersburg for the second time, she stayed at home most of the time. When the child could be handed over to the nanny in a while, she would start to move. At the same time, General Bonaparte's army was in Marseilles and Toulon. The 40,000 combat troops and the main ships of the French Mediterranean and Levantine fleets were ready for an expedition. And there would always be a delay in the arrival of news in St. Petersburg. During this period, Solovyov could not ask for leave from the head of the regiment, because their old head of the regiment only spoke Russian. There were officers from abroad present. If they did not speak Russian well, they had to bring an interpreter. So he spent more time in the barracks, but he had a single room in an officer's dormitory on the upper floor of the pharmacy, where he began to prepare for the translation work. First of all, the preface. The people who went to Kayakta to buy books last year now finally went back and forth to Siberia, bought things back, and when they arrived in Irkutsk, they had to exchange money for physical goods, trade in Kayakta and the trading city, and then return to Irkutsk, and then it was the return journey. Now, this book is on his desk, but his time is limited, and he only got a complete set of several famous works, which is very complete in content, but there are many stories in it, which actually need to be revised. After all, according to the Jiajing edition, during the transition period to Mao's comments, the content of many books is really poor. As for publishing the serialized content of this book, he considered publishing it in a newspaper affiliated with the Petersburg News, but it is still a bit difficult to do this. Moreover, he will go to war in a while. So he went to number 17 Nevsky Avenue first. Count and Countess Stroganov were there. They warmly welcomed Solovyov's visit. "You came to us, Miss Hap. It must be about literature and art, not anything else." "Indeed, Mr. Count, you know, my book has finally arrived. But I have to pay attention to one problem, that is, to clarify the historical background. A lot of annotations are needed, otherwise it will be difficult for readers to understand. Then you can make preparations early and get the background information ready first. But if the Legion is mobilized, it may not be so easy. What have you heard in the court recently? Lord Husworth of Britain has returned, and he is trying to influence the Emperor through diplomats. But based on what he has done before, the Emperor is unlikely to agree to the British's request. Compared to this, we are more concerned about the palace. Thank you very much as a doctor. His Highness is in good health, and those recuperation methods have worked." The Countess interrupted at this time, and brought the topic back to the palace from diplomacy. "The donkeys near Petersburg may be in trouble, but we need to give birth to more donkeys, otherwise there won't be enough. Yes, many manors are now raising donkeys, and they have to import them from the Turks. Speaking of Turkey, one can think of donkeys, Egypt, and Avanti. After all, the story of Avanti first appeared here, and then went back east to spread on the Silk Road. At this time, what Bonaparte is doing is much more important than using donkey skin to make donkey hide gelatin. It's not the Countess's fault. She is more in social occasions and her focus is on the court. In the future, when she gets the title of court lady, she will give this qualification to her mother and get approval. The next time Turkey goes to war with the Turks, I'm afraid they will restrict the donkey skin trade with us. Hearing this joke, the Count and his wife also laughed. It is true that Turkey is facing huge pressure from Russia. If they rely on themselves, they will be completely suppressed. They can only rely on the power of countries outside the region. The British need someone to curb Russia's expansion to the south, and France needs someone to contain Russia's power and prevent them from focusing on the west. During the reign of the Empress, Russia's main national policy was still towards men. Her goal had always been the Grand Greek Plan, but her time was really limited, and the revolution that broke out in France caused the monarchies on the European continent to turn their attention to the Republic against France. Out of vigilance against the Directory after the French Republic, Russia actually kept its military forces against the western border, as well as the Danube direction, and the goals of the monarchies were the same. Just when Solovyov went to number 17 Nevsky Avenue for discussion, Nelson's fleet had already reached the waters near Sardinia and Corsica, but he was really unlucky. He encountered a storm on the sea near Bonaparte's hometown. Many warships were seriously damaged and could only find ways to repair them on the spot. As a result, he passed by the French lead fleet. As for the subsequent transport ships, because of Nelson's fleet deployment problems, they were all released. The above problems may be known to Paris and Madrid the fastest at this time. London, on the contrary, because the ships had to pass through Gibraltar to report to the country, the news was delayed compared to the straight line distance. But no matter what, when it comes to St. Petersburg, the speed is extremely slow, especially Tsar Paul has been out to inspect towns and villages during this period and is meeting with local gentry and serfs in Kostroma. If you want to get news, the speed is even slower. Of course, because of the British's own operations before, Russia is not very active in interfering in European affairs within the government. Unless the French's actions harm Russia's interests, Paul does not intend to move. At the same time, another problem is that, if the British also harm Russia's interests, then Paul will also take necessary measures. If only Britain and France want to toss in North Africa, Tsar Paul himself does not intend to intervene, and it has nothing to do with Russia in terms of interests. However, one thing has been put on the agenda, the marriage of Archduchess Alexandra and Archduke Joseph of Austria. This matter is what the Queen has been more concerned about recently. The Austrian side has now put this matter on the agenda, and the two sides are discussing the specific details. Due to the King of Sweden's repeated stupidity, Austria made a written guarantee in order to avoid diplomatic turmoil during the marriage. Grand Duchess Alexandra could maintain her orthodox faith and the establishment of relevant entourage, and she would also bring her personal entourage from St. Petersburg. Archduke Joseph himself was the Vice Prince of Hungary, so after they got married, they would stay in Budapest. As for other specific details, they were still under discussion. With such a marriage, when Habsburg really chose to go to war with France, Russia would have to show its support anyway. Solovyov knew the temper of the eldest princess. She was a very good person and liked to write poetry. However, if she married into the Habsburgs, the most likely thing to happen there would be bloody battles between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law among various nobles. It was really not a good place to go. Moreover, the failure of the previous marriage with Sweden had actually led to a decline in the level of the marriage with Habsburg this time. But there are 2 points that can be confirmed. Before the formal marriage, Archduke Joseph will come to St. Petersburg in person. This is a door-to-door marriage, and he must give enough face. Another point is that the quality of Austrian single archdukes of marriageable age is not very high, and the heir to the throne Ferdinand is a seriously ill patient who can have epilepsy 20 times a day. Archduke Joseph has an adopted brother, who is the famous General Archduke Karol in the future. However, he is in the barracks like Archduke Constantine, and getting a wife now will only affect his speed of drawing the sword. So this marriage is just like this, and Paul himself is still very worried. Chapter 44. Fountains can show vigorous vitality. Napoleon had already set out for Egypt and would pass through Malta on the way. Paul did not know that the Order of Malta would lose its Grand Master because of this, and he would be the next one. What he had to do now was to reorganize the medical school established during the reign of Peter the Great. The new name of this school was the St. Petersburg School of Medicine and Surgery. When the Russian capital was still in Moscow, the general hospitals of the army and navy had been established, and teaching institutions had been established, which were merged into the medical school in 1787. Now Paul just issued an order, and he did not know where he learned it from, and set up a preparatory committee, and planned to complete this project by the end of the year. He planned on the basis of the existing medical school, and also funded the construction of a luxurious affiliated hospital, which was divided into 2 wards, one for receiving nobles, and the other for civilians connected to the poorhouse. However, after reading the rules and regulations, and publishing them in the St. Petersburg News, all of St. Petersburg knew that our emperor had started to toss again. Although everyone knew that the direction of his efforts was correct, everyone knew that the emperor had a bad temper and wanted to build hospitals, factories, mines and manors with just a tap of his cane. So many projects were launched at the same time. In other words, he was slow in opening up new sources of income, but his ability to save money was not bad. As an emperor, he exploited the nobles. The financial budget was still enough, but whether there were enough people was also a problem. Of course, he was loved by the people now, but the nobles didn't like him very much. What was even more strange was that his close minister, Count Palin, actually began to organize a conspiracy group, the existence of which the Tsar himself had no way of knowing. Because there were not many people, he was in the core class, and he himself was a confidant of the Tsar, which completely made things dark under the lamp. It can be said that 33 million of the 36 million Russian people would definitely love their emperor from the bottom of their hearts, which sounds a bit outrageous. However, this time Paul visited many provinces and governor-general districts that had never seen any Tsar in person in the past. When the local citizens and serfs heard that the emperor was coming, although they must have the mentality of watching the excitement, there were really many people who were grateful to him. Paul, who still knew nothing, was still working tirelessly. He reviewed various drawings every day, and also responded to petitions and letters from all over the country, and even asked to deliver them to the sender himself. Even from the peasants in Luga near Petersburg, a petition was sent. Paul was very happy to see it. After waiting for so long, he finally saw a letter from a literate peasant. On the one hand, he affirmed the peasant's suggestion in his reply. On the other hand, while criticizing the master, he praised the master's practice of letting the peasants learn to read, and asked him to set up a school in his own manner. If he succeeded, he would be awarded a third-class order of St. Anna. The duty officer of the Little Winter Palace that day happened to be Solovyov. After giving the instructions, Paul wanted to have lunch with his son and daughter-in-law. "Why are you here today, inventor?" Paul might be in a too good mood today. Seeing Solovyov on duty here, he even came down the stairs to take a look. "Yes, you've grown a little taller. Now you're a more capable officer of the grenadiers." Actually, the Tsar himself was a little bit taller than expected, but he also tapped Solovyov with his cane. But he was tapping his sword. "Your Majesty, I'm on duty." "You are the officer on duty. You can patrol. Don't act like a soldier. I know you write to Alexander Vasilievich on your days off to ask questions, but don't learn the way he did when he was a guard." "No, sir. Officers from the 1st Battalion of Grenadiers will be here to relieve us soon, and we have to take over." "Well, that's what I was just saying. I remember Alyosha once heard from you about some cultural meanings of Chinese gardens. Is that true?" "Yes, but that was information I got from books and rumors in the past, and it can be confirmed to be true." "Well, come to my office this afternoon. Since you know Chinese gardens, you must have read a lot of books about architecture, right? Let's discuss garden architecture. We are going to have an expansion in the palace. But if you have the time in the future, focus on military architecture and read Vauban's books. Anyway, Solovyov has gotten used to it. This Tsar is definitely not a complete idiot. He still has some stuff, although not much. However, the Tsar's habit of talking to the officers below him was indeed a bit strange, and it made people wonder if Paul would change his career to micromanagement in his next life. At least the trusted officers he promoted were quite loyal, but the biggest problem was that he always punished others based on various minor regulations and mistakes. There was no problem with this at the moment, but the longer the time went, the more problems would accumulate. and at noon, Paul and the queen would educate Alexander and Larissa. Probably because a due date was getting closer, the queen's snobbish problem became more serious, and she was also more cautious, worried that something unexpected would happen. If you feel uncomfortable, you must shout it out, so that you can use more strength. Paul was very satisfied listening to his wife explaining the essentials of childbirth to his daughter-in-law. In the past, the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was very bad, especially after the last engagement of the King of Sweden. Even he himself changed his usual doting attitude towards the crown princess. Now all these things are developing in a good direction. Judging from the situation in the palace, he understands why his mother took that attitude towards his first wife. If everyone is like little Larissa, there will be less trouble at home. When his wife did not allow his daughter-in-law to read, the father-in-law was impulsive and sent someone to open the reading room and get out a few history books that Larissa liked. Since his wife said that reading consumes energy, as the Tsar, it should be okay for him to send a maid to read newspapers and a maid to read books, right? Anyway, Alexander has to bear it now. When the Empress was still there, he played an actor between his grandmother and his father, and fully studied the self-cultivation of actors. Now the family's attention is focused on his wife, and he has to act well during this period. Although there are court eunuchs to make him attractive in material things, he still has to behave better in front of his father during this period. A plot to sow discord has already appeared. It came from Count Palin, Paul's confidant, who told Alexander and Constantine that the Tsar himself had a major problem when he revised the inheritance law. After changing back to the primogeniture system, if the crown prince could not satisfy the Tsar himself, he would also change the order of succession. This kind of court conspiracy is commonplace in Russia. Paul actually determined the inheritance law and designated Alexander. He himself did not have any idea of changing it, and even said that the law should be formally written. However, because of Larissa's pregnancy, a low-level and clumsy rumor spread by Count Palin caused a rift between the two brothers. At the same time, Alexander began to worry about his position because of the things that happened in the court in the past. In fact, Paul had this feeling before. If Larissa gave birth to a boy, and Paul was only in his 40s now, the eldest grandson would normally be ranked second under the primogeniture system, and there was a sense of crisis. After all, in Russia, various palace coups are commonplace. The Romanov dynasty was the result of Boris Godunov's self-destruction. After the fall of false Dmitry, the dynasty was elected by the Moscow nobles. If we really talk about internal strife in their dynasty, until Peter III, a collateral dynasty succeeded by the descendants of Peter the Great's daughter, there have been constant struggles. Coups are not only from the bottom up. Peter the Great overthrew his sister, and when Queen Elizabeth succeeded to the throne, she also overthrew Ivan VI. It is not surprising that anything happened. Palace conspiracies are like this. Some strange alienation schemes are the positive schemes targeting the mentality, mainly the negative with malicious intentions. Of course, Paul knew nothing. After lunch, he put his son and daughter-in-law's hands together and said tenderly, "I will give everything I have, and give you hope in the future." That being said, considering that Paul has always been moody, who knows when he will change his mind again. Although Alexander agreed, he was unsure. On the contrary, Larissa, who was still innocent at the moment, responded to Paul very warmly. Seeing her smile, first to Alexander and then to Paul, could melt the hearts of both of them. Count Palin's trick has temporarily failed, but when the conspiracy fails at the low level, other backup plans will appear next. Paul, who came back to work in the afternoon, now began to review the plans of various architects, including the decoration plan of the castle of engineer Mikhailovsky, who had already completed the construction plan. Solovyov arrived 5 minutes earlier as requested by the Tsar himself. As for seeing this pile of drawings, he also knew that the Tsar had recently been in the mood for construction. "Captain, sit down. Let's talk about gardens this time. Your Majesty. Don't worry, I raised this question before. The officers of the guards and the aides de camp will all ask about it. You will also be on duty at Peterhof Palace in the future. The environment there is. But the embarrassing thing is that when asking others, practicality is always taken into consideration." But Solovyov, who usually labels himself as a practical person, is now directly asking about art issues. Sometimes, Your Majesty, can we consider everyone's work characteristics? It was good for us to talk about weapons research and development before. And what Paul was still talking about was the setting of water flow in the garden. If you were the designer, which one should you choose? Two plans were pushed to him. One was a waterfall with flowing water, and the other was the plan for Russia's most famous Peterhof fountain. Your Majesty, the summer palace comes from summer after all. If it is a concert, you can think of Vivaldi's Four Seasons Concerto, which goes from lively to warm in spring and summer, and is full of vitality. Gut, that's good. I think so too. Although I didn't give you any hints, you explained it very clearly from an artistic perspective. Young officers should indeed be like Frederick the Great, and have some interest in music and art. Although you always write letters to our old marshal, your way of thinking and behavior is still the kind of officer I want. Come, sit down, Kutasov. Go and call all the young people on duty in the corridor. We will suspend work this afternoon, and have tea and chat. If we work all day, it will be too boring for a person. It turned out that this diligent Tsar also had tired times, and the rest time he set was probably the afternoon tea time period. Then, there was another horrifying question. Paul called the guards and grenadiers officers on duty, a total of 6 people. These people were all noble sons. The worst one was Solovyov, whose family was a baron without a certificate, but it was still recognized now. The other 5 were all counts. These young people were all young officers that Paul liked very much. However, as soon as this question was mentioned, people felt something was wrong. Now there are a group of noble ladies in the palace who have the qualifications of maids. You come and comment on their looks, manners, and character. If there are any that you like, I will ask their families. The other 5 people had expressions of fear on their faces. Your Majesty, everyone knows that you are a genius at arranging marriages. You have good intentions, but do bad things. Among the marriages you arranged, except for your personal attendant who was a Turkish prisoner, which one of them was a happy marriage? Even if they like each other, there will be problems in the future. Solovyov knew nothing about this, but one of the young princes Golitsyn pointed it out. Mishap, don't you always go to number 7 Million Street? The Countess Skafronskaya is not bad. Yes, Katyr is good. His Majesty has always said that he wants to find a good boy. We all know that you are handsome. Why are you still bringing this up in front of His Majesty? I have a French stepmother at home. She is pregnant and looking for a wife for me in Moscow every day. Why are you joining in the fun? After she gave birth to a child, she started to move around again recently. She goes to every salon and stares at girls of the same age as us. Speaking of this, Paul was drinking tea and almost spit it out. You are afraid of getting married, Miss Ha. However, it is true that you and that girl are not a good match. It's not about family background, but you two can't talk about anything except making money. If marriage is based on pure interests, it's better to rely on passion as a blank sheet of paper. The Tsar suddenly discussed this issue. He wanted to choose a wife for the little Prince Golitsyn, but these guys diverted their firepower and set a trap for Solovyov. Fortunately, Paul had already chosen a husband's family for the Countess, but he hadn't started to make connections yet. Moreover, these two are business partners. Apart from talking about money and doing things, they are definitely not suitable. However, if the Tsar really wanted to arrange a marriage, he should have analyzed it this way. Chapter 45. Too much bad news in August. In the summer of 1798, the French did a lot of things on the way. Although the speed of the news reaching Petersburg was very slow, the fast horse could also be transferred from Vienna, Warsaw, and the Baltic coast to Petersburg. At this time, the French signal machines were actually more efficient and faster. In the absence of telegraphs, this kind of signal was already very fast. The Valletta fortress has always been considered indestructible. Even if it came from the sea, the power of the Middle East powers in the past could not penetrate it. There was no new dynasty and elegant politics on land. The small Malta had never been broken. However, in June 1798, the French expeditionary fleet quickly succeeded here. Anyway, the combat effectiveness of the Knights of Malta was very poor now. Even if there were a few thousand people, they were vulnerable, and the locals did not support their plan to fight. In a few days, the French controlled the island and obtained a lot of wealth from the collection of the Knights of Malta. It would be strange if the French did not rob the locals when they came out to fight. General Bonaparte did not bring Messina with him this time. This general, who was keen on robbing, might feel it was a pity, but the Egyptian expedition was not fun at all. There were too many dangerous things. For example, there was Rear Admiral Nelson, who was blind in one eye and missing an arm, and turned the Royal Navy into a royal brothel. When he went to sea, the captain of his flagship HMS Vanguard was a guy who was not good at sailing, and the mast was blown off, and then the Mediterranean squadron missed General Bonaparte's expedition fleet. When the French landed in Malta, his Mediterranean squadron was still active in the area of Elba Island, and then he chased in the direction of Malta, but because he ran too fast, he missed the French again. At this time, General Bonaparte was still organizing training for officers on the Orient, and he didn't notice that danger had passed by him several times. If Nelson had an ironclad ship, the boiler would be red hot by now, and he would be driving madly at a speed of 29 knots. He then turned to the coast of the Levant, but he would also come up empty-handed there. Sometimes, the Navy's superior skills and tactics can also lead to huge troubles. If Nelson had sailed a little slower, he would have probably met the French fleet at sea. This kind of expedition itself is an absurd move by the Directory, and it will soon bring about another anti-French alliance. The current patrons of the Order of Malta are Britain and Russia. They still have some actual presence in Britain, and they will regularly send squadrons here for supplies. Russia, on the other hand, is based on previous commitments and treaties, and when the Russian fleet or merchant fleet passes through the Mediterranean, it also needs some neutral or friendly places as supply points. When this news reached St. Petersburg, it was already August, and it was considered an eye-opener for Tsar Paul. Judging from the time, this was the day when Larissa was about to give birth. After General Bonaparte occupied Malta, he went to Egypt. Naturally, he won first, and then lost in his expedition to Egypt and Syria, which was futile. In addition to rediscovering the great civilization of Egypt and causing a boom in archaeology in the future, there may be pseudo-historians who promote that Egypt, Greece and the Middle East civilization are all fake. A few people regard it as a criterion, and most people regard them as fools, and more online gossip and jokes. That's about it. Art historians don't touch archaeology and whitewash the Elgin family, who are habitual offenders of cultural relics destruction. On the issue of the Parthenon, when the news reached St. Petersburg, Paul was indeed very dissatisfied, but now he did not make up his mind to go to war with the French. The one who was really fighting against France was Britain. After his inspection, he returned to St. Petersburg and did not intend to intervene in a war at this time, especially for Russia, which might not be of great benefit. After all, you don't need to read Zhuozuan to know that if Russia sent troops to the west and helped the European monarchies defeat France, any benefits it would get would mainly be in the neighboring countries. For Russia, there would be no direct benefits and advantages, and it would be a waste of time to be a good person. When France did not show any signs of destroying the European order, it was actually not beneficial for Russia to take action. In this way, just like Britain always had to maintain the balance of the European continent and France had to maintain the system after the 30 Years' War, they all had basic diplomatic national policies as the basis. Paul was not in a hurry now. He had to wait for the movement of the Vienna court. Now the two families had the intention of getting married. Archduke Joseph came to St. Petersburg to marry Archduke Alexandra, but Paul said in front of his daughter, "I will never see her again. She will be a sacrifice." There was a haze in the family. Count Rostopchin, who had recently fallen out of favor, also discovered Paul's abnormality and wrote in his notes, "Marriage with the Habsburgs is not a good idea." Even though Archduke Joseph had good personal character, the overall effect of this marriage was indeed doubtful. As for Alexandra's attitude, after a failed marriage that lasted for several years, she was somewhat disheartened. She loved poetry and was sentimental. When she heard about the marriage plan, her father spoke to her in a guilty tone, which made her very uncomfortable. She even had the idea of becoming a nun in a monastery and not getting involved in any marriage again. The previous Swedish king had been tossing around for several years, which had seriously worn out her patience. From the age of 12 to 15, She was troubled by this matter. However, this was her mother's idea, and it also involved the marriage between Russia and Austria. Now it was Larissa and Alina's turn to worry about this issue for her, as well as Maria and Catherine. The eldest sister had been facing these problems since she got involved with the Swedish idiot. But more importantly, Larissa was sent to the delivery room this time. Because Paul was worried about the old Western doctors, he decided to let the Navy hospital, which he trusted, assist the frail crown princess. Although the Tsar himself was personally supervising the hygiene issue, the performance of the Navy hospital was also the best in St. Petersburg. But she has to rely on herself to give birth. The family was waiting at the door this time. Larissa was in pain inside and had begun to scream in German words such as Hutch. It seemed that the situation was not optimistic. Paul leaned on a cane and his face was livid. He had not heard anything good in the whole month of August. He himself felt that there was a problem with his eldest daughter's marriage, and so did several favorites and people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although this marriage could strengthen relations with the Habsburgs, he had also heard about the situation of the Austrian court since Maria the Tsar. This was not optimistic. If his daughter was really sent there, who knew what would happen? He was also troubled by this. Although it was a day without any thoughts about politics, he still asked Prince Sólovyov to follow him with the folder. This privy councillor, a senior Russian civil servant, looked more and more like Humphrey. What's worse, his title should be higher than that of the prince of the special class. Giving him a title should not be attractive. Your Majesty, I think that at this time, you remain calm, which is the greatest support for Her Majesty Elizabeth. Thank you, Sasha, I know, but now the marriage with Austria, if the negotiations can be suspended, I think after all, diplomacy is decided by the diplomats of both sides on behalf of the two governments and monarchs. I want you to join the negotiations. Well, think of some ways. Your Majesty, how can you have such an idea? This has been negotiated through correspondence with Vienna. Paul's emotional instability seems to have become a huge variable. He felt uncomfortable when he heard that his daughter-in-law was suffering in the delivery room, and now he began to worry about his daughter. Solovyov had not seen the historical trend of Russia. The reason for not reading the script was that what he knew about this era was probably the events of those generals and main figures. The marriage between Russia and Austria was a diplomatic move, and because the parties involved were not very famous, very few people paid attention to it. Of course, if you read the script, you wouldn't think it was a big deal. And Prince Alexander Sólovyov remembered a delaying tactic he mentioned in a previous chat with Count Karol von Nischel-Rody, Tsar Paul's aide-de-camp, in a cafe. That is the famous four-stage tactic of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although the British are most familiar with it, it does not mean that other countries will not use it. I don't know where the little bespectacled count learned it from or summarized it. For the little prince, there is actually one thing that needs to be noted, that is, their family actually serves the monarch, and the operation of the government can only be ranked second, but no such absurd policies can be formulated. Since the emperor has begun to worry that the eldest princess may encounter misfortune when marrying Austria, he also thought that as a servant of the monarch, he should serve the monarch's ideas. After all, this does not involve fundamental interests, and in the reform of the great nobles, Prince Solovyov's family and his family of counts did not suffer much loss of interests, so they still worked for the Tsar's own reform. The prince himself was only the second son. His eldest brother was blind. Although the third brother had become a senior civil servant and a palace attendant with the help of his father and brother, he was also a playboy. The burden of the entire prince's family fell on him and his henpecked father. Recently, because of his skills in administration and diplomatic affairs, he has gained the trust of His Majesty the Tsar, and there are some things that he should share with His Majesty. After thinking again and again, he decided to reveal this idea. Your Majesty, I think you can take the following approach. It just requires. I know what you mean. We can go to the stairs. The guards are only on both sides. As for the things in the delivery room, Paul really had no way to deal with them. This time the Queen was not in there, but she could take charge of the household affairs. When Queen Maria saw Paul's movements, she knew that he should discuss something with the cunning little fox. She could guess that, because her daughter-in-law was in the delivery room and was walking through the gates of hell, His Majesty must be worried about his daughter. They were an old couple, and they had been through so many things. But the 5 girls in the family would all get married in the future, and the first birth was usually the most dangerous, but it would be smoother in the future. She herself had gone through this, but the first birth of Alexander and the last birth of Mikhail were indeed a bit dangerous. Alexander over there looked like an orange cat scratching the wall, and he was very anxious anyway. When Paul turned to the stairs, Prince Solovyov expressed his opinion to the Tsar. Your Majesty, we can adopt the 4-stage tactics mentioned above. We can delay the time of this marriage. Grand Duke Joseph's visit was in February 1799. When he came to St. Petersburg, he had to follow Russian traditions. There are some ways to do this, such as the traditional folk engagement ceremony and the 1-year cooling off period before marriage. These methods can be used to delay time. These seem to be Russian traditions. That is, when the engagement comes to St. Petersburg, both parties have to observe each other. You have a good idea, go on. If we organize another anti-French alliance and need our army to be dispatched, we must also decide whether to marry in the end, based on the war situation. This made Paul suddenly enlightened. Don't rush to send your daughter away. Grand Duke Joseph came to Petersburg to get engaged. After the engagement ceremony, the formal wedding will take another year, and the diplomatic clauses must be added. And Alexander Solovyov, this Sasha, is a good hand at playing with words in this regard. His strengths are official document writing, and poetry in French, and diplomatic clauses are all made in French, so there is a way to deal with this matter. That's it, Sasha, you do it this way. You must consider the content of the contract carefully, especially the diplomatic clauses of this marriage. Yes, Your Majesty. Paul's hanging heart means that half of the matter on his daughter's side is put down, and the other half is on his daughter-in-law's side. He doesn't want his son to repeat the path he has walked, but his worries soon passed. Although Larissa was very delicate in the eyes of her parents-in-law and husband, she survived this ordeal and finally gave birth to a baby girl. The biggest problem was that the crown princess was too slender, and the weight of the child at birth could be said to be that of a big princess. The biggest advantage, when the queen chose her, almost cost her life. Now there are professional doctors and midwives here. After cleaning the child's body, they put it in the swaddling clothes and took it out. Your Majesty, this child is not small, and this pair of blue eyes, when slightly opened, is like a pair of sapphires, which is highly consistent with the pupil color of the parents. Thank God for the artillery, fired 201 cannons. This is a great event. Paul and his family were mentally tortured for a day, and now they are finally relieved. As for naming the child, Paul did not follow the general rules. The approaching naming day was Catholic, so he finally named his granddaughter Evdokia, which means kindness, or love in ancient Greek. If there is a nickname that is familiar to everyone, it is Donia. Chapter 46 Military movement has already begun. While Austria and Russia were conducting diplomatic communications between July and August 1798, some of the Russian combat troops stationed inland had received orders from the Tsar himself to march to the borders of the German states. When fighting abroad, the Russians usually face a supply problem. This time, Franz II of Austria made a guarantee that once the two countries began joint military operations, they would fully cooperate within the Austrian territory, especially the supplies needed by the Russian army. However, when the war really started, what could be done? After asking some veterans for their opinions, Paul also knew that, although the Habsburg monarchs talked well, they were not always stable in doing it. The Moscow Grenadiers, which set out first, had received orders to set out when Napoleon's army was still marching towards Cairo. Among the troops expected to be mobilized were the 6th Chasseurs, the Arkhangelsk Musketeers, and the Izmailov Guards. The commanders of these 3 regiments were Prince Bagration, Count Kaminsky the Younger, and Grand Duke Constantine, who could be said to be representatives of the Russian royal family, the backbone of the Russian army, and young commanders. Their troops were the first to go south, while the other regiments mobilized from the inland were preparing to go to Central Europe. But strangely, Grand Duke Constantine did not leave with his guards regiment, but remained in Petersburg. Only the regiment commander led the team, and the reserve army of the regiment took over the defense of the Guards regiment in the suburbs of Petersburg. The infantry corps that had already set out for the joint operation were dispatched in more than one direction. News came from Malta that General Bonaparte had already established a foothold in Cairo, and at the same time his retreat was cut off. Although some of Nelson's captains were not good at sailing, they were bold enough to drill into the only defensive loophole left by the French at sea, and eventually annihilated most of the French expeditionary fleet. Although the officers commanding the French Navy fought hard, the fleet commander, Vice Admiral Brueys, still tied himself to a chair to command the battle after his legs were broken, and eventually sank into the sea with the explosion of the ammunition depot of the Orient. The only ones who could escape were General Villeneuve and his ship at the end of the French fleet's mooring sequence. The Battle of the Nile was a great victory, and Nelson reported the victory to British India and London from 2 directions. As a result, the communication ship returning to Britain was intercepted by the French Navy's frigate in the western Mediterranean, and India got the news faster than London. If it hadn't received the news later, Nelson might have enjoyed the embarrassing treatment of winning a brilliant victory in the naval battle and then being dismissed in London. It was not shameful for him, but it was the public opinion and the cabinet in London that was shameful. This would be a shocking scandal. The subsequent mobilization of troops has not yet been determined, and Paul has not made up his mind. Just spending a thrilling morning outside his daughter-in-law's delivery room has made him worried about his daughter's marriage. It was a pleasant afternoon. Several chattering archduchesses were lying next to their nieces in the crib. Paul was drinking tea and reading reports from all over the place. Although the new anti-French alliance had a rough outline, it had not yet taken shape. Among the various news, it was clear that Austria had agreed to the conditions offered by the British in order to recover its lost territory in northern Italy. However, the time of sending troops would depend on the final attitude of the old enemies, the Ottoman Empire and Russia. Even if it was decided to go to war, the speed of the army's assembly had to be taken into consideration. Once Austria took the lead in going to war against France, the initial stage should be a confrontation. In 1798, the French were not idle either. They were ready to establish a republic in southern Italy, but the army was not in place yet. This was just a plan. The current situation in Europe was somewhat due to the fact that France had thrown its best generals and carefully prepared legions in Egypt, and the Mediterranean fleet no longer existed, which led to the country's unchanging anti-French enthusiasm being rekindled. What do you know about General Bonaparte, except for fighting? Paul said this in a sarcastic tone. After all, many of the officers of the guards were idle and liked to participate in various social activities and drinking carnivals. This was actually an intelligence exchange center. The upper class of Russia was generally skilled in France. They sent back news about France very quickly. This was deliberately to test these officers of the guards. Then, for General Bonaparte, these officers were talking about his quick actions in Italy and how he quickly defeated the Austrian army. But your majesty, I think that when General Bonaparte defeated the Austrian army, he should have exaggerated his victory, reduced the number of his own losses in the battle report, and exaggerated the number of opponents eliminated, so as to make the people of Paris believe that he had won a brilliant victory. Your mention of the French general seems inconsistent with the facts we know, Captain. Solovyov had no choice. He really wanted to tell a Russian joke now, but he was troubled by a problem, that is, there was no Waterloo. In fact, Napoleon did not need Pravda to turn the defeat of Trafalgar into a rumor in France. It was not until he was completely defeated that the French knew that the French Navy had suffered such a disastrous defeat. But this is the fact. If we really go to Austria and ask the Austrian generals, we should know the situation. Bonaparte does not win every battle so easily. That is different from the Austrian army we know. And the Austrian generals are still using the tactics of the past. They cannot concentrate their forces on the battlefield, wasting their troops and rich experience in battle. Speaking of it, Napoleon's on-the-spot performance is only slightly better than that of his contemporaries. What is really strong is the dispatch outside the battlefield. His marching efficiency can even gain an advantage in the battle situation through the dispatch of troops when he is slightly at a disadvantage. If there is something, it cannot be said in front of Paul in front of everyone. There is still a lot of arrogance among Russian soldiers passed down from the era of the Empress. The other young people all disdained his statement, but the older Komarovsky agreed with his opinion. Komarovsky was the adjutant of Grand Duke Constantine. He was also one of the officers who was promoted quickly. Because he was older, he thought about it and still felt that there was some truth. After all, the report sent by Austria and the analysis of the previous Petersburg Military Committee could draw a conclusion. If you believe in the war report and don't look at the battle line, General Bonaparte can at least speed up by 1/3. It is a win, but we also have to look at the battlefield situation. It is true that Austria suffered a humiliating defeat, but the functional departments have always changed the soup, but not the medicine. Archduke Karol led it well. Why do you put him in the north? Old men like Bolu are all commanders-in-chief. What can he do? He can't do it. Even if he wants to complain in his heart, Solovyov can't say it too harshly. If he says so, it is easy to scare some war advocates to think twice. Helping Austria to fight France still has to fight, otherwise the directory is so rampant. It can be said that the war is going on all fronts and plundering everywhere, which has indeed destroyed the current balance of power on the European continent. Therefore, Britain and Russia, on both sides, must send troops for their own purposes. Lord Whitworth's previous tricks actually had no effect, but it did not prevent him from reporting to the British cabinet that he had achieved significant diplomatic results with Russia. This kind of boasting, published in the tabloids in London, did have some effect, but it was limited. Paul summoned several ministers in the office in the morning. At this moment, when he was watching his daughter teasing his granddaughter, he was also listening to the opinions of young people. After all, it was not easy to make a decision. He was also considering whether going to war would be beneficial to Russia. The Dolgorukov brothers were Alexander's confidants, and being friends with Solovyov was a very minor point. They also believed that they had to fight. Maybe young people nowadays are all like this, bragging about the enemy while going to the battlefield to see who is stronger, making themselves like fortune tellers. If they are right, it means that I'm strong, and if they are not, the consequence is that the enemy is too cunning. You have already said that I think the final decision on France this time should wait until Vienna makes the final decision. After all, they are all paid by the British to fight against France, and then they want to reap the benefits. Then he stopped asking about the war today and motioned his entourage to come over. Write to our several major military governors and the chairman of the military committee, asking for their opinions on this matter. Your Majesty, do you mean to unite with Austria to fight against France? Yes, let the British act at sea. They can only play a role there. The future joint action plan, the plan to attack the lowlands together with the British army, and the plan to protect Hanover need to be discussed. We are mainly discussing the issue with Austria now. He waved his hand again, leaving only the Dolgorukov brothers to stay with him. They will go to inform the Crown Prince Alexander of a series of decisions made by Tsar, so they are still here. Vienna and Naples have signed a secret treaty. If there is any action to be taken, they will take the lead in southern Italy. This point has also been confirmed, but the Austrian general invited by Naples is Mark, who will be unfortunate in the future. What kind of ability is this guy? The subsequent actions of the Russian army will also depend on whether Austria formally declares war on France. By October 1798, with the troops that Korsakov had already reached the border, the Russian army had assembled between 60,000 and 75,000 troops in this area and entered the designated war zone through Austrian territory. Before this, the first to be dispatched was the Black Sea Fleet. Because the Ottoman Empire declared war on France, the Third Rome, which had fought to the death before, became friendly forces this time. The Ottoman Empire's fleet will be deployed to the battle against Corfu under the command of Admiral Ushakov. Interestingly, the islands in this area have triggered many wars, including the famous Peloponnesian War, the war between the Antigonid dynasty and Epirus after Demetrius and Pyrrhus fell out, and now it is one of the first places where the Second Coalition War against France will be fought. At the same time, General Bonaparte in Egypt is in another situation. It is unknown what his current mentality is, but after Egypt is winning in Cairo, consolidating France's rule in Egypt, As a senior Roman and admirer of Alexander the Great, his approach in Egypt is obviously a bit of copying books, which seems to be useful. After listening to opinions and making arrangements, Paul sent his confidant to write to Marshal Suvorov in Novgorod to ask for his opinion on future wars. Before that, he did receive a supplement to his will from the marshal himself, hoping that his property could be passed on to his son Arkady. Although he had not recognized this son for a long time, after his son-in-law embezzled some of his property without authorization, he drafted a revised will and presented it to the Tsar in Petersburg. Paul would definitely approve it, and promoting Arkady, who was 14 years old, to a eunuch, which was a special care for him to obtain such a high position at this age. In addition, his two nephews were promoted to major general and colonel at a young age. In Suvorov's reply, he made 9 suggestions to Paul and also made corresponding petitions. Paul also understood that he later approved the new will and crossed out 120,000 rubles and some debts that Suvorov had on clear financial affairs during his tenure as commander in several garrisons. Now he still needs the wisdom of this old marshal. However, considering the old marshal's physical condition, he had been in poor health since he went to Gatchina in the spring and met the Tsar himself in Petersburg. He was in good spirits in August, but he began to fall ill in September and even felt numbness on one side of his body. These were all precursors to various diseases in old age. Suvorov even had the idea of living in the monastery in Novgorod, but it was not realized in the end. He had already smelled the scent in the letters Paul sent him, and even wrote to his cousin in the ancestral home in Tver, asking the noble children of their branch to respond to the Tsar's call and join the army. He couldn't go to the monastery. Master, the letter to Kaczynski's hometown has been sent. I know, Prosher, you go to rest. There is nothing to do today. If I don't get up on time when the cock crows tomorrow morning, you must pull me up. While my old bones can still move, I must meet those French guys. He was mentally prepared. Chapter 47. The Old Marshal's Manor Inspection. Marshal Alexander Vasilievich Suvorov had a very fixed daily routine. Although he may not sleep well at night due to his age, he usually gets up on time the next morning when the cock crows. However, on this morning, September 22nd, 1798, he got up a little late and needed his faithful servant to shake him up. This happened occasionally a few days a year. Ah, Prosher, you're not bad today. You just shook me up. If you don't come on time again, I won't whip you, but you'll have to eat less meat for lunch. Master, what you said is true. You didn't eat breakfast, and the lunch was just some bread. Didn't you give me the bacon in the end? Ah, you old man, it's true. Did you receive a letter? Yes, there was a letter from Master Andrei in my hometown. I asked Mr. Antin to read it to him. He said that he got a job in the Moscow regiment, but he was sent to the Grenadiers, not the Musketeers, and he was complaining about this. I told him to have some snacks in the morning and keep an eye on the vacancies in the Grenadiers and Hussars. He himself is going to the Musketeers. Something will definitely go wrong during the dispatch. That's right, sir. There are letters here. Take a look. The first one is from the Emperor, and the rest are from the masters and young masters you have led in St. Petersburg. Although this old servant could not read, he would ask Suvorov's adjutant and secretary Colonel John Antin, who was demoted together with him, to sort out the letters. He would not read ordinary correspondence except for family letters, which he would directly open. The old marshal looked at the Tsar's letter and agreed with his 9 opinions. He said that this was very important for the construction of the Russian army. At the same time, he also explained Arkady's position in the court in the letter and arranged for him to serve as a servant beside Crown Prince Alexander. For a child, this was a standard configuration for entering the court, and the old marshal was quite satisfied. There was no need to worry about things at home. The Tsar also promised that he would approve similar requests from a group of nobles in the future, and there would be no problem with his will. The emperor is still so impatient. He made such changes, but he doesn't agree to the reform of the regiment commander system. In the future, Russian soldiers will complain that they were handed over to the Germans by the emperor. Look at the following letters. Proshka, whose seals are on them. This one is from Prince Bagration. I still remember how great he was in Warsaw. Yes, he is great. The emperor wants him to lead the troops to war. This is a farewell to me. In my opinion, he is over 30 years old and doesn't even have a wife. Master, you have a young lady and a young master, so it's not too early. Don't talk too much. I'll read the following letters myself. Go and bring the morning tea to the table. Master, you are wearing pajamas and a nightcap, and then have a cup of morning tea. It is said that you and Prince Bokansky are real brothers. Sometimes they are a bit similar in this respect. You have to let me take a shower first. His living habits also included learning Turkish and Karelian, because many of his serfs were Karelian, and he even chatted with the servants in the manner, which could not be changed. At tea time, Suvorov was still wearing loose clothes. He was reading his son's letter, reporting what he had done in Petersburg, including the recent replacement of Captain Solovyov as a painting model for Grand Duchess Elena, all trivial things in life. But the letter also stated that the captain was coming to Novgorod, and it was said that the emperor issued an order through the legion. Before he read the remaining letters, he heard a noise at the gate of the manor, which sounded like the drumbeats of the Petersburg guards. The old marshal was very clear about this. When he commanded the troops, he rarely used the guards. They were all experienced musket regiments and cavalry regiments recruited from all over the country. Now a team of guards and grenadiers drove to his door. He didn't know what new tricks the emperor was playing this time. Master, do you want me to go and take a look? You don't have to go. Mr. Anton should go. He has dealt with the guards and is very familiar with this aspect. The reason for this is that the unfortunate Mr. Anton was ordered to retire. He would rather be the butler for his old superior than go back home to live. Speaking of which, the people around the old marshal are still loyal, but his temper is sometimes bad. The conflict with his wife is because his wife cheated on him outside, but the son he gave birth to does not live with him. This style is the same as his. Considering that the current emperor and Peter III more than 30 years ago have the same and highly consistent behavior habits, this should still be his biological son, but the son-in-law's matter made him very angry. This son-in-law is very good at business, and he sent someone to help the old marshal's friend manage the manor. His poor and thin real estate doubled his property after management and dispatch. However, the embezzlement of more than 10,000 rubles in other places made the old man very dissatisfied, so much so that he recently lost his temper and cut off contact with his son-in-law. Mr. Anton came to the door now. He looked at the neatly lined soldiers, which consisted of 5 companies. One company was in grenadiers uniforms, and the other 4 were guards. Hello, is this Mr. Anton? I'm Captain Solovyov. I'm here by order of the Emperor to give a report and performance to the owner of the Konshinskoye Manor, Field Marshal Alexander Vasilyevich. In fact, this was Solovyov's idea. He took advantage of Paul's tendency to be creative from time to time, and colluded with Major von Bystrom, the commander of the Guards Jager Battalion. Since we are not allowed to go to the front, we can organize a march and training in Novgorod, based on the Jager exercise mentioned in the communication between the old marshal and the Tsar, which can also be used as a training for the soldiers. On the way there and back, the old marshal must have provided meals for us when we arrived at Konshinskoye. Please go into the yard and wait for a moment. I need to report to His Excellency the Marshal. These hunters came here after several days of marching. They stayed in the villages and had to pay the villagers according to the price. They traveled very smoothly along the way. There were even some breadcrumbs stuffed into their dry food bags by the villagers. After all, it was easier to carry than a whole piece of black bread. This caught the old marshal off guard. He estimated the general marching time. With the marching speed of the Russian hunters, they should arrive at least one day after his son's letter. This was the date of the marching departure that was determined before the last communication with the Tsar. It must be said that the Russian soldiers were still very powerful when they were well organized. Even with the marching baggage wagons and military bands, their marching speed exceeded the expected level. The 69-year-old old marshal was sucked by 2 young men who did not follow the moral code of war this time. He hurriedly changed his clothes, but not the uniform of the field marshal, but the dress of an old squire, with the first-class order of St. Anna hanging around his neck, and came out to greet the 5 companies of hunters who filled his front yard. And he also brought a military band. When the old marshal came in front of him, Major von Bystrom, holding a saber, accompanied him for the inspection. The old marshal was very satisfied to see that except for the mud on the officers' and soldiers' leather boots, the military appearance was strict. As for when he greeted the soldiers, these people's answer was, "Comrade Marshal, I wish you health." Although comrade or comrade in arms sounds like a Prussian term, it is also a tradition of the Russian army. After the flag changes, it should be said that there is not much difference in modern times. As for the next step, there will be a parade performance. Even if the old marshal has lived for a long time, it is also the first time he has seen such a play. There are several veterans in his manor, as well as a sergeant named Ivan Sergeyev who has been serving by his side and has retained his military status. This veteran has also served him for 15 years. Asking them to stand behind the marshal with Mr. Antin and accept the review is also a tribute to the old soldiers. Paul doesn't know where the little captain who always stands guard at the door of the little winter palace got this trick from. Based on the principle that, since you all want to go, it will be approved, it was decided that each corps should visit the retired generals, officers and veterans stationed there according to the needs of duty. The number of personnel sent can be determined by themselves, but in principle, it is not allowed to exceed 1 battalion. With the status of Marshal Suvorov, these 5 companies seem to be no problem, and the military band has been playing new music. After Langeren was hit, the old marshal was no exception. Although this song was relatively new and could be considered a traditional Russian march drum beat, he did not hear anything unusual in the songs that were played one after another, although they were a bit avant-garde. After all, he did not know what Russia would become in the future. He just felt that, although the emperor liked to mess around, sometimes it was not bad to delegate power to young people. It was unexpected that he was so receptive. Solovyov was worried that the old marshal would not be used to it, so he cut the lyrics and asked the conductor of the court orchestra to run through the songs and instruments before he played them. The song he played was the beginning of the Tsarist Russia's The Triumph of the Victor, and the songs he chose later were also relatively cheerful. He did not dare to play any songs with a tragic atmosphere. The old marshal was very satisfied and then asked the officers to wait for a while because they still had to eat at noon. At the same time, the serfs in the manor had to start preparing and they had to have twice as much food as usual. After all, the population of his village, including men, women, old and young, was as many as the soldiers of these 5 companies. As for the meal, the officers leading the team were also very surprised. Generally, in the home of meritorious old marshal of Alexander Vasilyevich's level, the old marshal should sit in the main seat, but he sat in the first seat on the right, and the main seat was empty in his home. Moreover, tableau for 20 people was often prepared, regardless of whether the guests could fill the table or not. If there were not enough, more could be added. Fortunately, although there were many officers, the table in his home was lengthened a little. My lunch may be a little more shabby than others, but it can still fill you up. Officers also need to eat. A hungry bear can't sleep well in the winter if it stays in a cave. He signaled the servants to put bread for several company commanders and 2 large barrels. There is enough kvass and tea brewed in the manor. If you are not used to this kind of tea, I have bees here and you can make some honey to drink. Although the food was not very good, there were many choices of drinks. If it was in the evening, some champagne and Hungarian wine were also provided. However, the old marshal had always had a weak stomach, so he was very restrained when eating, but he also encouraged these young officers to eat more. After all, they were young and had no health problems. His diet was managed by his loyal old servant Proshka, who would remind the marshal himself if the limit was reached. In the afternoon, the old marshal, accompanied by his servants, watched the soldiers' tactical formation performance in the manor again. Although these soldiers were all hunters, since 1789, the tactical division between the light infantry's skirmish tactics and the line infantry's tactics was sometimes blurred during the war. Sending such a unit here was also to make him understand some of the changes that have taken place in the Russian army. This is very good. You have done a good job. We are a group of clever foxhounds. Then he also looked at the equipment of these soldiers, and when he learned that the ambulance soldiers he mentioned in the past had begun to be deployed in these companies, including the guards, he was very satisfied. You are here to report your performance. I can't let you let the hussars pass through the middle of the queue, like you do in daily training. This is a reserved subject of Suvorov's military training. It can still be seen in Bagration's Jager regiment. Not every regiment can implement this training method of more bloodshed in peacetime and less bloodshed in war. He is so close to the soldiers that many officers can't do it. As for the next 2 days of subject exercises, Suvorov also knows what they are going to do. During dinner, he didn't eat much, but he prepared jam for officers and soldiers. Solovyov saw what the old marshal had in the evening, a small amount of Hungarian liqueur and a few slices of lemon with jam, which is the diet of the Russian marshal. Today, because there are so many young officers, he also made an exception and provided some vodka with coriander. Because he is old, he used to prefer this way, but now his health is not as good as before, so he changed to liqueur. Mishap, why don't you drink? Marshal, I don't drink strong liquor, but you don't drink sweet wine with a spoon. Ah, that's it. You also have some sweet wine, like me, with blueberry jam and lemon. If you don't like it, add sugar. Major von Bystrom knew that this kid wrote to the marshal every week for advice, and no one else had this opportunity. It was this time, when he came to the marshal's manor, that Suvorov made an exception and taught them some experience in infantry combat and hoped that they could make good use of the knowledge they learned. Generally speaking, he only talked about these things to his entourage and subordinate officers. Being idle at home can be said to have suffocated him. Suvorov's daily routine was based on the notes kept by Sergeant Ivan Sergeyev, who had served as an orderly for Suvorov for 16 years, and then as an orderly for Suvorov's son Arkady for 11 years. Chapter 48. It seems that things always develop in a strange direction. Count Bobulinski started to run the manor, not as unrestrained as when his mother was around. In fact, there was no essential difference in strategy. After all, the emperor wanted everyone to do things. If it was just the manor, it would be fine. Now the business scope of his Bobliki company involves so many aspects that it has given people a feeling that calling it a limited liability company is a bit narrow now. Anyway, he was handsome when he was young, and he has not become a greasy uncle now. If you say that time is a butcher knife, or that it is a wild donkey running wild, you have to wait until after 1802. Speaking of donkeys, it has to be said that, because the queen and the crown princess used donkey skin to make glue blocks for postpartum care, his sideline business, which was originally intended to please his sister-in-law and niece-in-law, has become a popular trend in St. Petersburg. Then, people gathered on the street where he opened the company. This time there were really a lot of people. The palace did not pay attention to whether the business of the younger brother-in-law/uncle Alexei was booming. The 5 Grand Duchesses were here to watch their younger brother and eldest niece. Mikhail was only 8 months old, and he started crying when he was watched by his sisters. As for the little one, Tanya ate and slept and ate, and occasionally cried a few times, which was a good thing. The old Count Stroganov who came to the palace said to the queen, "Grand Duchess Yevdokia is so quiet, which is a good thing. You also know the situation in my family. Sometimes the child is crying all the time, which is easily caused by the pain in the infant stage." He did not say much, because his eldest daughter died of such pain in infancy. "Yes, how is your daughter-in-law Sonia doing recently?" "She is too," because these methods were all told to her by Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess when she entered the palace. Now, we held a salon at home, and when we congratulated the Grand Duchess, we mentioned donkey skins, and then they were sold out. Alexei received too many orders, and he only prepared a small amount for relatives and friends. Now he is in big trouble, and has to ask me for the exclusive rights of donkeys in St. Petersburg. No one in Europe has ever heard of anyone eating donkey meat, but there is more venison. Besides, whether it is the hunting ground in the palace or hunting outside, you can still see a lot of deer, and it is relatively convenient to hunt, and venison is still quite nutritious. Solovyov really couldn't stand the environment in St. Petersburg, where he couldn't do anything, so he urged the Guards Chasseur Battalion to go out for training. Before he left, he told Count Bobulinski that there were some ways to do this, but the donkey meat needed to be cooked in a process. This is quite embarrassing. The Italian chef brothers invited by Count Bobulinski are short and fat, and the other is tall and thin. One wears a red hat and the other wears a green hat. If you know you are chefs, you will be crazy Italian plumbers in New York, and you will ask where Cuba and the princess are. They were very resistant to donkey meat pizza at first, but it is still meat after all, which is much more normal than adding some evil things to pizza, and it is not completely unacceptable. So donkey meat pizza appeared. This is because the Count misunderstood Solovyov's statement. He said that he wanted to make snacks such as donkey meat fire baked in round cakes. As a result, after the Count misunderstood, he invited Italian chefs to make a bunch of Italian dishes and change the ingredients of beef and pork into donkey meat. Fortunately, the texture and taste of donkey meat are not bad, so the two did not go crazy on the spot, but pinched their noses and accepted it. After all, the boss is the only brother of the Tsar and a well-known figure in St. Petersburg. Their restaurant is all about slaughtering and skinning donkeys, and then providing donkey meat. In addition to supplying the Count's own territory, all the fresh meat comes here. The storefront is located on the embankment of the Moika River, near the places where young officers often go. But if people knew that donkey meat made this pair of Italian chef brothers, or would not know whether to laugh or cry. After all, the skills are also at the chef level, and there is no problem of religious constraints. If you look at Spain and Mexico, there are so many donkeys, it would be a pity not to eat them. In addition, donkey skin can also have such a wonderful effect from another perspective, always causing new fashion. Louisa was asked by Paul to take more walks in the palace after she can exercise. If she wants to relax, she can also go to Count Stroganov's house or the residence of some other court ladies accompanied by her maid. Changing to a new environment is good for the body and is also conducive to giving birth to the heir of this empire in the future. After the succession law was changed, it was quite beneficial for male heirs to inherit in order, if it was in accordance with Peter the Great's rules. It was really he is an emperor, I'm also an emperor, and the forms of the edicts designed by the two were highly consistent, and they almost gave the Cool-Andridge Queen Anna a bargain, so that the inheritance rights would be transferred back to Peter the Great's brother's line. In the eyes of Queen Elizabeth Petrovna, this free pickup was not as reliable as giving it to her nephew. Then, after Peter III ascended to the throne, he opened his eyes and untied the nobles. The Empress also had to please these nobles when she ascended to the throne. This third gun was a big pitfall for his wife and children. One had to please the nobles to maintain his rule. Although he gained unprecedented prestige, the nobles were already too big to be removed, and this authentic son, Tsar Paul, not to mention his foreign policy with a low IQ and the military reforms with correct diagnosis and ideas but wrong prescriptions, the core of the new policy of loosening serfs and restricting the nobles were all forced out by this biological father. As far as Paul's level is concerned, he is much higher than his father. At least he is not careless and does not dodge. He can still sit on the throne of Tsar for a few more years. However, his bad temper and narrow-mindedness are still a big problem over time. Now the palace is very harmonious. Louisa has passed the first test, and Uncle Alexei is really thoughtful. In addition to nourishing products, he also got some jewelry from Persia. However, these jewelry now mainly rely on the luster of natural gemstones. The thoughtful Count got the gemstones transferred from India. Indians like emeralds and rubies very much, Your Highness. These are all presented by Count Bogilansky. This Uncle Alexei, he has been different in the past 2 years. He has become good at business. I don't think so, Lisa. He is just lucky. Although the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are both from small states in the southwest of the Holy Roman Empire, they are very proficient in Russian when they come to the palace. Maria Feodorovna, noble mother, why do you say that? When Her Majesty was still alive, he went out to play and fool around all day. He was called back from Paris, and his character was smoothed. At that time, the favor he showed to him was sometimes greater than that shown to Her Majesty. When money was not enough, he was given 80,000 rubles of pocket money at a time, and there were also rewards. Although Her Majesty was only in Gatchina at that time, she also spent a lot of money on your uncle. Now, he has calmed down and started to run the manor and company by himself, but you have to see that he relies on the managers he hired. Sometimes, some people are the real darlings of fate. For Paul, daily life is work. Anyway, he likes to mess around. No matter right or wrong, he enjoys it. Count Bobulinski is lucky, but he also knows how to manage the palace. As for these gem earrings, the items are not big, but they can reflect the heart. Moreover, this was his custom to please his nephews, nieces and nieces-in-law. Even the second niece-in-law who was locked up at home, and the unfortunate Saxon princess had a share. There was no such thing as all the sisters had a share. But you guys, you still have to choose carefully, to see which one suits your heart. Queen Maria said so, and left the baby room. The crown princess also asked the servants to take all the things to the children's room. It happened that all 5 sisters-in-law were there, and even the youngest Anna had to have her share. She was only 3 years old, and not even old enough to wear earrings, but she was also given a pair of ruby ones. Children are happy when they see shiny things. The rest is for these unmarried girls to choose. However, when Alexandra mentioned getting married, she started talking about what her father told her. After all, she was reluctant to let her marry far away. She also grabbed her daughter's hands and started crying. It was really not like a Tsar. Such rich emotions are more suitable for the Austrian court. Although Maria the Tsar's husband is a playboy, he is devout to Paul and rarely has affairs with mistresses outside. He is completely different from Paul, but his love for children is highly consistent. If he were a Holy Roman Emperor and Archduke of Austria, he would be more responsible for his family, and there would not be so many bloody plots in Austrian Habsburg. Sister, what kind of person is Archduke Joseph? I have only seen his portrait. He did write me a letter, but I don't have any feelings. The words are dry. The words and sentences are not beautiful. It is said that he is a loyal and honest young man, but it doesn't mean anything. It's better than the King of Sweden. Catherine is indeed a ruthless person. This name is not taken in vain. She has pointed the gun at the King of Sweden. But if this goes on, I don't know what to do. Larissa, what do you think? In the Russian court, people are calling the crown princess by her original name again. It seems that only Paul and his wife and Alexander call Elizabeth or Lisa. Don't worry this time. If you really don't like it, you can just tell your father that you and Archduke Joseph are not suitable. Although noble character is required, there must also be some interest. Just say that His Highness wants to build an aquarium in the bay and create a fairy tale world. But she didn't want to say more and turned to talk about Alexander's plan to build an aquarium to please her. This creative idea is obviously a new idea of the court architects. I don't know where it came from. When it comes to the fairy tale world, there are always plots about princes and princesses. They are real princesses, but reality is not quite the same as fairy tales. There are many plots in the palace. Recently, a fat Bourbon brought his niece and brother's family to live in St. Petersburg, claiming to be Louis XVIII. The courts of Versailles in France and Schönbrunn Palace in Austria were actually much more exciting than those in Russia. At least, although the Empress killed her husband, she still cared for her son and grandson. When it came to Paul, he attached more importance to family affection. He also began to consider whether his daughters could marry well. After all, unlike those noble families who intermarried in the country, if they were not satisfied after marriage, as the Tsar, he could still intervene in the marriage and let the aggrieved party marry someone else or remarry. After all, this involves diplomatic relations, and the marriage cannot be easily regretted. For the marriage that Alexandra faced, there was only one situation in which the marriage could be ended, when both parties were present. That is, after the crown fell, the woman could file for divorce, because she could not give birth to an heir in exile. However, considering that Grand Duke Joseph was not involved in the issue of succession to the throne, this did not apply. At this time, Elena, who had the fastest brain, made a shocking statement. We have no way to decide. The candidate was proposed by the Emperor of Austria. If it was Archduke Karol instead of Archduke Joseph, it would not be unacceptable. Although I heard that the Archduke was weak and sickly, he is still one of the most famous generals in the world. Sister Sasha, you are so beautiful, shouldn't you be matched with a hero? Perhaps she recently heard the loud-voiced young Duke of Mecklenburg talking about military affairs in front of her, and thought of Archduke Joseph's brother. What's particularly outrageous is that he is not young, but up to now, he seems to have never been considered a spare tire in the topic of marriage between nobles in various countries. Even his rookie brother Archduke John has been put on the potential marriage list by the courts of various countries. He was adopted by the side branch of the Principality of Teschen, and his reputation is well known, but there is almost no news about him. That must be the case. Humph, women only slow down my speed in drawing my gun. Ekaterina didn't know where she learned this. This tone was very similar to that of Prince Dolgorukov who saved her, but the words she said were like those of the captain who stood guard at the gate of the Tsar and served as a model for Elena for a long time. Satire. If a Greek drama is performed, you might be able to dress up as a man and play the leading role. This is too much like what those two gentlemen can do. Ekaterina's attitude towards little Prince Dolgorukov is just that she has a little affection for an older brother, but this tone is obviously that they met in the court when Prince Mikhail was on duty as a guard hussar. This plot, because there are too many variables, is really like a wild donkey running wildly, and no one knows which direction it is going. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. The Austrians always have some tricks on the battlefield. While no major action was taken by any country, the British had been at war with France, and it would not be surprising if their fleet won anywhere. If it were the Prussian style, which routinely tore up the peace treaty, the French army would have launched a defensive attack against Austria by now. But everyone is a decent person, and they would not be like Frederick, who attacked Silesia and Bohemia in the same way. Solovyov couldn't understand this matter, why Frederick was so admired. He has not left the estate of Marshal Kanchanskoy Suvorov yet, and the hunters took this opportunity to take a holiday around the estate. In addition to assembling information these days, they are free under the old marshal's eyes. This practice may come from the characteristics of our country's nobles. Mishap, don't you think France is great? But I have never been abroad, and the farthest I have been is to St. Petersburg. You are still young and there is still time. Maybe this time, the emperor will really participate in the war against France. The old marshal lives a much simpler life in his own yard than some other veterans. Even his sweet wines are not high-end stuff, except for 2 glasses of champagne on special occasions. Remember, the Russian army should always act according to our own characteristics instead of copying the Prussians. Perhaps the emperor has seen these problems, but he should not use such drastic methods to offend so many people. He has many favorites, and can use them to do things. The emperor himself should be the little father of the Russian people, instead of dealing with all problems personally. He is only loved by the people, but there are also many people who hate him. Why don't you use metaphors? Look at this road. It is very difficult for me to walk on this dirt road with a cane. If you hadn't supported me, I would not have the energy to talk to you. After all, I'm very old. When you came to me, I was sick before, and I have only felt better in the past 2 days. It can be seen that the old marshal has always been very strong. He had just recovered a little, and he insisted on following his usual schedule. Because they were in the yard, he only asked Solovyov and Sergeant Sergeyev to accompany him, and everyone else was doing their own things. Even the most loyal old servant was allowed to rest for a while. Yes, but the Russian army still needs your experience. If the French continue to move eastward and defeat Austria, it will soon be our and Prussia's turn. That's because France has undergone fundamental changes. If that happens, the roofs of the houses will be blown off. The impact of the picture is there. In fact, in essence, Russia should not intervene too much in European affairs. Not only does it not have Russia's core interests, but it will also arouse high vigilance from all countries. Going east is not wise either. Look at the distance of a round trip to Siberia. Moreover, the 2 heads of the double-headed eagle, although one is facing east, it is not the east. That's it, mishap, your mind is very clear, but if the young eagle wants to learn to fly, it needs to fall more, and its wings must be full, before it can take off. Look over there, there is a nest of kestrels, and now it's time to take off. He pointed his cane to the crown of an old tree. Solovyov knew that the old marshal's eyes were not so clear. He just walked around the manor more, and was still very clear about where these birds were. It's a falcon. You probably didn't see it clearly. Yes, Sometimes you have to listen, not only to the birds' calls, but also to what others say, just like on the battlefield. But some hawks and dogs are really annoying, and the alliance with Austria and Prussia is criticized. I have always believed, and I can say it here casually, that the Prussian monarchs are all powerful on the outside, but weak on the inside, and they are greedy for small profits. Even Frederick the Great is the same. If not, I understand what you mean, but a lot of things are in the past. It's the same if it's Austria, Britain, and France. All countries are the same, sometimes including Russia. What I worry about most is not that our opponents are always changing, but that the flag of St. Petersburg is swaying with the wind. This worry is indeed not unreasonable. Paul is somewhat impulsive when doing things. Compared with his practices at home, his diplomacy is already stupid. Of course, there are always all kinds of stupid behaviors among European countries. Vienna's plan is to use the Russian army to enter Europe to help them recover their land in northern Italy and southern Germany, while the main purpose of the British is to grab benefits overseas, especially the overseas colonies of France and the Netherlands, and to plunder Spanish treasure ships. Just one plunder in the Atlantic is worth millions or even tens of millions of pounds. At this time in the world, which country is not harboring evil intentions? Paul's own approach is a bit impulsive, which is easy to lead others astray. While the Russian army was still on the way, Austria first sent Mark to Naples. Before that, the French army had entered Rome and established the Roman Republic. The republics were established in northern Italy and Switzerland in the same way. Although most of the tens of thousands of troops recruited by Naples are new recruits, the main force of the French army is still in the Po River plain, which is relatively defenseless against Rome. It is relatively easy to succeed at this time. The French army in Malta has now begun to encounter resistance from the locals, and there is also a blockade by the British and Portuguese fleets. The French navy itself only had one battleship left in the Mediterranean that could sail, which actually gave these small Mediterranean countries great confidence. In addition to the British army, Admiral Ushakov's fleet soon arrived at Corfu Island. After the Marines on board the ship landed on the island, they disarmed the French army there. The speed at which the news returned to St. Petersburg may be even slower. Now the army has set out one after another, and even some guards have been dispatched. The current organizational reform of the Russian army is fine. Paul also brought a set of additional things, that is, to call the regiment by the name of the regiment leader, even including the Putin regiment and the Semenovsky regiment, all of which were renamed His Majesty the Emperor's Guards Regiment, and Crown Prince Alexander Pavlovich's Guards Regiment. This is just like the sudden increase in workload due to paperless office or online office. However, what Paul did was to change the name and the system without squeezing you dry. In addition to the strict regulations and disciplines, at least the salary increase was unambiguous, and the wages of serfs could not be in arrears. Moreover, those who died, were disabled, and retired after serving for a certain period of time were all guaranteed. Some soldiers could be promoted to officers because of their bravery. Hearing this, Russian soldiers were always very powerful. If a serf soldier was lucky, he might change his own or his family's fate in an instant. Tsar Paul in Petersburg was looking at the report of the Guards Chasseur Battalion's training in Novgorod. The soldiers performed very well and received strong support in the local village activities. Major von Bystrom learned a trick from Solovyov, which was to write in the report that the villages along the way supported the Tsar's new policy, and the discipline of the army was also guaranteed. Anyway, what was reflected in the report was always in accordance with the traditional skills of the Russian court, and the emperor himself had to be happy. It was always like this in Russia, but Paul was paying attention to the letter from Austria today, so Major von Bystrom did not receive any commendation, but in his reply, he also affirmed the effect of the Guards Chasseur Battalion's training this time. The important thing is that von Bystrom's reply also included Suvorov's opinion that, if you want to fight the French, you should pay attention to their light infantry. But they didn't say anything unpleasant. Solovyov heard the old marshal's unpleasant words, such as an army without entourage and staff is like a roe deer. He could understand the unpleasant words, because Russia has stupid roe deer, and they are distributed very widely. At least 1/3 of the Russian territory can see them. And Suvorov's speech was like opening a zoo. Crown Prince Alexander is now trying to build an aquarium to make his wife happy. They are in the reading room. If you really want to do this, Your Highness, it will cost a lot. Lisa, my dear Larissa, you have to know that if it is just a garden or a fountain, it is really not worth mentioning as a monument for our daughter and for us. This guy is like this. When he really wants to be with a woman, he immediately smears honey on his mouth. It's too common to have a zoo. That's why we have an aquarium with all kinds of rare animals sent to us. Every time a child is born, we will expand a part of it as a memorial. Don't you like these stories very much? He is trying his best to please his wife, holding the encyclopedia in one hand and hugging Larissa in the other. With the sunlight coming in through the window, the colors of the pictures of marine mammals are more vivid. The couple's common hobby now may still be reading books here. Other places need to bring up topics. So, Sashenka, how should you express to our daughter, Yevdokia, our little Tona? Speaking of which, Alexander's Russian is not necessarily as good as his wife's. What do you think of dolphins? Our aquarium covers a wide range. Even the captured dolphins are very spacious here. That's good. It's a bit ironic that it seems that the water area created by the Crown Prince may be too wide for the aquarium. Compared with the modern aquarium facilities, it is indeed a shocking move to book such a large area of water. I just don't know how much it will cost in the future. The aquarium that appeared properly should not appear in the UK until after 1850. It is actually very clear where the idea of this aquarium came from. After all, the Russian territories in America already have a large reserve of rare birds and animals, especially marine animals. Without considering that place, it can also collect local seafood from many places in Europe and the Black Sea. Of course, this is open to the public, just like circus and theater performances, which always require ticket money. It may be difficult to collect taxes from the masters in St. Petersburg, but asking them to pay for tickets to such a national zoo or aquarium, on the contrary, they will still take out the rubles in their pockets for the purpose of curiosity. After all, at this time, there are still limited places to understand the world. As for Russia, it is at the end of the age of discovery. In fact, it is an alliance with Britain to contain European countries and complete their overall strategy. Paul's original plan made a 180-degree turn. Now Britain, Austria and the Ottoman Empire have joined, and Russia's statement is mainly a matter of information delay. While waiting for the final decision, Petersburg lived a life of luxury, just like in the past. When Alexander tried to please his wife, he would not reveal his true thoughts to others. But Larissa told him a problem that had troubled the Russian royal family for several years, that is, marriage with European countries. Alexandra doesn't seem to be interested in Archduke Joseph, which is not good. You girls are always together. Has she ever said that? She only has one more letter than you. It's like you have become a girl, sometimes with a sense of mystery and more sentimentality. This is just Alina and Mariah's guess. Your sisters are more clever than each other, and they seem to have a sense of connection with each other. Yes, Alina said so, so there is such a thing. As for Archduke Joseph, I don't think he is good either, but according to what you guys said, Archduke Karol is not suitable, although he is very outstanding, but his health is not very good. We learned this from my uncle. This is true. Queen Mariah's maiden family is Württemberg, and they have more contacts with the Habsburgs than Baden. Archduke Karol has mild epilepsy and some other problems. This family has an outrageous number of genetic diseases. In an anonymous article submitted to the Academy of Sciences, it was mentioned that the problems that arise when raising livestock in the countryside may be problems that come with the parents. Although Mendel had not yet existed at that time, people still had a simple understanding of heredity. For example, the Archduchess's blue eyes were very consistent with her parents, which were definitely very different from those of the suspects. Chapter 50 Russia formally declares war on France. Everything that happened in France was changing the world. With the fall of the Bastille, any news from the Western European continent was shocking. However, from the perspective of the aristocracy of various countries at that time, they all had the same view, that is, the complete destruction of their known order, which also caused the first anti-French alliance. But at that time, the Queen still did not send the Russian army to Western Europe. Until 1791, Russia's attention was mainly in the south. The treaty with the Ottoman Empire determined the southern border of Russia and completely held Crimea in its hands. When the attention turned to the west, I wonder if the French should thank the stupid Swedish king who wanted to form an alliance with Russia and then repeatedly messed around, making the queen sick. By the way, if the Russian Grand Duchesses really caught a cold as the queen worried, the king of Sweden would be regarded as a clown. In short, Paul has now given up the marriage with Sweden. After all, Gustav IV is the only child, and there are no brothers or sisters in the family, and this Nordic neighbor is really mean. But in Austria, except for his wife, no one in the family seemed to be optimistic about marrying Archduke Joseph of Austria. This atmosphere also spread to some favorites and his son Alexander's confidants. For this matter, Count Stroganov, the chief steward of the court and the leader of the Petersburg nobles, also went to Vienna. After returning, he reported to Paul, "Your Majesty, you know that my daughter is in the estate in Moscow, although I don't care about what happens there. But I also want to say that, although Grand Duke Joseph has a good character in all aspects, his performance is not necessarily better than that of a country gentleman's child. You can sit down and listen to me. Don't stand there, Alexander Sergeyevich." After the old count sat down, Paul handed over a document. "Even the sons of squires may have some talents. You may be talking about the kind who have never left home. How does this description sound to you? For example, the stupid son of a landlord? But the Austrian royal family is so bad. When Prince Ferdinand received us at the reception of His Majesty Franz, Your Majesty, you should have heard that he twitched on the spot. And those court ladies in Vienna, I don't think they can have any good feelings for our noble eldest princess, Alexandra. The atmosphere in this court is very weird. Your Majesty, only in your court, there is some warmth from relatives. No other court in Europe has such a close connection between royal family members." Speaking of this, Paul sighed, "If I can make Constantine not so ridiculous, I will, thank God." Constantine's situation is indeed hard to describe. Even if Paul went against his mother, he still longed for a harmonious and warm family, and he was very concerned about his daughter-in-law. He even had an idea that, if Archduke Joseph was not the Vice Prince of Hungary, could he come to St. Petersburg if he was given the rank of Russian Field Marshal? The old count had expressed this idea before he set off. Given the arrogance of the Habsburg family, they would not allow an archduke to be a son-in-law. If they wanted to do this, they would have to find a prince from a German state who was not the first in line, which would be a remedy. Your Majesty, this meeting with Archduke Joseph of Austria still needs to be arranged, but... Then the old count took out a preliminary draft of a newspaper, which was quite interesting. "What is this? Legend of the Three Kingdoms?" It is a translated article published in the Petersburg News, selected from the Chinese novel translation collection. Your Majesty, I'm responsible for cultural sponsorship, and this aspect must also be given special attention. Has the editor-in-chief talked to you about this? It's all about blind dates. Of course, the old Count Stroganov has read it. He knows that his son and daughter-in-law, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, have thought of many ways to prevent the eldest princess from getting married. In the end, the young Count Stroganov told Solovyov that when you ask for manuscripts, don't give the preface and the content of the first few chapters, and go directly to Ganlu Temple. The highlight is the annotation below. Paul read this, and his brain is not bad. He quickly realized the problem. His problem is that when he was governing, he took it for granted and led to a series of ghost operations. I think we can consider this issue, but don't publish it in the newspaper. You can use other paragraphs instead. During sensitive periods, we shouldn't send out content with stimulating signals. Well, Your Majesty, there are other parts of the relevant content that can be printed. Before Count Stroganov left, Paul still held the newspaper in his hand. I hope to see the complete version of this book. Maybe I can use it as an enlightenment reading for the elite children of our country in the future. This is a bit difficult for Solovyov. After all, he only completed the content of the blind date in Ganlu Temple and the first 3 chapters. The preface has been put aside. This is already very fast. After all, his talent for translation is still limited. This version can only be said to be interesting, but the words are not beautiful enough. It can even be said that it was rushed. and he already knows the content of the future mobilization of the army. When 1799 comes, the last batch of Russian troops mobilized will prepare to set off for the Austrian border. The guards and grenadiers in Petersburg are preparing. It is unknown who will be the last batch to set off. There are still some confidentiality measures in it. The strong urging from the Tsar himself. Fortunately he did not sign his name at all, so he would not be pressed into the hut for translation by armed urging. In the end, the special issue of the Petersburg News published the content of the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and introduced some situations during the Han Dynasty in China. The opening content was still a bit politically correct in Russia, such as the children of the declining nobles recruiting volunteers to suppress the peasant uprising, which was somewhat useful for the young nobles in Petersburg. If the whole article is really completed, the workload is not small. After the old count who was in charge of blind dates left, Paul's next meeting was Count Alexander Andreevich Bezborodko, the Prime Minister of the Empire and the Dean of the Diplomatic Academy. Although his health was not good, and he was no longer suitable to continue his duties, Paul still needed to listen to the opinions of the Empress's late foreign policy maker. He was already lying in bed, and had no luck to enjoy the long vacation for recuperation and the huge imperial estate that Paul gave him as a reward. Your Majesty, you must have something important to tell you, that you can come here at this time, but my health is very poor, and I can no longer help you solve diplomatic problems. I just want to listen to your opinion, Alexander Andreevich. I have already arranged your family affairs. Your heirs are your younger brother and his children. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is a special favor from you. My assistant Count Bezukov is not in good health. Your Majesty should be cautious about the selection of the Dean of the Diplomatic Academy and the Imperial Chancellor. I understand this. Let's discuss our relationship with Austria now. Okay, Your Majesty, about Austria, and also about Britain. The Count still tried to sit up, but his physical condition was very poor, and he could only lean on the soft pillow. If it is based on what Alexander Sergeyevich saw and heard in Vienna, I think the suggestion made by Prince Saltykov the Younger, which is the delay of the marriage mentioned in your letter in September, is feasible, but this requires the Austrian side to have a fault first, not us. At least the marriage can only be cancelled due to the mistake of the Austrian side. In this case, the marriage between Archduchess Elena and the heir to the Prince of Mecklenburg may have to come first. Naturally, we can claim to the outside world that our eldest princess is in poor health, and His Highness seems to have been ill recently. Yes, although you are at home, what happens in the court and the diplomatic academy is conveyed to you at the first time. In this case, the Austrians will definitely propose a joint combat plan after our army arrives. My brother once served under Alexander Vasilievich, and we discussed this issue when he came to see me yesterday. I think the Austrians will definitely invite him out, because our victorious marshal has dealt with the Austrians before. Then, Bezborodko began to cough, coughing up a mouthful of thick phlegm. He had said too much, which obviously made him in a bad state, and his breathing became more and more rapid and heavy. Don't worry, you can talk slowly. Your Majesty, while I'm still awake, finish this issue. The Austrians will definitely hinder us secretly in order to meet their needs and take into account the friendly relations between our country and Prussia. At this time, what we should do is to exert pressure and ask the Austrians not to make such a stupid move. There are so many concentrated means in diplomacy. Since we want to marry, and at that time, Archduke Alexandra is likely to get along with Archduke Joseph during the blind date, we can adopt a sausage cutting method to solve this problem. Cough cough cough. Then the Count began to cough violently again, but he had already said the main content of what he wanted to say. When several servants came to help the Imperial Prime Minister to turn over, Paul also helped him. Your Majesty, you must use people who are familiar with diplomacy to formulate policies, not people around you to serve as the Dean of the Diplomatic Academy. As for the specific details, he obviously had no time to think about them because of his weak health. In the first half of the year, the Imperial Prime Minister and the Dean of the Diplomatic Academy, the head of the Russian civil servants, was still in good health. Due to anxiety and the workload required by the changes in Russia's foreign policy, he quickly fell ill, and then his health deteriorated to this state. Although the imperial prime minister was already seriously ill, he still had to say something about the government's arrangements. Before applying for retirement, he had some opinions on the selection of the cabinet secretary. Paul also had to make adjustments now, but he appointed the young Prince Sólovyov as the deputy of the cabinet secretary and the actual secretary of the emperor himself. It seemed like he had inserted Sir Humphrey in. It seemed that this was the glorious age of the British Empire, and they knew what they were going to do. However, Russia's diplomatic department was divided into two parts to operate. One was the foreign minister, and the other was the dean of the diplomatic academy. Obviously, Paul did not immediately hand over the diplomatic academy to his trusted favorite, Count Rostopchin. This count had been humiliated once this year, and was dismissed from his post, but now he is back to take charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, as the executor of Paul's foreign policy, he obviously had no persuasive effect on Paul himself. In fact, the Imperial Chancellor himself hoped that his nephew, the Imperial Vice-Chancellor Viktor Pavlovich Kochubey, would come to the Diplomatic Academy to take power instead of always serving as a deputy. In the end, the Tsar still acted according to his own decision, but the policy was discussed by the Tsar that day. Now Paul wants to test the issue of marriage first, but he did not expect that the Austrians were eager to win over Russia to oppose France, and they also agreed to the Russian tradition of dating before engagement. The bad luck that Grand Duchess Alexandra had encountered before did make the Austrians worry that, if they did not do well, they would cause another diplomatic scandal. For the moody Paul, Austria now wants to take advantage of the time when he is about to take action, and it is still the first priority to bring all the Russian troops to the battlefield. In St. Petersburg, in December 1798, ambassadors from various countries have arrived here, including Britain, Austria, Naples and the Ottoman Empire. These countries may have had grudges in the past, but this time they have united to deal with the French. The Russian imperial government also officially declared war on France and joined the Second Anti-French Alliance. In fact, this time the anti-French alliance is stronger than every time. In addition to Prussia, the main political forces in Europe, except for the always weak Spanish Bourbon, have joined in. This is the most dangerous time for France. It can even be said that even these generals and soldiers of the anti-French alliance are of the highest quality in history. In the future, we may never see such a grand occasion where famous generals of all ages from various countries will fight. However, so many countries united, but in the end they failed because of their ulterior motives. This is what will happen a year later, and the war will officially come at the end of 1798. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.